Let me know when you've done the thing. Press the button.
The button has been pushed. There's
Oh,
no turning
wow.
it back now.
Oh, no. No takesies backsies. Here we are, and we're going to talk about a movie today, a new movie that not a lot of people are talking about.
No, I feel like I've not heard much about this film in the discourse.
Most of what I've
Except,
heard is, oh, it looks nice.
yeah.
Mm.
Ooh, yeah. Well, it'll be interesting to talk about that budget. Here we are. Hello, chat. How's everybody doing today? Hope you're doing well.
You might notice you're all featured on the screen now, almost like a
I
real
know we're
stream.
yeah, it's almost like we're real streamers now. You actually get to see the chat on screen. I know. What a time to be alive. What an incredible technological wonder. So, we are gathered here today to talk about a new film, Gareth Edwards' new sci-fi epic, The Creator. You may have heard of it. You may not have heard of it. Also, equally plausible, I would say. It is a new, entirely original, quote unquote, science fiction film that came out, I think, 2 weeks ago. So you've had plenty of time to see it. We're going to talk about it in depth. So if you don't want it spoiled, now's your chance to leave. We are joined by a wonderful special guest, Fringy. Welcome. How you doing?
I'm doing a-okay. I'm just sipping on my coffee here. It's imbuing me with power, so we can
Yes.
talk about the film.
You'll need it. How's
But
everybody
yeah, thanks for
doing?
having me on.
Oh yeah, no problem. Glad to have you back. You're one of the few people I know in this sphere who's seen the film.
Yeah,
So,
not many people have seen it.
no. And speaking of, I suppose we might talk a little bit about the budget and box office of this new film because that's an interesting place to start. This
Yeah.
is an $80 million movie. It is not attached to any existing intellectual property, but it's not unlike a lot of bombastic, epic sci-fi films you've seen in the past. Like I said, $80 million budget. So far, after this second weekend, it has grossed $61 million worldwide,
Hmm.
which is
Right, so it means it's probably not making its money back.
no, I would say definitely not at this rate. It would need absolutely incredible word of mouth to turn it around, and well, maybe it will. Who knows? Who's to
I
Maybe
say?
this will be the turning point, this stream
Yeah.
right
guess
here, right now.
something that's been interesting about this film is that part of the conversation has been about how there aren't many original science fiction films anymore. It's kind of
Hmm.
like I kind of feel like what's happened to science fiction films, original science fiction films, is what's happened to stealth games, where there's like other things that kind of like more popular genres like superhero stuff, and then of course in the video game world, action adventure games with stealth elements in them have kind of like made it to a place where actually having like a original science fiction film or alternatively a full-fledged stealth game it's kind of like harder for those things to succeed. I feel like it's a similar thing, like that Marvel movies and sequels and things like that have made it to where original science fiction films don't come around very often, and when they do come around, they don't do very well.
It's an interesting question. Yeah, because because I've seen this sentiment already regarding this film. I've seen this sentiment before, at least as far back as Annihilation, where there's a lament that goes out that people say they want original movies, but when original movies come out, they don't show up to go see them. And
Yeah,
I have mixed feelings about that because I think it's partially true. Um, but the part that I don't think is true is that, like, if this movie truly looked really good to people and enough people said it was good, I think it would be doing a hell of a lot better.
yes, definitely. I think that I'm not surprised by that box office number. And it's mainly because I don't know. I feel like whenever you hear people talk about the film, it is either that it looks really good or that it's important that original science fiction films succeed. There's a
Yes.
lot less
Yeah.
conversation about what the film is actually about and how riveting it is.
But is it a good movie, though, is never really a
Mm.
question on these people's lips.
And
Yeah,
yeah,
Talking of
it's
it.
I don't especially like the idea that we're meant to support any original movie or any movie, let's say, where a creator was allowed to express their completely unvarnished artistic vision merely for that sake alone. I don't find that especially compelling as an argument.
no, I
I
don't
think
think so either. I think at the end of the day, good films, right? Good films ought to succeed and be supported and seen to
yes.
enable the more good films. But like, I mean, it's funny because the whole like, oh yeah, people say they want this and then they didn't go see it. It's like it's a two-way street. Like the thing has actually got to offer something worthwhile and interesting to the viewer to make them want to go and see it. It's not like it's all on viewers or players or anything to just like buy something that isn't particularly good because it's in a genre that they'd like to see more of. That's
Yeah.
not. It doesn't really follow.
You have to support this mediocre to bad thing if you want more good things in the future.
Mm.
And the other thing, if this movie did really, really well financially, setting aside the critical uh, acclaim or lack thereof, if it did incredibly well financially, I'm not even 100% sure that the takeaway from the studio that made it or other studios would necessarily be, oh, we need to do more original stuff. Rather, I feel like the much
Mm.
more likely outcome would just be like, oh, we got to
Let's
greenlight
make a
whatever
sequel.
Gareth
Yeah.
Edwards wants to do next, or make a
Ah, right,
sequel.
yeah.
That's the other one. Make a sequel to this, make this into a franchise. That wouldn't surprise me at all.
It's,
Because that's the methodology, isn't
Yeah.
it?
sure is.
Today.
John Wick.
Yeah.
That turned out great. I don't know what you're talking about. So, oh my goodness, would you look at that? We have our very first super chat ever. Wow.
Oh, wow.
What a time to be alive. So when's the next devs episode? You know what? I knew in my heart of hearts that the first super chat we get would be something like that. Um, it is coming. We are working on it. It will be done soon. I've been editing it now that I'm no longer working on the Saw EFAP movies stuff, which you should go check out because it's fun. It's funny. You should go check it out. Thank you for the super chat, Donald's Angry. So, the movie, The Creator. Fringy, you are our esteemed guest. Why don't you go first? Why don't you give us a little blurb what you think of the movie, the quality of the film itself?
I think the creator's pretty flawed. I did go into it wanting to like it. But I think if you put aside basically like visuals and sound design and stuff like that, those elements, you look at like the script, the story, the narrative structure, like the writing, it's pretty riddled with a lot of standard bad writing of just like big contrivances, plot holes. I think it's kind of a confused film as well in terms of what exactly it's going for in terms of exploring its subject matter, like artificial intelligence and consciousness and stuff like that. I feel like it's I think the film is like pretty unfocused in a lot of ways.
Hmm.
It's just like yeah, it's pretty flawed. But I think that will sort of become more clear to me exactly how as we sort of run through it. Because that was just kind of the impression. Like when I walked out of the theater, I was kind of like, not sure about that one. And usually when I get that feeling, it's like, it's probably because there's some when you think
Yeah.
about the whole story from beginning, middle to end, and exactly how we got to each plot point that we needed to get to, um, just how kind of like broken it is. But yeah, I guess that's the summary.
It certainly raises some questions, that's for sure. You, what did you think of Gareth Edwards' The Creator?
I did also kind of go into it wanting to like it, but I had forgotten about the movie until you messaged me and told me you wanted to watch it for a stream. So I had seen a trailer, didn't really know what to expect. It does look pretty good for especially for the budget. I think it looks nice. It's got some pretty good cinematography, good special effects. The performances are fine, but yeah, it's difficult to do worse sci-fi world building than the Avatar movies, I feel, but this one sure gave it the old college try. It's kind of a mess in many, many ways that I'm very excited to get into.
Awesome. So I guess we're all in agreement that we all went in hoping it would be good. That's for
Oh yeah.
sure. I saw a trailer for it back when it came out. Yes, to those who asked in chat, there was some marketing for it. I saw they marketed it to me at least. I saw a few trailers and I was like, you know what? This looks pretty cool. I like it. I hope this is good. Um, I kind of liked it in the beginning. I thought it was okay at first, and then it has continued to sour through the rest of the film. By the end, I did not like it at all, and the more I think about it, the more my opinion of it sinks lower and lower. I think this is actually, at least from a story perspective, a pretty bad film. And it pains me to say it because it would have been really cool to see a new sci-fi world, a new story with really interesting things to say, but I don't think this is it. This ain't it, Chief. I would not recommend it to anyone who's still listening, considering whether they should stop this stream to go check it out to avoid spoilers. I wouldn't recommend checking it out unless you're, very interested in it for conversation purposes. I don't think it's really worth recommending. I have specifically not recommended it to a couple other people like Mahler. So like, don't bother. It's not worth it for a whole host of reasons that we will talk about. But that's the gist. I suppose we should jump right into it, since there's going to be a lot to talk about. So,
Boy, I'm excited. I sure am ready.
we start with something like a newsreel.
Which already, when that happened, I was like, oh damn. Like, are we really doing that? Are we starting with like the most generic way of relaying information in your like near future story of like news compilations?
News compilations from, and they were done in the style of like an old style, like 1950s, 1960s. So we're really kind of pedal to the metal, fast forwarding through the world building earlier. But we've got to now consider this as a I guess an alternate timeline where AI has developed and has become ingrained in all of our societies in a very quick way, with no addressing of any of the complications that you're sure would go along with some of these things. Like, why did they decide to give them human faces? In the first
So one of the challenges in terms of like, especially if you want to get to basically like, I don't know. I like obviously if you want to have a story with AI where you've got like robots that essentially walk around and are people in terms of the way that they act, that they like seem to have emotions and perspectives and they speak like people and they walk around like people and they're individuals, they're not like part of some broad network or
they eat ice cream
basically
like
like
yeah, all that.
or like an assembly line machine, right? Like they're not like that. They're essentially like a thinking, feeling entity. But like an individual, but presumably robots that were built to work. It like that's kind of a tricky thing to navigate in terms of figuring out like, well, how exactly was it that this happened? Why did it happen? Like, why was it allowed to happen? Because at this point, if you've got lots and lots and lots of like mass-produced robots that have personalities, that doesn't seem like, I don't know, that is that like emergent consciousness at that point, or is that just like the way that they were designed? And if that was the way that they were designed, why was that the case? Like, why was that something that happened?
That's a very good
like
question.
these are all questions that the film doesn't answer, as far as I'm concerned.
Yes, the big one for me is, why did they give them feelings if they're designed to be tools that help humanity? Why did we give them agency? Why create? It doesn't seem like they're implying that artificial intelligence was an emergent phenomenon. It seems like they were designed that way on purpose, and the why of that is never addressed even once.
Well, I don't even know if I would say that it seems that. They deliberately, in the newsreel, they're like, oh, well, we've got robots that can help us around the house and do work. And then immediately the next thing is, yeah, by the way, we've created artificial intelligence and we're scanning brains and making sure that they can think and that they, can feel. But And then now we're
Why?
giving them faces, and we're doing it. But why?
Why?
Why are we
The thing
doing
is
this?
that I can understand why because it was something that like New Asia in this is like very pro AI and believe it's like a new form of consciousness that ought to be able to exist and be protected. And so in that case, it's like, oh, I could imagine that they would want to design them this way because they value them this way. But it's more, but I mean, we see over in America that the robots are like the same. They're alive. They're like people. Like that one that they encounter in the nuclear blast zone. It's like that's clearly like acting like a person. So it's like I guess we're to presume that basically all of them were like this is kind of a standardized process, and that only ever invites the question why, unless you're doing something like Futurama, where you know it's just like a really far flung like crazy future where you have robots like Bender that have personalities and basically people walking around. But like if you're trying to do a more serious sci-fi story, these are kind of like questions that I think need to be answered unless we treated it as like a unique aspects of emergent consciousness that formed in individual robots, maybe like miraculously, but it doesn't look like that's the case. And so
No, it
like
doesn't look
already
like that at all.
that's a big thing that you have to get past for this film, you know, is accepting this.
Yeah, one of the questions that I had immediately when the movie started too, because we do start on the newsreel, but right before that is the definition of the word nirmata as the creator of AI, worshipped by all the AI, which leads you to the question: so one person created every AI for
That's
everywhere in the
a little
world?
bit strange, isn't it?
That's the implication. I really do think that there was basically one designer or at least one company that made all of the AI in this world. Because I don't
Which
think there's a distinct difference between the AI in New Asia. Oh, I can't wait to talk about New Asia. Um, and the ones in America. Like I think it's all the same. It's all the same company. It seems they have very similar design principles. It would have been interesting, perhaps, if the AI in New Asia were different, meaningfully different in terms of the way they looked. There was, I just don't buy that in this world AI becomes such a huge integral part of people's lives and civilization itself, but there's only one company doing it. There's no competitors.
No,
There's
that's
no,
absurd. That's
yeah,
absurd.
yeah,
I wouldn't accept that. It's like that's ridiculous.
You're telling
The
me
idea that
that
it was created by an individual doesn't really follow to me either. It's like an individual created AI rather than many people in differing ways created different types of AI that manifest in different ways.
yes.
yeah,
Like the
exactly.
notion that it would just manifest essentially as humanity but robots. It's like, yeah, but what about like other types of conscious? I mean, you know, what about Skynet, right? Like,
Yeah.
what about these other sort of things that could be considered some kind of AI that's more foreign, a lot more foreign to like human consciousness?
What about
Um,
like Photoshop's generative fill tool?
yeah,
Is
yeah.
that does that have a soul? Anyway, it's very strange that AI seems to be basically one singular thing. They have different kinds of robots, I suppose we'll call them. Um, but essentially, except for the skin that they wear, they function almost
And
identically.
they don't seem, even with the skin they wear, they don't seem to be carrying on in different roles based on how they look, because you'll see some out in the fields, some old Asian faces out in the fields, and then you'll see some that are just robots like out of Star Wars, with no face, and then you'll see others just doing the same thing. You'll see humans dressed as them at some point too, where they are dressed in the police outfits for whatever reason. So it's
And there
very
are
difficult
monk
to.
robots.
Yeah, won't
God
get
only
into
knows
that.
what they're up to. But we'll try not to jump ahead. But if something comes up that we want to talk about before the reveal happens, that's totally fine with me. So yeah, like you said, we do start with that definition of nirmata, a word that will become important because it refers to basically the creator god, according the creator of the AI who AI worship as a god and savior, question mark. Um, I suppose one thing that's worth asking,
Savior
especially
from
because,
what?
well, we'll get to that. A question I have is why have we made robots? It seems deliberately with a capacity, or at least like the facsimile of like spiritual experience.
Well, I mean, they're
There are,
taking vows and joining Buddhist orders, so
yeah, why is a good question
Yeah.
there. We don't really get an answer to that.
Were they built
But
for
that will
that? Like, do they age, or were they built as old Asian men who would dress as Buddhist monks? And why, and
I
if they were, why would you build them that way? I'm not really sure why that's the face you would choose.
I'm not
There's
sure either. That's just who donated their likeness. But we're getting ahead. So, newsreel footage starting in what looks to be the 50s, maybe even the 40s in America. That's when AI was developed. We're just gonna have to buy into that. And then it advanced rather rapidly
to
until
the point where we basically entrusted all civil service to the robots. We basically replaced police forces with robots
mhm,
entirely until, oh no, they dropped a nuke on Los Angeles.
killed a million people instantly, and however many others with the fallout and all that horrific stuff. So yes, we find out that in the year what let's see, I believe it's 2055. The robots or the AI drops a nuke on Los Angeles. This was supposed to be a system, a security system of some kind designed to protect us. It's kind of like Age of Ultron, I suppose. It was designed to protect us, but then they dropped a nuke. Um, Now, this is going to be very important later, but no one seems to be quite sure why or how they dropped the nuke.
Yeah, no great loss though, so we kind of just shrugged it off. No big deal.
Well, no. I mean, so after the nuke goes off in Los Angeles, the movie says that the West has banned AI and basically declared war on the parts of the world that have decided not to ban AI and are continuing to develop it. The principal actor who is continuing the development of AI seems to be the Republic of New Asia.
What
Now, I'm
happened to
gonna
the old Asia, Jamie?
we're gonna jump ahead only to. I want to talk about this now.
Oh
I've
yes,
decided.
please.
Later we will.
May I list them? The Republic.
Sure, you can list them. We will eventually see a map of what New Asia is, and the principal actors in this war over whether we should ban and destroy AI completely are America, seemingly acting on its own. I don't see any like allies from the British or anything, and the Republic of New Asia, which consists of which current day countries, Hugh?
Well, that would be Taiwan, the Philippines, Singapore, Malaysia, Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, Thailand, Myanmar, Nepal, Bangladesh, Japan, and Indonesia, but only parts of Indonesia. It's not two of the islands in Indonesia have joined. The other one, I guess, said fuck off. Now,
Um,
does is there any name on that list that leaps out to either of you as maybe being one that the others would maybe not be so cool with joining the coalition government? Maybe one who has a history of imposing
Japan.
coalition government on the others in the area.
So the reason I want to bring this, oh, it's Japan. Yeah,
It is
Japan is
Japan, yeah.
one of
I,
these things is not like the other. It's very strange because I like God only. What's frustrating about this to me is I've seen people talk about this film and they'll say things like, "Oh, it looks good. You know, it's got good character stuff. The story's not great, but it has cool world building." Right? Now, I think the world building is rather dire, and one of the things that contributes to that feeling, that opinion I have, is this idea that in the future there are basically two major factions. There's a Republic of New Asia, which is all this kind of oddball coalition of countries. We have no idea what China or India are up to in this. Are they even still around? They don't seem to matter on the world stage. It's very strange. I don't, I
yeah,
don't
China
understand.
just retired.
Yeah, it's so I guess what's weird about it is that we're meant to believe that the West, which they don't specify, but I'll assume that means the Anglophone world and probably parts of uh, Western Europe, have decided to ban AI, and the main place that hasn't is this coalition in Asia. For some reason, because they believe that AI are people. They don't seem all that concerned with the fact that the AI set off a nuke and killed 1 million people in Los Angeles. Why they're unconcerned about that? Because what's strange is they're not unconcerned about that risk and threat.
Yeah,
But I'm not
the
sure
AI
why.
did drop, or the AI did detonate the nuke, but nobody seems to be particularly worried about whether or not it's going to happen again. Uh,
I
Not
find it
in New
strange on
Asia.
like both sides because it's like you've got that, but then on the American side, it's like aren't there like isn't there anybody here who's like already sort of had this sort of epistemological discussions about like if you perceive them as acting like people and having an experience that's similar to people, how easily can you just say, well, it's just programming, it's not real? Like how easy is that for the average person to just accept? It's kind of like on both sides there are these pretty obvious questions that need to be sort of run through and philosophically kind of addressed that aren't. It's like you just have to accept that both sides have essentially formed these diametrically opposed conclusions based on more or less the same information. Even though I
Yes.
think even though there's pretty obvious sort of there's pretty obvious counter arguments to both perspectives.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
So
absolutely.
that is the central conflict that we learn from the very creative and entirely original newsreel
Mm.
intro. That's up all the world building. I suppose. Let's see. What else do they? Is there anything else important that they mention in the newsreel footage? Let's see.
Well, it's not mentioned in the newsreel footage, but I might just add it anyway. The West still uses artificial intelligence.
Oh, yes, they do.
Yes.
We'll
Oh
see that
God.
later. That creates a
Um.
big problem for for the antagonists, in specifically. Uh,
Yeah,
kind of.
It's so confusing to me. But we should save it.
I think yeah, we should, but I mean, I know where it stems from. It stems from what I would consider to be an underdeveloped perspective on artificial intelligence.
Oh man, there's a lot of that in this movie, isn't there? So,
Yeah.
so what I find interesting about that, specifically what's said in the newsreel footage, is well, there's a couple things that stand out to me. Little flags little seeds I want to plant, little flags I want to plant here. One of them is that in an ad for what are they called? Oh God, what are they called? Synths? No, what are they called?
Simulants.
Simulants. That's right. So the simulants, there's an ad for them, and it says "more human than human." That's going to be important later.
Are they though?
Well,
Let's find out.
the movie certainly thinks so. So the other thing worth mentioning before we move on is that the West, I believe it's the president or it's someone, some high-ranking
Some
person,
general. Yeah,
some
he
general.
says we're not at war with the people of New Asia. Just
Only the AI they harbor. For as long as AI is a threat, we'll never stop hunting them. So they make pretty explicit in the beginning that the Americans don't really want to fight or kill the new Asian
humans. Yeah,
people,
they don't want
the
to kill
humans.
humans. They just want to go after robots, which
They don't want them to have AI anymore because it's too dangerous, and it can't be that power can't be allowed to exist in the world. They don't really seem to care that that power has feelings and emotions. They're just like, nope, that it's too dangerous, can't be allowed to exist, which is a perspective. And they make it clear that they're not at war with the new Asian people.
yeah,
That's
but
what they say anyway.
it's sort of like trying to have the Butlerian jihad from Dune, where like somewhere in the distant past they banned AI and destroyed it all, and it's completely not allowed at the point when we get to Dune,
Yeah.
but they don't want the violence that goes along with that terminology and that association, so they kind of try to play both sides of the field by we're not going to kill the people who harbor it. We're just going to, we want you guys to stop making it. But, or at least that's what they say at this point.
Yes.
We can get
And
started.
when they said that, I'm like, okay, at least that's an interesting perspective. Then the movie kind of backtracks on that. We'll get to it.
And
So
almost immediately backtracks on that,
almost
actually.
immediately, yeah. So now we enter the story. It is 2065. They appear to be in Thailand, though it's not made explicit. There is a blue beam of light from a ship that you've probably seen
Giant.
on the poster and in the trailer. That ship is called Nomad. I can't remember if we find out in the newsreel stuff, but we will find out that that is the principal piece of technology that the West has that is helping them win this war against AI. It's this supposedly very advanced targeting
It's a suborbital
missile.
drone, basically.
Yes.
It's got this giant, cool looking blue beam of light that shines down. At first, I thought it was scanning things, looking for like hidden bases beneath the mountains or whatever, but it seems to just sort of be more of a cool looking targeting system. Um,
Yes. I want to
and
talk about the blue light
well,
because
because
the very first time we see it is in a like pre-dawn raid. So they're going in under the
obvious
cover of
stealth mission.
darkness.
They're coming
Obvious
up
stealth
out of
mission.
they're an
Yes.
amphibious stealth raid where they come out of the water
Like
in
Navy SEALs, yep.
but they have a giant blue beam of light that's visible
Pointing
from
down right
miles
on top of
around.
them. Yes, you can see from miles around. The blue light is stupid. There will be many instances of this, but the blue light serves no functional purpose except to like
Light the
make it
scene.
harder for them to do what they're supposed to do.
Yeah.
I really hate it. I think that there's so many examples of this in the film where like the blue light just kind of gives away their location, and it's like, what do you? The strategy, the military strategy in this movie is unreal. It's so stupid. This is far from the worst example. We will get to it, but it's incredibly bright. You can see it from miles around, and it doesn't even appear to be doing anything when we first see it, other than setting it up for the audience.
It kind of
Um,
reminded me of I've been rewatching the old X-Men cartoon from the 90s, and in the first
okay.
couple episodes the villains are the Sentinels, those giant robots that hunt mutants down.
hmm
And they have a lot of scenes where these giant robots just kind of manage to sneak up on the X-Men as if you couldn't see them coming for, miles around because of how huge they are. There's one scene at the beginning of the show where a young girl is running down an alley and the camera pans up to one of them just like pressed against the side of a building, trying to avoid being seen, watching her as she runs past. And it's like there's a lot of giant robots and things sneaking up on people in this movie that just kind of drove me nuts. I was like, if you're at war, you're going to see these things. If you're paying attention, they're obvious. Like, there's a big blue light flying down from a Death Star that sits in orbit, Like, there's a
Yeah.
giant tank that's rumbling through the trees, and then there's another one like 5 feet away from you, and you didn't notice that one either.
Yeah,
Like,
there's quite a bit of that. I suppose I think it's worth harping on only because in this instance, the blue light isn't even doing anything. It's
no.
just it's pointing right at pointing right at the SEAL team, right? So we see a American sort of operation soldiers. They're sneaking in to
They're
uh,
sneaking into this little hamlet where
they're trying to get Nirmata. Nirmata is the supposed leader of the creator of
the
AI.
prophet of the AIs. Who
Yeah, the
knows,
one
really?
who's building all the AIs and is doing all this stuff. They're trying to find this person so they can kill them because for whatever reason, like killing this one person will kind of seemingly stop all the AI operations. Because, like Fringy said earlier, it all seems to hinge on one person instead of all these different teams of people, which it really would be in reality. So they're here to try and find Nirmata, and we find I can never remember his character's name, but it's John David Washington, our main
His
character.
name is Joshua. Joshua
Joshua?
Taylor, actually, I think is the full name. I can remember that one.
He is laying
He's
in
cuddled
bed
in bed with
with his wife,
Maya,
with
his
his
wife,
pregnant
his
wife.
pregnant, yes, his pregnant wife, who has a very
hmm
interesting tattoo on her back.
Why would
Which
you even mention that?
well, because we see a good little scene of him tracing it and playing with it a little bit. So, interesting
That's
tattoo
going to
on the
be
back.
important later, yeah. And what's the easiest way of saying this? people that are on the new Asian side, some of them
There's
are
some like robot jihadists, I guess.
stimulants.
Yeah, they
They bring in
drag.
an American soldier, and they said, "We caught one." How? Not sure. But they have him, and they're trying to beat information out of him by punching him in the face. It's not
Oh my
working.
god, as a robot. So I just wanted to point out that the guy takes 3 or 4 subsequent hits directly to the face from what surely have to be hydraulic powered biceps, right? Like he might as well be getting hit in the face with a car each time that this is happening. And
Well,
he's
that's a good question because are the robots even stronger than people or more durable than people?
you you would think they would be, right? But then
Yeah,
again,
I
like
would think they
everything that
would
you
be. I'm not sure they are,
Especially
actually.
considering what they were designed for, which was essentially doing difficult labor.
Yes.
yeah, I mean
But
and
there are
then
many instances of like a robot throwing a punch or a robot getting hit by one bullet and immediately dying. They don't seem to be any more durable or strong or fast than people. They seem to just be metal people.
Pretty much.
yeah.
They're
So
almost as flimsy. It's kind of
kind
ridiculous.
of
Well,
a
it's
Like,
interesting that there are no, because something that you would imagine that you would see is like robots that are specifically designed for combat. You
hmm
know, like battle droids or something, but like super. I could imagine in this like sort of future world, especially if you're trying to create them to like protect other AI, that you would give them like jetpacks and shit. Like that they would
Yeah.
actually
yeah.
be like pretty powerful, but we don't see anything like that. It's like you said, they're essentially just metal people, but like with the same general base strength and agility and as people.
What's
They don't even seem to be specialized for certain tasks.
But later on,
No,
we do see one that is a lot more durable and clearly designed for a specific purpose.
yeah,
But the
That,
Americans built that
yeah,
one.
but the
Yeah.
people who banned the AI built those. So,
yeah. When that one started talking,
oh my
that was
god,
like
dude, I
that,
know.
I didn't even know what to do with that. It's
Why
like,
would
oh,
you?
that doesn't that just like breach the entire premise of the film?
Yeah, kind of. It kind of does do that. So, the American soldier who's captured tanks a few punches in the face from a robot man, and then they
Still
leave.
completely lucid. Maybe a broken nose. Not too bad though. He's doing all right.
They leave him with Joshua, and I'm not sure why they leave him with Joshua, but because the rest of the Americans show up. I don't know why they captured one ahead of everyone else, but that's okay. They they go to fight and shoot the Americans, and Joshua is left alone with him, and we realize,
Well,
oh my goodness,
he sends his wife upstairs, so he's not
yes,
really alone.
yeah,
He just
well,
thinks she's packing.
yeah. He's like, go pack your things. We need to leave right now. And then we realize when he's talking to the guy that, oh my gosh, he's actually an American undercover. Twist,
Who could have
Mm.
guessed?
which I honestly not the best undercover agent.
No.
Just
Pretty
if
bad at it, actually.
well, yeah, there's his skill level. There's also the fact that, he's an American here. And these two countries are at war. It's a strange choice to have him be the undercover agent. I think you'd probably
Yeah,
want an
well,
Asian
yeah.
guy, would you not?
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of dark-skinned African Asians. Like that's just
Not in this movie anyway. We'll say that. It's an odd choice, but he's undercover as an American. And he just has a normal American accent, but that's fine. And so he's like, "You're supposed to give me more time. Nirmata's not here. You got to call off the raid. Nirmata's not here." That's what he keeps telling him over and over again. Like, okay, so they're here for Nirmata, but they jumped the gun, and he's an undercover agent, and he's telling them, "No, not yet. You're ruining everything for me." And then,
You're
oh my
blowing
God,
it.
you're blowing it? And wouldn't you know, his wife overhears this, and she's upset, and she
Uh,
points a gun at him. She's like, "I thought you were out." Which
Yes,
implies
she
she did
knew.
know that he was once on the American side, but thought he had, changed to the correct side, and so she's upset.
Will we ever get more of that? No, that's pretty much it. Actually, that's the only real instance of her knowledge. The only real thing that we get of her knowledge of his past or where he came from or why he was there. Not a lot
It's
else.
it's a little confusing, but she's upset to learn that he is an undercover agent. and she says, "Well, I have to leave with my." She goes with the other new Asian faction. They're going out to boats to flee the area, and they get bombed by Nomad. They get blown up, and it's a pretty big explosion, I would add. First of all, the blue light comes down to show exactly where it's about to drop a missile that seems. I'm going to say this several times as the stream goes on, but Nomad seems like an obvious downgrade in technology from what we have right now. But more on that later. It shines a big blue light on exactly what it's about to blow up, and then it drops a gigantic bomb that blows them up as they flee. And John David Washington, Joshua is his name. I'll try to remember that. Is upset. He's like, "No, is it Maya? Is that her name?"
Yeah. Her name is
Yeah.
Maya.
No, he's upset that she's dead. We cut to black. We wake up 5 years later. It is 2070 now. And he wakes up in what is it, a hospital or some
kind of nice resort for PTSD treatment, I think, is what it's meant to
or maybe
imply.
just house. I'm not really sure, but conveniently, conveniently, right when he wakes up, there's a TV broadcast to help you with the world building. I think the TV broadcast says something about how Nomad is winning the war against AI. And they're still looking for Namaya. They haven't found Namaya yet.
Nirmata.
What? How did I just combine the two? Yeah, great. So he was an undercover soldier trying to hunt down Nirmata, who I kind of want to jump ahead to the reveal.
I'd like to jump ahead just a little bit to how that undercover mission and the relationship started, because we will see that a little later in the movie where we get the backstory. So the guy who was getting beat in the face by the robot is essentially his handler who sets up the mission for him, right? And what he does in setting up the mission, what he does is gives Joshua a ring and says, "You've got to get this on on Maya's finger," right?
Mm-hmm.
And then tells him, "Don't get attached. You better not go native on me." So essentially, what he's saying is, "Okay, don't you catch feelings, but also you better marry this chick."
Yes.
And so he does, and he gets her pregnant.
We should mention why she's targeted specifically.
Her father.
We will find out later in the film that Maya is, at least according to the guy who we see get captured and punched in the face, a terrorist, in his words, a new Asian terrorist who they believe is the daughter of Nirmata. There you go. I didn't mess it up this time. So they think that her father is Nirmata and that he needs to go undercover and get in with this woman, and that she will lead him to the person they're all after, the person who they think is behind all of the AI, right? So that's why they're targeting her specifically. So right from the get-go, he knows, or he deeply suspects, based on what he's told, that she is deeply involved with the
creator.
The creator and what they're up to, and the terrorism, as they put it. So he should be deeply suspicious of her, right, and what she's up to. If he were a good undercover agent,
except that the plan from the get-go, it seems, was to marry her in order to get to her father. So I'm not really sure what they expected to happen here. You know, like this seems about par for the course of how this plan was going to unfold.
Not catch feelings, but to pretend like he was in love with her, which I would guess is actually a pretty hard thing to do. But
feel like
we are going to eventually
stronger if you're going to assign them to that kind of a mission.
We will eventually find out, and I want to do this now instead of when we find out, because it makes it obvious how bad earlier parts of the movie is or are. Nirmata is Maya. Maya is Nirmata. So she is the one building this new advanced AI weaponry, the one leading, the creator, the god of these AI. She's leading all of this, and he goes undercover and marries her, gets her pregnant, all that fun stuff, and never finds that out somehow.
Yeah, I find that pretty far-fetched.
Yeah.
The movie never presents any sort of compelling case as to how he never like. I just don't believe it.
No,
There's
No,
no
I
way.
don't buy it.
it's ridiculous. It's insane to think that I was looking for that the second time I watched it, where I was just wondering like what could their relationship have possibly looked like that he would be blindsided by this information later. Like did he
Yeah, they both.
never spend any time with her? Did she never like I mean she knows he lost his limbs in the nuke because that's how they meet.
Yeah,
Which we find out really soon after the waking up. Uh,
there are
he
a number
lost
of
his
flashbacks to them talking, and we don't really see their relationship in terms of like their day to day and what they're doing all the time, and how he never found out that she's developing an AI in secret. But we do see a couple flashbacks of them talking, right? And in
yeah
one of them, he tells her that his parents were his family, or at least his parents, were killed in the nuke that hit Los Angeles, right?
yeah,
So he's, you know,
and he
he has
lost
that.
he lost an arm and a leg. I believe he lost a couple limbs, and
Yes.
now he's here. And so I just it feels like she should have drawn some conclusions about
About what he was up
his
to, yeah.
yeah about his sentiments towards AI from that, and it feels like he probably should have been a little more thorough in his investigation of the woman he impregnated because to
Okay,
like
yeah.
not know
So
where she
you've
came
raised an
from.
interesting point. John, I keep wanting to call him his actor's name. Joshua, our main character, his position and attitudes towards AI flip flop in the breeze. I can't even begin to describe how inconsistent his attitudes towards AI are. They just so to start, his parents are killed in the nuke that kills 1 million people in Los Angeles. Either before that or afterwards, he joins the army to go fight this war, right? And he goes undercover to try and destroy the people who are still making AI because clearly he sees it as too dangerous, right? After the after the raid where his wife is killed, he goes back to America, presumably, and we he has a job cleaning up Los Angeles. So they're like clearing dead bodies from the blast zone and things like that. That's his job. We'll see in a scene where he's working with one of his partners that they find a robot and they switch it on, and the robot is screaming in pain and it's frightened about the nuke and the bomb going off and everything like that. The partner is like, "Oh my god, that felt really real. That felt like a person." She's made very uncomfortable by that,
Well,
and
it's screaming and looking for the people in the car. It's like
yeah,
it's concerned over its family members who
exactly.
who have
But that was
died
like a
in the
person, and
blast.
he says to her, "No, it's not real. It's not emotions. They don't feel shit. It's just programming." And so I go, "Okay, he doesn't like AI, right? He's immune to, being emotionally manipulated is probably how he
Well,
would
yeah,
put it."
we would presume that essentially the conclusion he's formed is no, like, even though I can't know exactly what's actually going on there, I can reduce that down to programming, which is different to me as a human, which I wouldn't reduce down to programming, but that's like his perspective on it, which, that's a perspective that you can form. But he
Mhm.
definitely doesn't act that way throughout the film in terms of his
No.
interactions and encounters with computers of like, these are all just tricks. These aren't actual, real, true things that are reflective of some kind of subjective experience of reality that these things are having. It's all an illusion. It's bullshit. He does not act that way at all.
No. And the thing I find remarkable about his attitude when he's talking to his coworker when they're cleaning up the blast zone is that 5 years, is it 5 years? Yeah, 5 years
Yeah, 5 years
before,
later.
5 years before, he saw his wife killed by the Americans. He saw his wife killed by the Americans who were trying to kill the robots. And he knows in the flashback, after he tells her that, hey, my parents were killed in the nuclear explosion, she says, well, in this war, um, the Americans have killed plenty of innocent people as well. She was raised by simulants because her father, who developed AI in the first place, I don't know if he was the guy who founded all of this AI or just some of
I
it.
think
Not
we have
really
to
clear.
assume he probably was the guy who made every AI,
Probably,
basically.
yes. He's like once the war broke out, he sent her to live in New Asia, and she was raised by simulants, and so she is especially emotionally attached to the simulants. And in the war, she has seen innocent simulants, as she sees it, completely obliterated and massacred by the Americans, right? So they both have strong emotional connections on either side of this conflict, right? And when she tells him this story, he's very sympathetic to her. Like he gets it. He understands where she's coming from. He doesn't have the like unless you believe it's all a trick and he's just really good at lying. It really seems like he's arrived at the conclusion that man, this conflict is no good. We just got to find a way to have peace. But then later, 5 years later, after watching his wife get killed by the Americans, he's gone back to the conclusion that no, they're not people. And then he'll flip flop again later in the movie.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's bizarre how frequently I don't think the movie really knows exactly what his character is supposed to think. It's just a
I
way to get him into a situation that can drive the plot forward. You know?
I think that what they believe is that he went on the standard arc, which is that he didn't think that they were people, but then during his journey and interacting with them more and more and coming to understand them, he goes on the normal arc of realizing, yeah, they're people too. It's just like you said, it's way more inconsistent than that. It's like jumping back and forth and with no clear through line on him getting from no, they're not people to yes, they are people.
Yes. It kind of makes it hard to root for or understand him as a character. Understand is probably just the better word. I don't understand who
Understand
he
is
is.
the one. I don't really understand who he is either. He's kind of amorphous
I would love
as a
it if he
character.
picked any one of these things, or like if there were only two perspectives and he went from one to the other, which is
Yeah.
definitely what the movie thinks happened. Um, if that was the case, if he was a hardliner, no, they're not people. This is all a trick. This is all an emotional manipulation. And then he's like, you know what? They actually are having an emotional experience. If that was his arc, that'd be something. But he kind of goes there's a third perspective that he has sometimes, and the chronology of them doesn't make any sense. But that third perspective is that, like, man, both sides, this war has gotten out of hand. We just need to live in peace, you know? And sometimes it seems like he's manifestly, like, against the American perspective, and then sometimes he's against the new Asian perspective. I don't understand him. I don't understand him. And I think the actor is doing okay with some of the scenes, but there's a tonal inconsistency I felt in this movie. I don't know if you guys felt it as well, where sometimes it's very serious and emotional, and then there are these joke beats, but they don't quite feel like they're the same movie. I don't know if that's just me or how you guys felt about it.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it was that I felt the film was tonally inconsistent. I found it was way more thematically inconsistent. That was what I found kind
Yeah.
of difficult about the film. It's just like it's yeah, that's probably what I'd say. Thematically inconsistent.
Yeah, the jokes, some of them didn't land for me, but they didn't take me out of the scenes completely.
That's fair. I guess what I felt was strange just on like about the tone was that it was very serious for long stretches and then it would be funny again. You're like, "Oh, right." Like it just I don't know. It didn't seem balanced to me, but that's just a minor thing. So what have we learned? Well, we've learned that Nirmata is his wife. He didn't know it at all for the entirety of the years he spent married to her, however long that was. He never once pieced it together, even though he was there to investigate her close association with who they suspected Nirmata was, her father.
Mhm.
He never found any of that out at all. and he will, and
Yeah,
so
and
he thinks she was just killed, and that the Americans blew it by jumping the gun when that wasn't really like he hadn't found Nirmata yet, and they blew his mission too soon. That's what he thinks happened, and now he's back in America. He's got his normal day job where he's cleaning up stuff at the blast site, and he's approached by Allison Janney and a guy with an incredibly deep voice, and they say, "Hey, we need you for this mission." And of course, he's not interested. It's very much, there's,
I'm not interested. I gave that up.
yeah, that's exactly it. There's a lot of this movie for
I'm
how
retired.
for for how not attached it is to any one intellectual property. It's very familiar. A lot of
Oh,
familiar
yeah.
beats. No, he's retired. He's given up that life. And they're like, "No, we need you for one more mission. We know where Nirmata is now."
There's a super. Well, he also he leads by telling him we know where Nirmata is, and there's a super weapon that they've designed to stop Nomad, and we know
Yes.
where it's being hidden. It's at this lab near where you were stationed undercover, which he didn't know about, I presume. So
He just wasn't very good
he's kind of
at his
like
job. It's the only conclusion you could really draw, is that he learned basically nothing the entire time he was there, however long it was.
he was just kind of chilling on the beach, drinking mai tais and getting his wife pregnant.
That's the implication. Like, what was his job? Did he have a job? What did he do all day while she was building a child robot? We'll get to it.
Building a child robot and cat. Like he finds her at one point crying in a hallway because she's so overwhelmed by what the Americans are doing to these robots that she considers her friends and family, right? The ones who
Mhm.
raised her. And he kind of he comforted her that one time that we saw it, but still was perfectly willing to continue with the mission. And he is very willing to go back and power down these robots still. I'm confused as to what he thought his relationship with his wife is going to look like. Yeah, like, or further
Yeah.
on into the future. I also don't know, especially since they kind of, in order to lure him back into the fold here, because even with the super weapon, it's not enough to push him over the edge and accept the mission. But once they show him a recording of what looks to be his wife from a couple days ago, that she might not be dead, he's
That's what brings him back in.
that's what brings him back in, is the prospect of reconciling.
So, if I were him, my first thought would be, nah, it's bullshit. That's fake.
Yes.
Yeah,
Obviously.
That's obviously fake. Like, he saw his wife get annihilated. Like, she was engulfed in a massive explosion.
Yes.
It's obviously fake, especially in the far future. I imagine it's even easier to fake that than it's
Yes.
starting to already get with, like, deep fake.
But he should be very well aware that they have the whole donate your likeness
Yeah,
system.
there was that as well. There was that too, where I was like, oh, and it could also just be a robot, which, depending on what his perspective is, that's just some bullshit as well. That doesn't mean
Yes.
anything to him.
So
The point being that there's way, 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 way more reason to believe that it's bullshit, and there's basically no reason to believe that this is real.
But he does anyway, because he's
and
such a smart lad.
It's not presented as though he's like, this is probably bullshit, but it's something. It seems like he really, really thinks that this is real and true.
Yes, and instantly, I would say.
Pretty quickly, yeah. Which it's like, damn, man, like, really? Like, really?
There's a couple things about that. One, the hologram they show isn't especially high quality anyway, but they show a hologram recording of what appears to be his wife. She doesn't have the robotic back of the head, which in this universe is the telltale sign of a simulant. I want to talk about that
presuming
briefly.
that somebody doesn't just decide to like put the skin over the back of their head too,
or put a hat on,
That's
put a hat on.
well, there's
Yeah,
that,
as
but,
we see in the film.
Okay, so the simulants are a specific type of AI, a specific type of robot, unlike the ones that are purely mechanical looking. These look much more organic, indistinguishable, except for the back of the neck, which is kind of see-through and looks a little bit like Ex Machina, right? Why? They're designed to be like humans in basically every other way in terms of how they move, how they talk, how they think, how they feel, how strong they are, how durable they are. Every aspect is meant to just imitate a human being, except for the back of the neck. Now, I understand why the filmmakers have done this is to make it way easier and to avoid ever having to play with the idea of, well, is this a real person or is this a simulant? But in the logic of the world, why are they designed like this?
I don't know. I'm not sure why that's the case.
I think we all know that in order to be more human than human, you have to have a very easily flippable off switch right on the back of your neck.
Is
That's
That's a strange one to me. But in the hologram, it's not a we don't see a robotic back of her neck, and I guess that's enough for him to go, oh well, she's not a robot. So
yeah,
I
'cause
guess we have to believe, or are meant to believe anyway, that there is not a single simulant in this world that does have skin over the back of their neck who is passing as a human. Like
Which
that
I
would
don't
ever.
buy, especially in a state where there's a war being waged on AI, that there would be some that would try to hide that and conceal as much as possible.
Yes, absolutely. So that's not enough like that's not enough to make him question the hologram thing. The other thing is, like you already mentioned, is that like in our world today, we're not far away from the idea of being able to completely fake video footage. And in
Yeah, let
this
alone in
world, and
2070.
and the way yeah, and the way that we do that nowadays is with AI, but in this future where AI is incredibly advanced, AI only really has one manifestation. It's like people, little
Which again,
people
I
that
think is
walk
very
around.
simplistic perspective on artificial
Yes.
intelligence.
So he never once second guesses whether this is real footage. And yeah, fuck it, we'll just spoil it now. It's fake footage. They
It's fake. Obviously, it's fake because
Yeah.
she was in the middle
she
of
she
an
was fucking
explosion.
annihilated by a missile from
But
orbit.
also,
She's dead.
I guess jumping ahead a bit, she's not. She's actually relatively okay, all things considered.
She's
She's
in a
lost her
coma.
baby and she's in a
She's
coma. Yeah.
she's in a coma, but like she's not horribly scarred or
No.
like deformed or like burnt.
Missing an arm or a leg, maybe.
Nope. Not even a little bit. Wow, that sure was
Unbelievable.
lucky. Literally unbelievable. That's a good word for
Yeah.
it. So, yeah, he buys into it. It's like, well, he even makes a specific point because Allison Janney has one of the better lines of dialogue in the movie in this scene, I think, because it really makes sense from her character's perspective when she goes on the bit about Neanderthals.
Oh yeah.
It's a really interesting line of dialogue. She says something to the effect of like Neanderthals get a bad rap. People think that they were dumb, but they were relatively smart. They were social creatures. They made art. They used tools, all that stuff. But they were annihilated by stronger, meaner creatures. The meaner part, I don't know if that's necessarily why it seems to be the
Yeah.
stronger
So there are a
part.
couple of theories as to like what happened. I was looking this up because yes, some of that is for sure true. She says we raped and murdered the Neanderthals out of existence. Homo sapiens did, and some of
Hmm.
that is undoubtedly true. That's one theory, anyway.
Yeah.
Another theory is that peaceful intermarriage took place, and they just sort of ended up folding into the point where they're no longer as distinct. The other theory is that there was competition for food and resources in smaller groups and with animals, versions of them that were just a little bit smarter. So
Yeah.
the truth is most likely buried somewhere in the middle there. But
Yes, but for the
for
sake
her
of her
character,
perspective, yeah, her basic point is that like, you know, the AI could be stronger and well, I think she believes it's stronger and meaner than us and could threaten us. Like this is an existential threat to humanity.
yeah, well, that's what. Yeah, it makes sense that she believes that in some ways, but then in others, like, when we find out that the AI can't have children of their own, so they're sort of dependent on. Well, maybe not dependent on humans, but there is a human coder who's the one who designed all of them. So they probably
That's an
need.
interesting question because we are shown rather a factory later where they're being mass produced. I don't know if they need humanity to keep doing that.
Yeah.
In New Asia, they don't want to destroy humanity, so that's a separate question. But they don't seem to need humanity, except for the
Yeah.
movie thinks that if you kill the lead engineer in charge of designing AI, that
That would
stops the
stop
process
AI.
of
Which
making
is
Yeah.
them.
really stupid. That's
It is
really,
really
really dumb.
stupid. Yeah, don't quite understand that, but point being, Allison Janney thinks that the AI represents an existential threat, right? And we'll find out later, assuming it's true, that she lost two of her sons in this war with the AI, right? So she's bought in to the, she's an American. She saw what
Yeah.
the bomb did to Los Angeles. She's convinced that AI are too dangerous to be kept
Well,
around,
since we
right?
mentioned that, I just want to say so we find out that her son was killed, at least one of her sons was killed by, she calls them AI insurgents, and that her son was tortured to death by them when one of them, an attractive one, lured him off of a base to a secluded area. Um, so I just want to keep that in mind, particularly for once we get further on and we find out how the nuke is explained away.
Yeah, there'll be much to say about that in particular. But with regards to her character, I don't know how you guys felt about it because we will find out certain things. Obviously, she lied about that footage. That footage is fake. It was just a ploy to get him involved because they believe he will be important in this mission to find Nirmata. I don't know why exactly. I guess he has a history. He knows the location. That's their thin justification for why they need him for this mission. But they believe they need him, and so she lies in a ploy to get him to join up, right? Because he doesn't care about the existential threat. The implication is that like he's so depressed at losing his wife that he doesn't really care if humanity's wiped out, which is a little ridiculous, but that's fine. That's how he acts about it. So they have this she lies to get him to join. It's unclear to me how much she's lying about other things. Like, is she lying about her family members who were killed in this conflict?
It doesn't seem
I
that way
can't
in that
quite.
scene.
It doesn't.
Maybe she's just a
No.
good actor, though.
Yeah, so I couldn't quite tell sometimes whether she was supposed to be kind of a sympathetic figure in some respects, or whether the movie was like, no, actually, she's just cold blooded the whole time. Um, Not really sure. What did you guys think of that?
The impression I get is, especially with her demise. I think with her demise, it's meant to be like, oh man, she realized like too late, you know? Like she
Yeah.
really hated those robots, but then, that robot tried to save her, but the sort of like gut instinct response of stop them, get them, those robots, like ultimately led to her demise. So I think it is meant to be that she is like, yeah, basically fully bought into destroying them. Stemming from reasons that I guess it's like, yeah, I mean, family members of hers got killed in the war, sort of standard reasons
Hmm.
why she would really not like them.
Yeah.
I didn't get the impression of like massive amount of dishonesty from the character, but then at the same time, I mean, she sold him some bullshit to get him to, be a
Yeah.
part of this. So.
I could just see that one going either way. I think I agree with you though. I think the bit about her family dying in the conflict was probably
I
real.
think that was real.
Yeah,
I think
Yeah.
that's
I
real.
doubt that it was intended to be read as a lie. That doesn't seem
Mhm.
like that's what they were going for.
I'd say I wouldn't give the movie that much credit.
Yeah.
I don't think the film. I don't think the film was developing anything that nuanced about her just being completely full of shit, right? Just to achieve her objectives.
Yeah. So there's a moment that of dialogue that comes from Joshua here right before he agrees to go on the mission that annoyed me on a rewatch because like I understand why he says it, but he's not right at all. At one point he says like we were so close. We were so close to solving it. Like I lost someone close to me. That's why I don't care about your
Going
conflicts
extinct.
anymore.
I
It's
don't
like
care about
actually
going extinct.
you weren't close at all. It was right under your nose the whole time, and you were absolutely no closer to solving it. I'm sorry.
He was
It's
just
just
really looking forward to dinner with his in-laws. He's
yeah.
pretty mad.
I think what bothers me about that line is not that he believes that he was really close to solving or to finding out who Nirmata was, because that's definitely something he would believe at this point in the movie. But that's also something we're meant to believe at this point in the movie too. And it's not till later there's a big reveal. Like, oh my gosh, Nirmata was your wife the whole time. But the movie doesn't seem to reassess the fact that that makes him kind of wildly, like unbelievably incompetent at his job.
Mm.
Anyway, just a little detail.
Yeah. So real quick before we move on with that scene, I just wanted to mention that we see some of his PTSD treatments at one point. This is just a small thing, but he's in a like an MRI machine that can detect when he's lying.
Yeah, it's like a polygraph, MRI,
Which
brain
is just
scanning
like
thing.
another huge piece of technology that's kind of just dropped in, and the implications not really considered, like what that would do to these to the tactics that they use in achieving their goals. Like
Yeah,
you have a thing that can legitimately tell you when somebody's being untruthful, and you just
that's the implication. Yeah,
it's for therapy, not for
for
anything
warfare.
else.
Yeah, yeah. You'd think they'd employ that if it was reliable. That's for sure. So now we're on the mission, and we're flying to New Asia, and their mission is to destroy this new weapon that is being developed. It is called Alpha O, I believe, is what they call
That's
it,
what they
right?
call it, yeah. And they also
Um,
introduce Alice and Janney introduces, the whole team to the mission by saying everybody down there hates us, so everybody's hostile, basically. The robots, people, doesn't matter, they all hate us. And it's, one
so
of
don't
those,
get caught, is
yeah,
what
don't
she
get
says.
caught. But, imagine that the locals don't like you infringing on international borders to essentially commit a genocide against, like, people that I still just don't buy are part of whoever caused the nuke. Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me that this
Wait,
is
sorry, what are you saying? I didn't follow that.
well. So I just don't buy the idea. This is just harping again on an older point, but I don't buy the idea that the AI in New Asia would have believably any connection to the AI who nuked Los Angeles, because they don't even have like a cloud backup of. We'll find this out as we go in and start killing them. They don't have cloud backups or like any backups at all of their personalities anywhere. They all just seem to exist in the robot bodies that
Well, I don't
are
think
there.
the implication is that the robots here are sympathetic to the robots that nuked Los Angeles. I think the implication is that like AI technology itself is too dangerous to be allowed to exist, period. That seems to be
That's
their
so
operating
okay. So yeah,
principle.
but they essentially committing a genocide against things that they that the people
Well,
in
they
New
certainly
Asia consider to be
yeah,
people.
the new Asian people would consider it a genocide. They're just
Yeah.
like, no, you can't have these tools anymore. They're too dangerous. That's sort of that's the central conflict, right?
Yeah.
A clash of, like Fringy mentioned earlier, diametrically opposed perspectives that it's hard to believe either side believes entirely,
Yeah.
wholeheartedly, but here we are.
Just another just that's just me harping on the same point kind of, but yeah.
So they fly in to assault this base, and we get a Radiohead song for some reason that's not entirely clear to me. And then they land on the ground, and oh boy, does their covert mission use a lot of really bright flashlights and helmets with lights on the inside of
And the
them,
big blue laser again.
and the big blue laser again. I just can't believe it. What happened to night vision? This is like an actual regression in technology. This is ridiculous.
Oh, and yeah,
Why is
and
there's no attempt at stealth? They have like these blindingly bright flashlights and lights on their helmets, which, it's an old trope, but I don't know why it won't die. Like it makes it harder to see out of the helmet, guys.
this is the point where
Yeah, like
you sorry, this is the point where you realize that the laser isn't doing much of anything because it's not scanning the terrain and finding the secret tunnel. They still have to, threaten the townspeople in a cartoonishly evil way
Yeah,
to
what is
be
it
able to
doing? Who
find it.
knows? You were saying, Fringy?
Oh well, I don't get why they wouldn't just have it as a night vision like set piece. I don't see why there's cool aesthetics from night vision stuff. It was
Yeah.
kind of
Yeah.
like the main thing for like Modern Warfare in 2019 was doing the night vision thing because it's an interesting aesthetic. I'm not sure why. Yeah, I'm not sure why they didn't do it here
Zero Dark 30 does it very
like
well.
big bright
Sicario does it really
flashlights.
well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Could have done something interesting, but instead the tactics in this movie are just awful. And it only gets worse. So they go down. They're like, okay, where's the base? And like, I don't know, it's not here anymore. They must have built a village on top of it. Like, okay. So they go down and they're being rather harsh to the locals. They say, "Where the hell are you hiding the robots? Show me where they are."
Show me where they are. I'll shoot this puppy in the face.
And so when I was watching it, I'm like, "Oh man, we're going. They're kind of cartoonishly cruel already, are they?" Because I don't know. I kind of assumed that like this was going to be entirely unnecessary, that they were just like harassing these farmers for no reason. But then they actually are hiding it deliberately. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. So like pretending to shoot, like it's unclear whether he was actually going to kill the puppy or not, but he certainly pretended like he was going to. Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
well,
meanies. The Americans sure are meanies.
is he the same one who peels off a corpse's face later on in this scene because he
I
needs it
think
for
so.
facial recognition instead of just picking the body up and putting the face in front of the camera? Like,
Yeah, I think that's him. He's a little
he's a little.
crazy.
The rest of the guys on the squad,
He's a
they
maverick.
don't talk. Yeah.
He's a loose cannon. So thus begins really in earnest, as far as I can tell, the like the slide into like cartoonish evil on behalf of the American faction. And this sort of thing as it goes on in the movie really, really quite made me like angry by the end. I find as a whole, and especially considering where it goes in the end, the depictions of the two sides of this conflict, one is basically evil and hypocritical and cruel and callous, and the other is just like they're just trying to live in peace, man. And it's like this is just so, I don't know.
It's
I
very
found it rather
unnuanced
insulting,
and
to
not
be honest.
very interesting. You know, it starts off trying to give it a little. It seems like it's trying to give it a little bit of nuance anyway. I mean, Allison
Yes.
Janney tells a particularly heart-wrenching story about her child being tortured to death.
Yeah, they even she makes a point of saying that they took their time torturing him to death, which I don't know. By the end of the movie, the film is really trying to tell us that the robots just want to live in peace, man. That's all they want. This is all self-defense. But then you hear certain things like that, and then I wonder whether she's lying or exaggerating, because it's like, well, if they are, torturing people to death, then
Is that a coding error?
Yeah,
too?
throughout the film, the war crimes are being committed by the American side. The robots aren't. That they are just basically like constantly defending themselves from attack after attack after attack.
yeah.
Especially
Um,
when like the Americans are very indiscriminate in terms of
God.
their engagements. They're just like mow
Unbelievably
down
so by the
everybody.
end.
They don't care. They don't give a rat's ass how many civilians they
And I
have to
think,
cut through.
and then when that was the more that was going on, the more that they were just like indiscriminately killing everybody. All I kept thinking is, so why haven't they used nukes if they're really this indiscriminate?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially by the time that they get to that big village. It's like the second act low point, sort of. Well, the one before they get to the temple in the mountains. At that point, where it's like, oh, bring in the cavalry. That was the part where I was like, I don't get it. Like, I don't actually get the nature of how this war is being waged. The impression I got beforehand was that this was like some covert black ops, like,
Yeah.
almost like the kind of thing that, if all of them got caught, they'd say, no, this was unsanctioned. They were acting on their own. Like, we didn't do this. But it seemed like at that point, they were basically just sending in the whole army to just like destroy this entire village and kill everybody that they encountered.
Yeah.
It really got me confused about, I guess, how far exactly they were willing to push things, especially considering that the way that it's presented is that America believes that this is an existential threat that they must stop, and that if they lose this particular engagement, like they say, I think that if they lost Nomad, they would basically say that it's game over, which I don't really I feel like it's already game over if we're being real. Like the idea that you could
Yeah.
stop AI when they already exist at this point, like because of course the main thing is they want to destroy all these labs. They want to destroy all of like the AI labs. But if you've already got the AI out there in the wild,
Hmm.
I mean, wouldn't you just be able to easily create new ones? Like you have
Probably.
AI as a
Yes.
template that exists already that you could just build back off of. There's no stopping this. It's done. The fact that they exist means that it's over, basically.
Yeah,
I,
I
I
don't
just
think you
found
can
like I guess the way that it played out, the stakes, incredibly confusing.
I don't think you can uninvent nukes, and that's kind of like what they're trying to do, you know?
Yeah, I
Like
don't I
we've
don't
already
think you can
developed
invent
that
AI,
technology.
especially when America in this film is still using AI.
Ugh, God, there's that.
Well,
It's so annoying.
one of the things that
I
I was
guess I
questioning
found
when
it I found it really frustrating that what started off as a somewhat nuanced, at least you could understand both perspectives as kind of hardline as they were, just devolves into like Avatar level like American
misanthropic.
soldiers bad stuff. It's not quite misanthropic like Avatar is, but there does seem to be a vibe running through this movie that like robots are more human than Americans. Like, and I wish I was exaggerating. Like by the end of the movie, that's sort of very much what is being implied. That the Americans are just mowing down civilians. They're there because clearly they can track. I'm getting ahead of myself, but clearly they can track the AI, like the weapon that they're all after, because they keep finding it over and over again, even though we're in this massive republic. They could be anywhere hypothetically, but
They
we
keep
keep
finding it because of really bullshit threads that
yes,
they keep using to get them there. Of like, oh, they get this little piece of information, and they get this piece of information, and they get this one. They're always hot on the trail, and
yeah,
now it's starting to piss me off the longer that we went on.
yep.
Because the more time goes on, the harder it should be getting to find out where they are. But they just keep finding them.
And so clearly they have some way of tracking them essentially, and they're pretty damn good at it, but they don't do surgical strikes at all anymore. They just abandoned that. Even though now they know that the weapon exists and they know what it looks like. We'll get to it.
Well, yeah,
They
because
become like once they have more information, they become less surgical in the way they
yeah,
seek
it's
to destroy
strange.
it. So bizarre, and the moral implications for that side, it gets really unbalanced and unnuanced by the end, and it kind of drove me crazy.
And one of the things that I kind of was getting frustrated about as the atrocities ramped up every time was they're going in. They at the very beginning they say they're not trying to go to war with the people of the new Asian Republic,
And that was
right?
clearly a lie.
Obviously
Yes.
not true. They're going in with, and my thought process was like, well, okay, so they're like, what, they maybe EMPs don't exist in this world, I guess. Like, there's nothing.
Um,
So imagine, yeah,
Um, yeah, that's very interesting that you say that. It does
mhm.
seem like they don't really use EMPs, and it's like, oh, I guess we just have to believe they don't have them.
Mm.
I wonder if that will
anyway,
be important
I guess
later.
we're talking about the nature of the nuance and stuff. I guess the problem is it does start to become unnuanced when you have robot monks. Like, surely at that
Yes.
point, it really would make you start thinking, like, wait a minute. Like, I mean, come on. Like, if you've got robots that are, like, engaging in spirituality, like, surely at that point you would have to really start to be considering whether or not you could justify the belief that this is all like an illusion and made up, or that if it is an illusion, how is it any more of an illusion than like human consciousness at that point? But it's
Yes.
just it's really bizarre. Like the more information that you find of like robots living and behaving and acting in ways that I guess you could say are like not overtly just like the most clear cut straight line to achieving some kind of objective,
Yeah.
that at these points you would really start to be questioning, as like on the American side, whether like, I mean, come on, like what's going on here? Like, can you
Yeah.
really justify this as just like an illusion and just fake and everything? But I mean,
Yeah.
none of that is ever like, they'd still just trudge onward and become more and more willing to kill absolutely everything in their path as the film goes on.
Yes. And
They're
that
just programmed
starts.
to take religious orders. It's
Mm,
just programming.
I don't understand it at all, man. I don't. And I mean, and it's probably not made entirely like intentional. It's not made this way entirely intentionally, but the implication is that the robots are the robots in New Asia are like more spiritual, peaceful people than the people in the West.
Well, you've
Because
got I mean, they're living in harmony with people, taking care of each other, working
yeah,
together, like working, just like pursuing enlightenment, like that. That's what I mean. They're like actually pursuing enlightenment, and then you got people
why
like,
would they?
nah, this is all a lie. This is bullshit. This is
Yeah.
fake. They're just trying to trick you. Can we? Because we're on it. This initial, as far as I'm concerned, like I feel like the film breaks, like has a hard break during this initial raid when they find the Alpha O, like Alfie,
Yes.
when they find this is like where I would say there was a massive break in terms of so many things have to line up to enable the entire plot to
Mhm.
basically happen at this point that it kind of breaks the whole movie. It was specifically like once they got to the vault and they were trying to get into the vault, that was when it just seemed like insane what was going on. That you have all of the
Yes.
guys in the
Absolutely.
vault, and then as they're getting attacked, the leader says, "Okay, guy opening the vault and Hero Man, you two stay here." If he said, "Guy breaking open the vault and someone else, you stay here. The rest of us, including the Hero Man, we're going elsewhere." Whole film ends. If he just decides not
Yes.
to take Hero Man with him, if he decides to take Hero Man with him, the whole movie ends. And then there's the part where the guy is actually breaking into the safe, says, "Oh shit, I gotta go help my friend who's in trouble. Hero Man, stay here and don't go in." It's like if he had decided to just continue breaking into the vault, then the whole movie
Yes.
ends again because the hero needs to be alone for the
Yeah.
story to continue from there. And then
It's
once he
insane.
gets inside the vault, some woman shoots him and doesn't kill him.
Yes.
Like the bullet doesn't kill him, which already is like, wow, really? And
Everyone
then
else dies from one bullet in this movie.
I guess we got to presume that he's got like some Kevlar vest, but then the fact that she leaves him clearly alive down there in the room with the kid and is like, "You get out of here, I'm leaving," instead of just going up and executing Hero Man. Like the whole movie ends if she had chosen to do that as well.
Yes.
And it's just like that's like 4 or 5 breaks all at once of just like, damn.
There's another
man.
big one,
If some-
like less than a minute after where you just stopped too, but I do want to build up the raid a little bit more.
Yeah, sure.
So they finally find the entrance to this underground lab where they're building and doing research on AI. The security there is piss. It's just absolute
Yeah.
awful, terrible, no security at all, basically. And they just
The
easily
guy's
mow
off getting
down.
a donut right at the critical moment where he would have seen them coming in through the door.
Yes.
It's just
Also, you would think, if the people above them are hiding them and protecting them, that they might send them a signal of some kind.
You think that the village would have some kind of button that they could basically press that says, like, distress,
They're coming.
panic, something's going wrong,
Yeah.
they're coming, they're on their way, get ready.
You see that giant thing floating in the sky with a big blue light coming down?
Yeah.
That means they're here.
Yeah, as if they don't have cameras, like, in that village as well.
Yeah.
Surely they got cameras in the village, but I guess not.
So they come down, they easily mow down and rather indiscriminately kill. I guess you could assume these people are all,
Well, it's
scientists.
just like,
scientists doing,
combatants or
but doing
whatever.
what? Like, are they manufacturing? They're not It's not the manufacturing plant. Like, we're gonna see that later on. What
We saw robots in like test tubes,
It's like the
there were
AI
Snoke
lab.
clones. I don't understand it.
but then at this point, it's like, oh, so it's not just an armada then. You want to kill all the scientists who are working on these projects. How are you going to do
Yes.
that?
Yeah,
How
you
could you
said-
possibly
no
do that?
fucking no chance.
They because at no point, like, they know that there are giant factories in the major cities where they're just making robots, but they haven't bombed those yet, I guess. Or maybe those are secret. Who knows? Anyway, it doesn't matter. They kill a bunch of scientists, and you get that little moment where they're like, oh, they can't get it. They close a big door, and so like, oh, we can't get in that door unless we have facial recognition. It's like, oh, well, then I guess I'll need a face. And the guy's like about to cut off a dead scientist's face to use it, which is so funny. to me. Like you said, they couldn't just prop the body up next to the thing. He's gonna carve his face off, like he's Dwight from The Office in the CPR training thing. Um, and we do some cross cutting here, but they eventually find their way into this area with a gigantic, big vault door, and everyone's like, "Uh-oh, the big weapon must be in here." And there's a big coded lock on the door. So you, Soldier Man, you use your big Enigma machine device thing, and just sort through all these codes. Yeah, get us in there. Hack the mainframe. We're getting attacked from the rear. Everyone, like Fringy said, everyone but Hero Man and Guy hacking the door. Let's go face the people that are attacking us up on the surface, or who have come down into the vault now. You'd think you'd leave more people here, since this whole
is the mission.
Point
this
of the
is
mission.
The primary objective.
You're not supposed to get out of this. You're expendable.
Well,
you're going in to shoot that thing.
Yeah, at least this is an existential threat to your entire civilization. That's what you believe. So maybe focus on the task at hand. You think that's what they do, but they all leave except for two: the Hacker Man and Hero Man.
And if then Hero Man got taken with him,
movie's over.
The movie's over. Yeah,
because they would go in and immediately shoot the weapon. The end.
But then Hacker Man he basically goes, "Oh shit, I got to go help my friends. Hey, you stay here, but don't you dare go in there." He walks off and immediately
don't you dare go in. Why would he not go in once it's open? Wait, I got to go help my friends. They're getting shot at. You stay here, but don't do anything.
Even if the primary objective, the reason why we're here, becomes accessible, you're able to find out what it is and then destroy it. Even if that becomes the case, don't do that. Wait for me.
And then immediately, as soon as he walks off screen, the door opens.
Yeah,
it's
not even a couple of minutes. It opens about, I think he's off screen for maybe 5 seconds and it opens. It's insane. He was right there, man.
He might as well have just oh shit, and just backtracked to get to the.
Oh man, we were right there.
We were so close.
So he goes into the big vault room, and what does he find? Not some big, AI missile silo, quantum shenanigans. He finds a small robot child, a simulant with the robot neck. Sitting in a chair watching television. And his first reaction obviously isn't, "Oh, this is the weapon everyone's after. This is a robot child." Even though it'll become clear later that robot children aren't.
He knows
a thing.
exactly what that thing is. This is the part that started to confuse me. It's in the vault. It's sitting right there. He doesn't view them as people. He views them as objects, right? And
yeah, you would think that's what he thinks. Yes.
Well, a couple scenes later, he's gonna say, "Yeah, this is the weapon," and it's not. There's no revelation happens really.
No, there is a revelation. The revelation is when he discovers certain powers it has. Because away he doesn't.
That's right. Yeah, that is it.
Which actually makes it worse. We'll talk about it.
Oh shit.
So he sees a robot child, and he's kind of nonplussed about it, even though robot children supposedly are not a thing, which is probably a good thing. The implications of that are creepy. There's a robot child, and he's like, "What are you doing here, little kid?" And then he sees a woman come into the room, and instead of being defensive at all, he goes, "Maya, it's not Maya. It's just some other random person." Doesn't look anything like her. And she shoots him, but doesn't kill him, as Fringy mentioned. If she was a better shot, movie ends.
If she was a little more ruthless, movie ends.
Well, which again, you think that she would have cause to be ruthless because she's probably gone through this lab and found many of her friends have been ruthlessly killed.
And now she's found one of the murderers standing over the weapon that she knows will win the war for them.
Yeah, exactly. This kid here will change everything. You got to protect this kid from this presumably very, very dangerous person.
Yes.
And just leaves him, even though he's clearly not dead. Like he's moving and grunting, like he's clearly not dead. There's no blood or anything. And just
Mhm.
leaves him in the room with the kid. I don't get it. Like I don't understand why she did that. Well, I do. It's because the film ends otherwise.
Yes. Someone in the chat brings up a very good point that I was about to raise as well. Thank you, Vilius. So, why the giant blast door if it's a child?
Yeah, I don't
I,
get
under-
that.
I understand
Yeah,
that the filmmaker is misdirecting here, but why would they build it like that? It's a
That every
child.
time you
It
get the kid
always
out of
was a
the quiet
child.
vault to just, like take them around to do other activities other than sit in this room and watch TV.
There's that also. Like, does it spend every waking hour in here?
Mm.
Well, right
Is
in
it
the
in
immediate
Plato's
next
cave?
scene, when it goes outside, we get a
Oh,
little
true.
musical sting as it sees the water buffalo wandering around the rice paddies, as if this is the first time it's
First
ever
time.
been outside.
That is a good point. The movie does sort of imply that. That's strange. That can't be good. But I guess it's a robot, so I guess it's not gonna
It's a
be
robot, so it doesn't
adversely.
technically count as child abuse.
I was gonna say, I guess it if it's just a robot, it's not gonna be adversely physiologically affected by being kept in a giant sterile vault all the time. Psychologically, maybe. I don't know how that would work.
You
Don't
would
think
think,
about
I
it, I
mean, their
suppose.
brains work the same as
I have to
humans.
imagine psychologically it would. I
Yeah,
don't know. Like
yeah, I think so.
if you're at the point where the robots have spirituality, I got to imagine that the robots have the capacity for like trauma.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Like at that
Well,
point,
they definitely do. We see examples of that. So you're right. I like.
Oh yeah,
It's
there's a
just
part that that Maya mentions, right? She mentions that a robot like killed itself after lost a family member, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Something like
we
that.
see them
And
grieve. We see them mourn.
yeah,
All
like
of
and
that.
at that point, again, from the American perspective, how do you square that away? That like a robot would choose to not exist anymore because of grief.
And
They're
so
people. The
Yeah,
robots are
there,
people.
yeah. There's no real difference.
There's no doubt, or at least if like it's a distinction without a difference at this point, or at least at the very least, you think that there would be tons of those types of philosophical conversations.
yes, this
But
is
no,
probably worth mentioning. This is one thing that really annoyed me the first like on an initial watch is that I would think that if this world were real, that the development of very people like basically people in the form of artificial intelligence, if that existed, that humans, in a way of differentiating themselves, because think a lot of people would be motivated to differentiate themselves, rightly or wrongly, would sort of move towards a more, we'll call it spiritual or supernatural way of viewing the world as a way of distinguishing themselves. Like, oh, these robots, these are purely material and mechanical, whereas we
Mathematical,
have
yeah.
spirit in us. We're spiritual creatures. But what this movie seems to suggest is that the robots are almost the more spiritual ones in some cases. Like, it just seems exactly backwards to me. You would think
um,
that a decent amount of people might be like, yeah, robots are people, but I feel like a lot of them would be like, no, like they'd be desperate to find a distinction there and would
you mean
probably
they'd be cope, is what you're saying?
Yeah,
they would definitely be motivated to think in a more religious, supernatural way as
there'd
a
definitely be
result.
a subset of people who would do that. Yeah, there's no question about it.
I think a lot of people would. I think
I'm not sure how many people would, but I would imagine that some people definitely would because people would want to find ways to. It's kind of, I don't know. I think you laughed earlier at the idea of like the robot monks, but when I saw the robot monk, all I thought is that looks like a way more interesting film. Why couldn't that be the film of following the perspective of a robot monk? I find that like particularly fascinating. The idea of a robot pursuing spirituality.
yeah.
Yeah.
And yet it's like we have all of these way more interesting stories in the background so that we
Yeah.
can focus on our much more generic, really poorly written like action movie.
Yes, and I think my problem isn't with well, there is a question of in the logic of this world why they would develop AI in such a way that it would want to pursue
Of
spiritual
course, but
practice.
the thing is that once it exists as seemingly a property that is present in a lot of robots naturally, at that point, it really makes you think. But apparently, it doesn't make people think because a lot of people have just written off the robots,
Yeah,
which I just find bizarre. I find it so bizarre that you could see a robot monk and you just be like, "Yeah, it's that's bullshit. That's not real."
that's not real. He's faking it. At least it would like this. This is what I keep coming back to. This film raises so many questions it has absolutely no interest in answering, which is the one thing that I would hope that I would hope for in an original movie like this. That like, whereas I don't know, like it would be weird to sort of shoehorn those sort of discussions of what it means to be sentient like a sentient robot in Star Wars, for example, like that it's a
Yeah,
little late
well,
in the franchise to sort of talk about that. Or
it's
good
well, I
luck
think
if
the
you try
difference is
to.
that Star Wars has a perspective on droids that whenever they start to delve into actually like being like, yeah, they're basically people, every time with Star Wars it gets a little bit awkward because the droids are kind of like treated not as
Yeah.
that a lot of the time.
Yeah,
So it's the reason why that robot from what was it in Solo, that was like a really sort of strange scenario because it's like, careful Star Wars, do you really want to have this conversation?
yeah,
Do you really want to have
yeah.
this conversation about artificial intelligence?
Well, you would think this movie would really want to have that conversation, but I'm not convinced it
But
does at all.
I think, again, like I said, I think the conversation exists in a lot of these background shots when we go to these new places and we see these robots leading their lives. Every time that I saw that, I was way more interested in seeing what the life of those robots was compared to this central, like, plot. The robots living in the villages, coexisting with other people, or the robot monks.
Yeah, the
Like,
robots
those stories
burning their dead on funeral pyres.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. And at that point, it's like I would way rather be seeing those stories than this
Yeah.
one.
Or at least if the implications of all those stories could impact this one. Like, what if that came
Oh,
up?
sure. Yeah.
What if there was
Like,
time for our main character, who isn't this guy, but a different interesting character who is like, no, it's all simulated emotion and feeling and consciousness. It's not real. And then the whole
mhm.
plot is about, well, where is that line exactly? And like because you could make interesting conversations, or you could have interesting conversations about whether what they're doing, what the robots are doing, is something that humans have just designed them to do because that's what humans do, or whether it's a genuine impulse that emerges from their self-aware nature. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot to talk about there. It would be interesting if the movie talked about it.
Well, yeah, because the notion of whether the robots perceive themselves or whether it's the illusion of perceiving themselves, or if there's even a difference between the belief that you perceive yourself and actually doing it. These kinds of conversations I find particularly interesting, which is why I find it really lame that the film doesn't have these conversations. It sort of settles into a much more generic, lame, shallow kind of a conversation about artificial intelligence.
it uses the interesting elements as window dressing to sort of lure you in.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's a shame. So we're back to the raid. It's a very small team, and they're all dying, essentially. A lot of the movie would end, essentially, if they had more people. And so one thinks that, like, oh, well, maybe if they had more, like, if they're going to go in guns blazing, which is what they do, they never once try to be stealthy in this particular raid. If they're going to go in guns blazing, then you should maybe just send more people.
Well, yeah, the impression I got again was that it was like a covert op, but then later in the film, they just go in with these massive, bigger than tanks like vehicles, just rushing this village.
Yeah.
So at that point, I just presume, oh, there's actually nothing stopping you. You can effectively send in as many people as you want.
And
but
this is an open war between, the United States of America and maybe its allies, question mark, and an entire republic. Like they have declared war. So what is the army doing if not these kind of missions? Like, are there like front lines somewhere that we just don't see? What's
I
going
didn't
on?
get that impression. I didn't
No,
get that impression.
no.
It didn't seem like they were in a state of total war or anything.
they have declared war, I think. I think that was made clear in the opening.
Oh yeah, sure.
So
But
I just like they have
not.
the full resource of the American military, and they're sending like 12 people on the most important mission they've ever had,
Yeah.
or arguably the most important mission.
And,
It's
and you know,
strange.
with weapons that are sure to cause more harm that is nominally unintended, then perhaps they need to? Question mark. We will see by the end.
Yeah.
So
So
the
everything is going tits up on the raid, right?
Yeah.
The child weapon. I guess our main character doesn't really know this is the weapon yet, but they get out of the bunker. They go into like the rice paddy fields or whatever, and the raid's going tits up. And Allison Janney's like, "God damn it, we can't turn off the beacon." What does that mean, you ask? Well, one of the soldiers had set up a beacon inside the lab as like a like a target for Nomad to hit, right? To airstrike, essentially. And that person was shot, and so they're dead now. And
they
Allison
can't turn
Janney
it
has
off.
has the fucking gall to say, we can't turn off the beacon because that was that guy's job and he's dead. So we have no way of communicating with Nomad to tell them to call off the strike. So the strike just happens anyway.
Mm.
What the fuck?
As soon as she said, by the way, I'm gonna go, look, leave without me, I was like, so all the people on the plane are dead.
Yeah,
I
yes.
know this storytelling vocabulary. This means that
Yes.
she's gonna survive and be a primary antagonist.
Yes. And how the people on the plane die is pretty funny.
Yes, this is a
yeah,
pretty comical beat,
okay,
honestly.
that was like fucking Looney Tunes. Like,
so there's a person earlier in this raid. They were the person left behind outside to guard their rear. Just one person, by the way. This person is trying to run to get onto a plane that is a little helicopter plane thing that is going to take off and get them out of the blast zone. But as she's running away, an enemy combatant shoots a little bomb that sticks onto her backpack. It's going to go off
the old
in
plasma grenade.
Yeah, it's going to go off in like 15 seconds. She gets onto the plane, and as they're taking off, they're all like, oh shit, you got a fucking thing on your back. And they struggle to pull it off the backpack or like the armor, whatever she's wearing. Instead of taking that off and throwing it out of the plane, they try to rip it off. And instead of honestly pushing her out of the plane,
I was thinking the same too. Wouldn't it have been crazy and interesting if one of them just kicked her off the plane?
Yeah, it would have been smart anyway, if a little harsh.
Well, especially considering how ruthless all of these guys have been already, and the fact that they'd gone into a mission kind of with the understanding that anybody who got left behind or anything like that would be absolutely fucked. Yes. I was kind of like wondering if one of them would want to do that, but no, it's whatever. And then they blow
up.
That's it.
That's
it for all of them, except for one of them who can relay. Oh wait, no, not for wait. Oh yeah, except for one of them that is plot critical. That's right. I was about to say, no, he wasn't plot. It's like, no, he was essential. Without him, the whole movie ends again. This one guy who miraculously survived.
Yep.
I don't even see how that's possible. That looked like a huge explosion.
Well, that has already happened once in the movie, so...
That's true. We just don't know it yet.
One stray bullet kills a whole bunch of other people in this movie, but massive explosions? Those are...
Well, it depends. Once their narrative usefulness has been expended, then that works.
So, the raid, not a huge success, but they do blow up that giant lab, they don't blow up the kid.
The kid robot gets a good stress test of its stabilizers, actually, when the shockwave comes over it and it just kind of sits there and takes it while...
yeah.
Yeah. Unclear how strong shockwaves are in this movie. Let's see. Okay, so...
After this is, I think, when he wakes up in the boat.
Yeah,
right?
he wakes up on the beach, and the small robot child is standing there looking at him.
The small robot child that he found in the super weapon vault.
Yes.
Yes,
He is
which he then proceeds to try to shoo it away. Just get
Yeah.
out of here! Go, get out of here!
Get out of here, you stupid kid.
Throws
He
a
treats
rock at it like a dog. Like
he treats it like it's an actual just random street kid. He's like, "Get out of here. You don't want to be here." And it's like, don't you think this kid was probably important? What are you
Yeah,
doing,
I didn't
dude?
get that. I know again because it's a movie. As soon as the kid was in there, it's like, oh, so the kid's the weapon. Like
Obviously.
obviously, but
Yeah.
even with him, even if he didn't think that he was in a film, obviously he wouldn't. Why wouldn't he conclude that that kid was a weapon? Why would he presume that it's impossible that that's the case? Or rather, at the very least, the kid is obviously important because
Yes.
the kid
yeah,
in this massive vault. But again, he talks to the kid like he believes that, she's a kid, which, again, at this point in the story, is that what he would believe? Presumably not. Presumably, he would think that this is all like an illusion, a trick.
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, he
Very
just
strange.
told the a few minutes ago. He told that woman who he was cleaning up L.A. with that the robot looking for its family member was just programming, like
Real.
ones
Yeah,
and
exactly.
zeros,
Not
right? Like,
real. Yeah.
they're not real, but it's got a child's face, so I guess that changes things. I mean, presumably it would, uh, like recording voice lines or anything like that. But
So, remind me, like, why does the kid follow him? I can't remember how that happens.
is there really a reason? The kid just kind of does.
Oh, he just follows him. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not so this will come up many times going forward, but I am not sure exactly how smart or aware or knowledgeable this kid is actually supposed to be. It seems to fluctuate quite a bit. Um, but they find their way into a house, right, that's abandoned. And there's a guy who's injured. I forget how do they come to him? Do they just discover him and pull him into the house?
Yeah, they find him and he decides they've got to hide in the house so he can see if he can get him medical treatment. So they pull him in there and the kid sits down to
Gotcha.
watch the TV.
Yeah, and the kid he's helping the guy out who's hurt pretty bad, and the TV switches on, and they're like, "What the fuck was that?" He goes over, he turns the TV off, and as he's walking away, then we cut to the kid who has its arms folded in front of it like it's a monk or in prayer or whatever, and he telepathically or remote controlled, I guess you could say,
Yeah,
turns
she's a
TV.
remote. She's a remote control with a face.
Yes, and she turns the TV back on, and that's the revelation for our main character that, oh my god, this kid has crazy powers. This must be the weapon, right? He's finally on the right page, so good for him. This is the weapon. It has been designed like a child. I would like to talk about that. So there's a couple things that this movie does in terms of, like, obviously narratively why it's a child is so it can be this innocent thing you wouldn't want to hurt or that you wouldn't see as dangerous because it's only a child. Now, this is a weapon. You know, the movie presents it like only the callous characters call it a weapon, but like this robot has the ability to control technology with its mind or remotely.
It can just remotely power pretty much anything on or off.
No, it can control it.
And control them as well, make them do things.
Yes, so it has sort of, obviously it's a robot, but it has basically telepathic powers, superpowers, essentially. This is a dangerous weapon. In terms of like the American perspective on things, that they're at war, right? Here is this thing that can control all technology. God, that's a huge deal technologically, right? That there's something out there that the implication is, but like once it's an adult, it can control any technology anywhere at any time. So that in the wrong hands would be a bad thing. Even if you didn't give it feelings and a personality and sentience, that's a thing that it's like, oh, we got to make sure that doesn't fall into the wrong hands. Why would they give this technology the mind and awareness of a child?
That's a good
because
question.
we're gonna see a number of scenes where it has the maturity level of a child for all intents and purposes. It's almost worse. It's one that's been like raised in Plato's cave, essentially, and except for a couple small things it seems to know that it was taught growing up in that vault. It has less knowledge than the average child. It doesn't seem to be any less gullible or manipulatable than the average
Well, so
child.
the problem is that the steel man for the film would be, yeah, she's innocent. That's why innocent, pure of heart.
um, uh,
Sure.
but gullible, and this is a super weapon, or it has the potential to be a super weapon.
I
Like,
mean,
why
the
would
potential
you?
for sure, definitely, especially
Why
once it gets to the point of being able to control all technology. That's immense power bestowed in one individual.
that it's a child who presumably would just kind of like Pinocchio, like follow along with the fox and be like, yeah, and just, you know what I mean? Like, I don't
Oh, yeah.
understand.
Well, yeah, but no, but innocent. So never makes any incorrect choices.
Yes, exactly. I mean, it did end
I
up following a hostile soldier from a battlefield for no real good reason.
Yeah, there's more examples of this. I guess I'm going to say it now since we're on the point. There are scenes later in the film where, um, even though it is made quite clear that this child has this inherent, or it was taught, belief that robots yearn to be free and deserve to be free and all that sort of fun stuff, is willingly going along with Joshua, even though he's killing robots on his quest. He's on his quest to find his wife, and
He kills a robot right in front of it and says, "Ah, it's just off. It's just off, like the TV. It's just off. I just turned
so
it off."
yeah, this is my problem. It doesn't seem to have an understanding of what death is, but does know that robots yearn to be free. You know what I mean? Like, it has this
Yeah.
awareness of a sort of civil rights movement happening with robots, but it doesn't know things like what death is or how humans are made.
Yeah.
Which I don't understand how wouldn't like I don't understand how the kid wouldn't have an understanding of life and death. I don't see how it's even, you know what I mean? How's that?
Yeah,
If you're watching cartoons, you'd pick that up. Like,
true.
you know,
Yes.
if you're watching cartoons, you would definitely pick that up.
The movie seems to be operating under this kind of naive assumption, like you said, that children are innocent and pure, and not like that. Rather, what the truth is that children are like kind of like ping ponging back and forth between all sorts of different emotions and feelings and like wants and drives and desires, and that like part of raising children is to like, you know, civilize them, you know?
Well, you don't just stumble on a fully developed worldview, like a fully developed philosophical core that's totally consistent, well thought out,
Yes.
that enables you to make really difficult decisions that impact millions or even billions of people. I don't know. It's just like it's another sort of simplistic, kind of silly, like
Yeah. And
aspect of the
dangerous
film. It is
idea.
definitely dangerous.
I don't want
Definitely
to.
dangerous.
I'm gonna let this be a reveal. I'm not gonna spoil this one yet, but there's a big reveal about the nature of the nuclear bomb going off in Los Angeles and why it went
Mm.
off. Um, and I think there's something similar about how reckless this choice was to put this technology in the hands of something with the mind of a child. I think that was incredibly stupid, and especially if you want to argue that like, no, you just need to accept that robots can live in peace with humans. Never mind that it's like they're people just like us, and it's like, well, yeah, but they also have, or at least this one has, incredible technological capabilities that could change the world entirely. And it's like, well, that's important, actually.
Yeah. Well,
You
and one of the
probably
things that really confused me about this too is it's just I don't understand how no other robot has anything similar to this power. You know, like it
at
doesn't.
least in a limited sense.
Yeah, in some way, you would think that based on the nature of just being a digital being. Granted, like, it doesn't seem. I don't know if the internet exists in this world or if Wi-Fi exists, but like you would think that a robot with Wi-Fi capability could walk onto a public network and just download bank information from somebody if they wanted to, right? Like it. I don't.
Yeah.
You can do. I can do that with an iPhone if I try hard enough. Like the robot would be able to do it
That's
too.
a good
You would
point.
think.
Yeah,
Right?
it's
Like,
worth mentioning that it's made clear at least that there are robots who some robots are pursuing enlightenment as monks and some are just being police officers. Some are like smoking and watching like robot strippers, which at the very least implies that there are some robots who have, less than like
a Bender clearly exists in this world
Yeah.
somewhere.
Mhm.
Yeah, like there is a Bender out there.
based on how they're characterized, I do not believe for a second that there aren't robot criminals in this world.
I don't see how they couldn't be if
Yeah.
robots. They're people. They have the
If they're
capacity
people
to-
just like you and me,
they
that they're
they have
robot
moral
criminals.
agency. They have moral
Yes.
agency. That's the most important part.
So I don't like that the movie sets it up like they're just like people, never shows any like ne'er-do-well robots at all, really. And then has this sort of moral message that like, no, you just need to accept that they're like people and just let them live in peace. And it's like, well, they're more than people. They have other aspects too. Like they could be really dangerous, and like that needs to be taken into consideration at least, right? Like I don't understand how in this world, like what if this little kid grows up to be like kind of a piece of shit? You know, like it has
What-
incredible technology. It's like I don't know. It's like something like what the boys
the kid
wishes it
is
was about.
freely thinking, like
Yeah.
the kid has the capacity to think and make choices, and that means that they have the capacity to make choices like good and bad. But that's having that much power bestowed in one individual is already like, oh, all right, careful now. Like that's a lot of power for one person to have, especially since once they get to a certain point, they're more or less like unstoppable. In terms of like the amount of power they have, and what does it look like again in terms of the development of somebody's consciousness if they have access to a flood of information well beyond the scope of what a regular person could possibly pass through? Because if they're able to access a whole bunch of computer networks and like pass through all of that information, at some point they're probably going to become very non-human-like because of the amount of information that they have access to.
That is so true and such a good point. I'm very glad you brought it up. The whole singularity side of artificial intelligence just doesn't happen in this world. Why?
I don't know. I
Feel like it should. If like you'd have to restrict them so much to keep them comparable to people.
Yeah, eventually it would just be it's that whole exponential development, exponential growth of understanding and capacity, but that's not the case here. What does it mean if one robot has a faster processor than another one,
Yeah.
What does it mean if one has more advanced technology in them? Does it mean that they think faster? What does that mean? Can they think more? Presumably, because it's something that, I don't see how you lose to these robots in combat. Wouldn't they be thinking on like a time scale that would be impossible for a human to do so, Like that they'd be able to slow things down to like a millisecond in terms of decision making, that they would be able to make very, very accurate predictions about what a human's going to do and counter those strategies. But no, they're like pretty bad actually at fighting the bad guys anyway.
They're like the opposite of the Geth in Mass Effect, where like the Geth are constantly connected and are computing consistently about what to do, and they have the consensus and everything. And these ones don't seem to have that at all. They just seem like they might as well just be metal people. There is no.
Well, they have the same sort of sensory feedback as a regular person, and nothing beyond a regular person. It's like they see you and they hear you and perceive you in a very human way, rather than they see you and then at a very fast rate they're doing calculations on like the probability that you're gonna, go left or go right.
Mm-hmm.
Or
they're
like,
not supercomputers. They
No.
don't appear to have supercomputers.
Even though they
Yeah.
would probably have to be supercomputers if they have human consciousness.
Yeah,
Human
absolutely.
consciousness is incredibly sophisticated.
Yeah,
When if they've
you
been
would think
building
so.
themselves, right? Like you'd think that they'd be
Mhm.
upgrading their own systems consistently.
Exactly. And then if you're upgrading your own systems consistently, you're eventually going to become less and less human-like. You're going to become more and more like something different.
You know, it's funny. I get the feeling that if our main character, Hero Man, played a simulant in chess, like they'd be evenly matched. Whereas already in our world, computers are like almost way better than most people at chess.
I think at this point that computers are beating grandmasters pretty
Yeah,
consistently at
exactly.
chess.
And that's
And
now.
it's
This
not
claims to be 2070.
exactly. And I mean, yeah,
A
it's a
2070
little bit.
where we've been building this shit since the 50s. Like we've figured
Yeah,
this
there's
out.
That's right.
there's
We
also
figured it
that.
out.
Yes.
So the world was already more advanced than our world is now, like a long time ago. So yeah, I don't know about that.
Moving on, they get a call from Allison Janney, who is not hiding very well. And what do you know? She
No,
gets caught. But before she gets caught, she's like, "Where's the weapon? Like, what's the deal?" And it's like, "The weapon is a child. They made it into a kid." And she's like, "Okay, cool. You're gonna have to destroy it." Like, obviously, that's what they're here to do,
Yeah.
and that's what he believed was the right thing to do up until right now. And he's decided, like, I get it that it would be harder to kill because it's a child. But if your perspective is that all of this stuff is a lie, like that wouldn't you register that as like, oh wow, they're getting even trickier? You know what I mean? They made
Yeah.
their super weapon into a child so that we wouldn't want to kill it. He never
Well,
says that.
he doesn't say that. He does point the gun at the child, and he gets interrupted by one of the rice farmer robots coming home.
Yes.
Which does like I don't think you get the feeling that he was ever actually going to pull the trigger. But
No, it doesn't seem that way.
the
No.
robot comes home from the fields, disarms him, and then looks at the child. And this was another point that is he calls the child a miracle. It's a miracle that they made a child, and we learn this through the translator, the universal translator machine
That's
that's just
automatically
sitting on, the floor,
on now,
and
but won't
automatically
be
on
on in a
currently.
second. Yeah.
Yeah. He calls it a miracle that they made a child, but I'm so it's different that they made one because there's not a lot of them running around. But I don't understand. It's not like in Blade Runner 2049 where like the robot gave birth. This is just like
Yeah.
they built a robot that looks like a child. But the 50s thing, they showed us ones that kind of look like dogs. So it's just I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like you can build them in any shape you want, right? Like there's not.
The only way to read it in a way that like makes that explains his behavior is that somehow just by looking at it, he has determined that, oh, this is like the miracle Jesus baby that was made to save us, as was prophesied in the like that's how he treats it, as if this was like he's the chosen one here to save us. Oh, the rumors are true. They have been building a super weapon that's going to save us all. His name is Alpha O, like Alpha and Omega.
Alpha Omega, yeah.
Yeah, like come on. Yeah.
Nah.
Come on, guys. Yeah. So, but he clearly must be able to sense this immense power just by looking at it, because
But there's no other indicator. I mean, and like
no. What should happen is they go like, oh, that's weird. You're a child. They don't usually make them like that.
yeah, interesting. I mean, it's not any more or less miraculous than making one that looks like an old Asian man. So I like.
Or okay, here's a question: do you think there was a sort of like robotic telepathic connection that it felt, that it sensed it was in his mind, in some sense?
I can't. There's no way, right? Like they don't.
Well,
They
it
don't
does
really-
show the ability to do that later
Oh, I mean,
with the kamikaze suicide bot. It does seem to have the
Yeah.
ability to like enter the mind of other robots. So is that what happened there? Who knows? Unclear. But then while the universal translator is on, automatically translating to English everything he's saying in whatever language he's speaking,
He says,
He
"Don't worry, I'm
says,
gonna kill the American."
God, man, what are you doing? Like that robot knows he's being translated. He can hear it. It's not only in like an AirPod in our main character's ear, right?
I was
Like,
being played out loud.
yeah, and he goes, "Don't worry, I'll kill the American." Then has this look on his face like, "Oops, did I say
What
that
should
out
Should not have
loud?"
said that.
then they then they reach for a gun at the same time, and we cut out to the police who are slowly approaching the farmhouse they're in, and we hear a gunshot, and we cut back in, and oh, like I don't like they bait it, like, oh, was he shot? Like, no,
Like, come on, we're in the first act of the movie.
yes,
Well,
oh
yeah.
man,
Then we get to the point where we see the Asian robot has a big hole in its chest, and it
Ruh-oh.
collapses and falls down.
And is immediately dead
It's
because
just
the
immediately
the
dead,
life the off switch is in the middle of its stomach
and on the back of its head.
on the back. There are so many places, it seems, where one shot kills them. I don't know why these would ever be designed to be police officers, for example.
Well, and then I
Um,
mean, I'm gonna jump ahead just a little bit because later on, another robot takes like 2 or 3 shots through the chest and then just stands right back up. Because of course it would stand right back up.
that's what you would expect. Yeah, you would expect that they're actually quite a bit harder to kill. Otherwise, what's the point? But no. One shot through the stomach, he falls dead. And then they got to run away from the police robots. And we get little tiny moments that don't really do much for character. I guess we see the part where he's like, "Hey, get in the car, kid. We gotta go. Get in the car." And he does a little funny thing like, "Oh, it's gonna be exciting. Haha, come on, get in the car." And that's like, "Oh, this is amusing. I guess. I guess we're having fun here." Movie. I don't know. Did that work for you guys? Little
No,
moments of like supposed levity.
I
Yeah.
didn't laugh once in this movie.
The only 2 times I laughed were at the sticky grenades. That was the only 2 points that were definitely not supposed to really be like,
No.
haha. This one annoyed me more because he knows at this point that it doesn't speak. He knows the robot
least he
doesn't speak
believed-
English,
Yeah,
He
he
thinks
believes
that.
that.
and he's got a translator right next to him that was
Oh,
just
there's that.
working.
Yeah. Yep. You're right.
Except for when he asks it where his wife is, and it says because it's
Dang
at this
dang.
thing. It says dang dang, but then the translator doesn't pick that up. He goes, "Okay, where is that? Where is dang dang?" Which that where is it? And then it speaks again, and the translator picks up the next sentence, police, so that he
Yes.
knows the police are coming.
Yeah, but
So-
we conveniently, even though it's an awful payoff, don't hear what dang dang is.
Yeah,
and
we
we're
don't
gonna
hear what that
find out.
means.
And so the police throw a grenade that like doesn't explode for 15 seconds, so there's time for a dog to grab the grenade, bring it back outside, and drop it by the police robot so they blow up. Like,
Oh my
very
God.
cool, very
One
dumb.
of 2 incidents in this movie. Like, they do this twice. They have the balls to sit here and do this twice, where an animal is gonna cause, like, is gonna like
Oh,
basically,
they do that again, don't they?
yeah.
That's funny. So they're running from the police. The kid uses his magical remote control technology powers to start the car. It's a cool song that plays for 10 seconds until they drive away, and they're out of there, and like they were never really in any danger anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Um,
I did notice too that the kid did turn the car on, but didn't turn the grenade off for some reason. Like, he could have just the kid
Yeah.
could have just shut the grenade down instead. But
well,
We'll let
it
the dog
seems
handle
later
it.
he hasn't learned the like disarm a bomb move. He's learned the pause a bomb move, which is not nearly as effective.
he
But
hasn't learned to shut anything off permanently. Move.
no, everything just seems to pause for some reason. Not quite
This is
sure
your-
why.
this
Maybe it's
is your
because
god. This is
maybe
your
it's
super
because
weapon.
maybe it's because it's an untrained child. Maybe that has something to do with it. Well, the movie's logic is that like, oh, it has to be a child and to have grown from a robot copy of a human embryo, or else it won't grow and become more powerful. Which, like we talked about with supercomputers, just doesn't seem to make any sense at all. It would just all you'd have to do is program it to like be learning constantly, and there you go. Especially in this world. But anyway, They run away from the police. Allison Janney and Guy, other soldier,
Other soldier
are
who was caught.
arrested. They're in a robot police
A
paddy wagon. Yeah, exactly. And they're driving, and they do a very, very clever move where they distract the guy and they say, "Hey, look at this over here." And then the guy
You got to
uses
put that
his
on your
handcuffs.
head, and then he wraps the handcuffs around the windpipe of the robot, which makes him panic and flail his arm. His arms are loose, and he's panicking and flailing them around, which gives him enough time to shoot him. But like, this is another moment where I laughed because they're robots. They
You're
don't
right.
need to breathe. Why?
I totally was that was a robot, right?
Yeah,
like,
that guy that he
Yeah,
the guy
that's
that
a
he
robot.
strangles with the
I
handcuffs is a
can't believe he
robot.
strangled a robot and it worked. You're right.
It
Yeah,
worked.
because I mean, as we know, the robot like works, like it functions, as we
Yeah.
see in a later scene. So that whole when I saw that, I think at that point I'm like, fuck. All right, so this is just gonna be some bullshit. Like this movie is gonna just have pretty standard bad writing, like pretty
Yeah.
standard shitty plotting of like, the bad guys, escape from this situation where they're being captured, and then they're gonna get on the trail of the protagonist. I don't know. It just gives you a vibe. It's like
Yes,
this
it does.
pretty lazy, shitty writing.
Yeah,
It-
there's also
you know-
the like classic putting the handcuffs on in front so they can do shit like this move.
Yeah, exactly. Compared to putting them behind their back.
Yes, which is what people do, standard practice.
Yeah. Exactly, so that things like this don't happen.
Yeah, almost exactly. Which is why, it makes the scene in No Country for Old Men where he actually has to like pull them around his legs, at least slightly more
Yeah.
interesting.
Oh, and of course the fact that in the process of strangling the cop, cuts into his arms. Because of course it does. If you try to strangle somebody with your handcuffs, it's going to dig into your arms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's metal, that's metal, and that
Yeah.
force has to go somewhere.
Not all of them are designed with fuzzy alpaca fur to keep you comfortable.
So, after this, they're like, "Oh, we're gonna go." There's another comedy beat where they drive. They get a hold of the vehicle and they swerve it really abruptly.
Oh,
And
yeah.
some farmers by the road look at them, and then as they drive back,
And the
the
white
other
guy
direction, they're
leans
like,
out of the car and goes, "I missed my turn."
in American English, and they're all just like, "Oh, that's weird." Nothing comes of that. It's like, "Oh, that's funny, I guess." Sure, thanks, movie. And so then, basically, what we have is a sort of extended montage of the kid and Joshua. They are traveling to meet a friend, an ally of his from back when he was here working undercover. They're traveling to the big city, whatever that is, to go meet him.
Provincial
and then they have
capital
little,
that will remain.
yeah, they have little
unnamed.
conversations on the train, and we see different stuff. One of the things we see is Nomad, just kind of hanging out over major metropolitan areas. And I can't help but think, like, man, that's really low. Can you guys not shoot it down?
I think
like,
the
fighter
implication
jets
is
and
that
stuff.
it's so big that it looks that low, but it's not. Like
It's actually, I don't know.
because it's up. It's up so high that later on he's going to be able to pull an airlock and eject people like into space.
It's like low Earth's atmosphere. God, it must be. I don't know. I feel like they were kind of confused about how big it was in terms of scale, but maybe. I don't know.
I mean,
It
they
just-
definitely
it just
just
seemed
used it to look cool. There's not really.
Yes. Yeah, well, I guess my thought was, unlike a satellite in orbit that you can't see, that can like be used to triangulate locations and launch missile strikes and all that stuff, like we have right now, we designed this massive thing that is at least in low Earth's atmosphere. If it's not, it seems, I don't know, maybe it changes heights, but like you can see it from the ground with the naked eye, so you know when it's coming, you know when they're here. There's only one of them. It shines a blue laser down at exactly what it's targeting. Like every aspect of this seems like worse technology than we have today. I don't understand why this is the thing that's turning the tide of the war, and that like if they destroy it, it's game over. I don't understand that at all. Like, are satellites not a thing anymore? Do we not have cruise missiles we can launch from the Indian Ocean? Like, what's going on?
I mean, really, both of the major weapons for either side are kind of just like worse versions of what we
Well,
have.
the kid,
The kid is
Yeah,
like an EMP. The kid's an EMP with the mind of a child. It's a worse
well,
version of an EMP.
no, because it can control things also. EMP is an off switch only, you know what I mean? But I do take your point that there are technologies that we have today that are better than what the main
Yeah.
factions seem to be worried about in this universe. Um, it just seems so low that like I don't know. Honestly, a throwaway line about how it's like anti, missile defense system is really good or something would help me a little bit because I'm like, I would try to shoot it. Look, it's right there.
Yeah.
It gets pretty low to the ground. I don't think it's actually because sometimes we see it and it's actually up in the upper atmosphere. It seems to, God, the energy it must expend hovering over. Anyway, so many questions about that thing. Doesn't really matter. They have different conversations along the way. One of the conversations you see in the trailer, well, the first one is just like, oh, how are human beings made? And it's like, oh, okay, we're doing the whole it's a child thing. It doesn't understand human reproduction. And he kind of explains it to him. And then he's like, where are your parents? He says, oh, my parents died. Or I don't know if he says died, but he says that they died. And he's like, where are they? Oh, they're in heaven. What's heaven? And he says, it's a peaceful place in the sky. And then he looks out the window and sees Nomad. And it's like, oh, the sky doesn't look very peaceful, huh? See, we're doing theme stuff.
Ooh.
And then he's like, are you going to heaven? And he says, no, you have to be a good person to go to heaven. Now, before we get to the rest of this quote, what is his motivation for thinking he's not a good person? Genuinely, I'm curious.
I think it's because he like betrayed his wife.
Did he betray her?
He would
I
probably
think he,
view it that way, right?
I think
Okay,
he
that's
feels
fair.
like he betrayed his wife, and that's where it comes from.
Okay, okay, that answers that. Then the kid says like, "Oh, I see. Like then we're the same because you're not going to heaven because you're not good, and I'm not going to heaven because I'm not a person." Now, why the fuck would this kid not see himself as a person? He was raised in a culture where everyone treats robots as people.
Yeah, that's it. That's a really good point. Yeah.
There are robotic monks who clearly they think they're engaging in real spiritual practice, but for reasons that don't actually make any story sense, this kid is like, I'm not a person.
Well, it's going to get even worse when we find out what Dianjiang means later on, that the kid used as a way to explain where the wife is. Right, like
before this moment, before he said, "I'm not going to heaven."
What is before they asked what heaven is, right? Which sure, learning English, I guess, but it seems like she picked it up pretty quick.
No, she seems to speak fluent English almost immediately, and there's even like a comedic beat, like, "Oh, so you do speak English," but once she doesn't seem to understand the word heaven, which is fine, and then he explains what heaven is. And then she doesn't immediately go, oh, dang, dang, that means heaven. That's what I was talking about. Your wife is in heaven. Why?
Well, especially like in a scene or two where he's like showing her a map and he's just like, show me where Dang Dang is. Where is Dang Dang?
Yeah. The kid alternates back and forth between being incredibly useful for the plot and just being an inconvenience and being unhelpful only so that like we can save reveals for later. Quite frustrating. Let's see. So in this montage, we see a bunch of we see him seeing a bunch of his wife, but simulant forms with the robotic back of the neck, just out and about.
Oh,
at that point, I then really thought like, oh, so that was complete bullshit for sure. Then absolutely, beyond a shadow of a doubt.
That video that got him here in the first place is like that should be his sign that this was a setup, right? Like there's no way. Did we already cover the part by the way where the dead guy's brain is downloaded? Because I have a lot to say about this.
Yeah, we did not. Take it away. I'll be right back.
Okay, yeah. So before the kid and Joshua hop on the bus is when we see Alice and Janny show up and find the dead soldier who was in the car with them, the one that they saved from the village, and she pulls him out and just pulls out a machine off her back that scans his brain and downloads it onto basically a hard drive, which she then plugs into the incapacitated, strangled robot so that he can tell her the last thing that he saw. He's got about 30 seconds total time wise. I'm not really sure why the time limit. If you've scanned it onto a disc, maybe the power runs out. I don't know, but I think this is where we come to the problem of you can download a human's brain and put it in a robot. Uh, so do the robots back themselves up? Like that, I would if I was a robot in this situation. I think I probably like if there's a hard drive slot in my brain. I think my personality is going to be saved so that I can swap bodies if need be. Right? Like human beings would obviously be doing this. I think there was that show Altered Carbon on Netflix where the whole thing is about that. Right? Like your personality is put on a computer chip, and if you're rich enough, you can afford to move your chip to different bodies and just be immortal, basically. Which I clearly that would happen if this was an available technology in this world. I don't think there's any good reason why some people wouldn't be doing this. At least some, but I would imagine that quite a few would be totally fine with this. It's the cyberpunk thing too, right? You can just move, you can switch up whatever you want. Like it brings up all these issues of what is the body to the mind, and how much of it is formed by the other. Like if you decide to, can you mod yourself into being a giant killing death machine like Hermes does in that Futurama episode? Like we're just dropping this in here in the middle of the movie, and then we're gonna just completely ignore it and the implications of it for the rest of the time that we're here.
True. I have a question kind of related to that. So when God, I keep forgetting what they're called. Simulants are made. Are they given the personalities? They're given the look, the likeness of a human being, right, who really existed. But where are their personalities coming from? Is it the original person?
No, we don't know.
I don't think so.
We don't know.
I don't think so. We don't know.
All we get as to where the personalities come from comes in a scene in a little bit where we're going to meet the friend of Joshua's in the provincial capital, where he says that most of the simulants are copy and paste, and that's it.
So that seems to imply that they are copied and pasted from the person whose likeness they have.
Or just copied and pasted from a
template?
program, a template, like in Dollhouse, where they just kind of merge a bunch of stuff together and create somebody new every time. But
I guess I'm wondering if like a decent percentage of all the simulants in the world have the same personality, and that there's like, are we dealing with something where there's like essentially somewhere between like, I don't know, 12 and 100 simulant personalities out there, and everyone has one of those? Or are they all distinct? And where would that distinctness come from? It doesn't really matter to the story. I'm just curious.
I would imagine it's from their lived experiences going onward from that point.
Yeah.
From like the point of their creation, because at that point their lives would change.
That's true.
Yeah. But it does raise an interesting question though, of like, are they... So if they are copied and pasted,
copies of his wife, that he meets a copy of his wife at one point.
Yeah, that's
Is that his wife?
Is that his wife, or is that because we can download the human brain and put it on a hard drive and use a robot to run the program. So why wouldn't that be his wife?
Do you think if the robots are people, they would be against that?
That's one of the things that I wanted to bring up is like, if they are copied and pasted, then is there an argument to be made that at least partially they aren't really people, because they're missing a lot of that experience that forms who they are, comes from a vat, basically.
I wouldn't say that it makes them not people, but it would make them less individualistic. That makes any sense.
Yeah, it's or like if you get a room full of 100 of them together and they start talking about childhood stories, are 10 of them gonna have the exact same memories?
It's a good question for another time. I don't know.
For a different movie.
Yeah, it's a good question for a different movie. Um, then is it fair to say that we jump to when he meets the guy who used to? This is when he meets the guy he was his handler when he was undercover.
Yes, this is the
He's
part where
still alive.
yeah, that guy's still alive, and now he's working on simulants in a factory that builds simulants. So he's done a nice 180 since we last
Yeah,
saw him.
he's quote unquote gone native as well.
Yeah.
From his perspective earlier. So he has a simulant girlfriend, it appears.
Yeah.
Who for some reason, I guess because she's like an alt girl, you can see part of the like metal under her nose. I guess that's like a body modification she did. I'm not really sure. But
yeah, it's an interesting look for sure. He's with her, and she's the one who asks the kid if the kid wants some ice cream.
wait, we skipped something. So to get into the city, there's a checkpoint.
Oh right, we did.
There's a checkpoint. They have like coerced a family driving along the road to help them get into the city, and there's checkpoints, and they have like the faces at least of them. They're wanted by the authorities here in New Asia, and so they're getting to like a military checkpoint, right? And they're like, oh no, what are we gonna do? And remote control kid uses its powers to turn off all the electronics within, I don't know, at least like a 100-meter area. You know, it's a pretty big area, it seems. Turns everything off instantly, and then even though we've seen her have the ability to turn specific things on, like the television, she turns everything back on, and then they drive through the checkpoint anyway. And my thought is, what was the point?
What did that do?
I don't know. I guess maybe the only thing you could argue is that it's like, well, she's not quite in control of her powers
what I
yet.
was thinking.
But we have seen, like, she turns everything off, and then for whatever reason, she doesn't have the capability or the finesse to just turn their vehicle back on, even though she just turned a vehicle on earlier. It's not like earlier when she turned the TV or the vehicle on, it like fried or other things that were on or turned other things on that were off. You know what I mean? She has some level of dexterity here, but not in this sequence for some reason. But anyway, they get through the checkpoint, and so it doesn't really matter anyway.
Yeah, although the cops do open fire on them, I think, right? Like they do start shooting.
Which does put the lives of the people who you've hijacked their vehicle at risk. Hero Man, not quite sure about that one.
That's not so great.
But
and then
he meets
up with his friend and the Asian sex robot, who
she is a person, Hugh. How dare you?
Well, he's the same guy who says they're all copied and pasted, so
it's unclear what he thinks.
Exactly what he means. She asks if the child wants some ice cream, which in the theater, like,
well, it's even wait. It's even better. First, she asks, "Do you want anything?" And he says, like, for robots to be free or something.
Yeah, she says, I want for robots to live free. And he goes, I don't think we have that in the fridge. How about ice cream?
Like, I just don't understand what this kid understands about the world, honestly. Then it was like, yay, ice cream sounds nice. I'm like, do they eat ice cream? I guess they do. We see robots smoking, though I don't understand what effect that would have on a robot.
Like,
do they need to eat? I don't know.
Why would you program them to do that? Especially if they were designed originally for work, right? For labor.
Yeah.
Why would you program
them to metabolize food? You know?
Yeah, like why would you program them to be able to taste things or to feel the effects of smoking? We've seen the
stomach of these things. We've seen that it's all metal and wires in there. So, like, what happens when this thing swallows ice cream?
We see one of them drinking sake later on, and it's just, the only reasonable conclusion you can draw is that, like Futurama, they run on alcohol. Like,
it's strange. It's obviously just for visual, like, oh look, they're people living just like us. But like, I don't know if you need them to be eating and drinking to make that point. It just raises questions in my brain.
Yep.
So he's the contact who apparently is an engineer and knows quite a bit about designing and building simulants, looks at the hole in the back of the kid's head and just basically by poking something with it has come to a number of conclusions. A, you can't get in there and mess around if you're not Nirmata, and B, this thing is like going to grow exponentially and become even more powerful. He concludes that just by looking at it, and I found
The most
I find
advanced
that a
sim
little
I've ever
strange.
seen, Josh. The others are all copy and paste. This one can grow. And her
It's like,
powers
man,
will
you
grow
figured
too.
that out really quick, huh? I don't know how. You just looked at it. You didn't even like plug it into something to see the code or whatever. You know what I mean? He just
Yeah.
it's like he was a dentist and he had a little thing to scrape plaque off your teeth and he poked around in the hole and went, "Wow, this thing's really advanced." But I don't know. It's just like we could have done a little something to make it a little more believable. How you concluded that so quickly, movie. It's fine.
Yeah, so
Also, I don't know how you felt about this, but we did see the robot factory, and I know the movie is very much on the side of the robots are people, just like us, but seeing the robot factory is kind of horrifying. It just set
A
off
little
that
bit.
part of my
Yeah.
brain that's like, oh, I don't like this.
a
The
little
people
bit.
with like generic rubber faces, like moving around, it's very uncanny, which I suppose is deliberate, but it did set off alarm bells in my head.
yeah, that was freaky. It's kind of like a body horror thing almost for me.
A
Mm.
little bit, a little bit. Um,
Yeah,
so
then
and
they go
then
upstairs
like
to get the ice cream, and it turns out there isn't any in the freezer, so memory's not all there for the robot, I guess. Can't.
Which I don't even understand how it's possible. You figure a robot would have perfect memory, right?
We
You
have
would think
refrigerators
so.
that can ping your
That's
cell phone.
that's an interesting question, isn't it? When it comes to human beings and memory is kind of complicated. But if you're a robot, I mean, it would be like RAM and storage, right? It'd be
Yeah,
like
Yeah.
you have your RAM for your short-term memory, and then you'd have just long-term memory that is always accurate, right?
Yeah.
you
Which
would
surely
think
that
so.
changes your perception of reality. Surely that would make you a bit different from a human if you know that your memories are reliable. They're 100%
Literal photographic
reliable.
memory, yeah.
Exactly.
But it seems like in an effort to make them as much like people as possible, the implications are that they've been designed in ways that no person would ever design a robot.
I mean,
So-
I don't see why you would ever design a robot with, I guess, what you would consider to be like flaws, like the fact that our
Faulty
memory
memory.
isn't super reliable.
Yeah.
Honestly,
I designed this
struggling
robot to not be able to remember what it ate for breakfast yesterday.
I'm struggling to come up with a reason why I would give one taste buds if I were in charge of designing one.
Well, again, why would you give it taste buds and then be like, yeah, but they're not like people. They don't have sensory experiences or
Yeah.
a subjective experience of a reality.
This way,
I feel like-
I can feed it ice cream if I want to every day. Like, don't ask questions.
Then psychic robot is like, oh, they're coming for me. It's like, wow, that's an incredible capability you have. Man. We just kind of dropped that in, it feels like.
Yeah.
But okay. You have like an awareness of like all robots within a certain like radius of you, do you?
Mm.
That's strange. I don't
Well,
That's a new-
well,
that's new emergent power. That's the thing.
well, an awareness that extends only far enough, so immediately after the child says this, there's a knock at the door, and a mysterious hooded figure who will not show his face drops off a concealed package. This says ice cream delivery. And it's not putting two and two together. Can't detect that one just standing right there.
Yeah. So the robot police burst in, and they all train their sights, their laser
they
sights.
put a bomb. No, they put a. I want to. They put a bomb in the ice cream box, the delivery ice cream box, right? That they hand to the hot Asian one, and she comes in, opens it up, and the whole window of the apartment explodes outwards. They are not trying to kill the child; they want it alive.
Oh God, you're right. You're right.
But they
What
could
the
have
fuck?
very, very, very easily killed the kid.
Oh,
They, if
100%.
I'm
They
surprised.
are lucky they didn't.
They're
That's
lucky they didn't.
wild.
That's a good way of putting it. Yeah.
I didn't. I don't even know why I didn't even think about that. That's
Yeah. So
horrendous.
yeah. Yeah. Yep.
That's
Yep.
pretty. That's pretty awful. But anyway, so they
Pretty
they
badly
they
written.
blow up the innocent Asian one. She didn't do anything wrong at all, actually.
Yeah, well,
No,
and they
she was
consider
completely
them to be
innocent.
people. So they just killed
Exactly.
an
They just
innocent
killed
person
someone. Yeah.
who's
He
trying
was
to
not
help
in
the
their
one.
way.
Yeah.
He was
Yes.
trying to help.
Wow. This movie's a little confused about who the good guys are sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
They train their sights, their laser sights on the child, and then there's a very deliberate shot where we see that the guns they're holding, they've set them to stun, and they're about to stun. It's an EMP. It's an EMP gun. Turns out they have EMPs in this universe. The whole time they've had them.
They've had EMPs this whole fucking time, and the Americans keep coming in to all these little hamlets with live rounds, just absolutely annihilating human beings.
Real people, yes. When they could just, like EMPs can be really big, guys. Like, I mean, I know a lot of you will probably know this already, but like, they don't have to be little guns that you have to point at someone from a few inches away for it to work.
No, they don't.
They do not.
No.
So they're going to stun the little kid, and the movie plays it almost like it's like, oh no, our hero's got to save him. So hero comes in and just kills all those robots. Now, this little robot child has said not like 5 minutes ago that I want all robots to be free. So it clearly understands the sort of class struggle of the robots, but it's siding with this guy that's just killing them because all he really wants to see his wife
in a place called Dang Dang that she will
I
not
don't
explain what it is. Like, yeah, it doesn't. I don't understand why the kid is going along with Hero Man at this point.
Doesn't seem to lament the death of these people either, who were just trying to like
They're
turn
just
it off.
robots just doing their job, basically, which is keep her safe, right? Like that's their job.
And it doesn't cause it wouldn't cause any harm to her to be like, oh, turn you off real quick so we can make sure we get you out of here securely, Anyway, but he saves her from that fate by killing them.
Yeah.
So that's strange.
Yeah, and then that's right after that when they're getting ready to escape is when we see his friend crying over his broken sex toy on the ground. I have a problem with it because I'm just like, they donate their likeness, their copy paste personalities. You don't have a backup on the hard drive anywhere of the one that was sharing a life with you. Like, really? I back up my photos, man. Like, what are you doing? You didn't back up your girlfriend?
Yeah, he probably would have a backup of her. Yes. Also, like, that likeness is probably popular enough that he could,
I'm sure,
literally get another body for her and keep her alive. He doesn't seem like that seems totally reasonably possible for him. The person in the chat, Vilius, once again, who points out that the kid is loyal. Yeah, the kid is very loyal and doesn't really seem to have any strong principles. Maybe you shouldn't have made this giant, powerful weapon a child with the mind of a child.
A very impressionable young.
Yes. I don't think that was wise. I really don't. The Americans, Allison Janney and Guy, show up wearing the masks of the police robots. They're very, very clever.
In a group of other people dressed sort of like police robots. Those are humans, not actual robots.
Are they?
Yeah, those are humans that come in.
Oh, that's weird.
To do the sweep after all the robots have been blown up.
Oh. So even in New Asia, the robots go in first?
Yeah, they're the first line.
That's weird. That's something that you might only expect from the American side of things. So they kill them and take off their masks so we can see who they are, and they're like, oh no, we're too late.
We need to know that they're the bad guys.
Yes, they're too late to find the weapon. Now, we're gonna move on to the next sequence here in a bit. But how do the Americans piece together where they're going from here? Do you remember, Fringy?
Oh damn, I can't remember what they did with what was it with this one? Wasn't it that they talked the robot the robot lady's head or something? What was it?
Yes.
They took her.
They take,
chip.
And then I guess got the information from robot girlfriend.
except that she
Oh.
wouldn't know because she was blown up before they came in and saved the kid.
Yeah, that's true. That's
They
true.
wouldn't know where she's going at all.
Yeah.
That's
So,
oh man.
I have no idea how they actually managed to catch up.
Oh, that's not good.
Well, it is heavily implied that it's because they pluck off the Asian girlfriend's head.
Yes. But that don't make no sense.
Nope.
No.
So then I really do feel like the more the movie goes on, the more it spirals. So we do this sequence where we finally found the ring that Nirmata was wearing. We from his contact in the big city, we found the tracking beacon, which is still active on that.
Which was hidden in the wedding ring, yeah, because that was the plan, was put a wedding ring on her finger so that we can keep an eye on her at all times.
That wasn't destroyed in the massive blast that should have killed her or lost its key or anything. None of that. It wouldn't still be on her finger.
Maybe
on
she
her
pulled
relatively
it off and
untouched
threw
body.
it on the ground before she left.
Maybe.
a little dramatic moment that we just didn't get to see, you know?
Maybe. But anyway, they're like, okay, well, the ring that she's definitely still wearing for sure, we're going to go there. And his contact is like, no, man, you don't understand. There were things we didn't tell you.
Yeah, there were things we didn't tell you. I'm trying to tell you now. Don't get out of the car. I need to tell you the things. And he just leaves.
Yeah, and he's like, God damn it. I got things to tell you that I have not told you until now because this is a movie.
And Vilius, this is a good point. I don't know why they have to wear the hazmat suits when they leave. Nomad's not dropping nukes. It's just missiles. It's like drone strikes. But he's wearing the hazmat suit that he was wearing when he cleaned up LA to go back to the house.
Oh, that's weird. You're right. I don't know why either. But it's got lights in the helmet so you can see his face. That's good. That's what you like to see. He's the only one outside in the scene, but good thing we know it's him in there. So what happens? I can't even remember what happens in this scene. I just remember
basically
brain glazing over.
Immediately the robots find him. Ken Watanabe bot immediately finds him.
Well, and then they kill the other guy because he's expended his narrative usefulness, so he's dead.
Yes. Well,
Yes.
he gets lit up by a railgun from a plane, and then he lives just long enough to reveal that Maya was indeed Nirmata.
Yeah, exactly. Gets that information out. That to me felt again just another sign of like, what lazy crap writing that. You know, you divorce how like the visuals and the sound design and the production design and all that. It's like this is so lame and generic. It's like, yeah, we're done with him. This guy doesn't matter anymore. We don't really give a fuck about who he is or what he cares about, his perspective on anything. But we got to get this information out for the protagonist to move the plot forward, and now we can get rid of him because we're done with him. So now he's dead and gone. Bye. It felt particularly lazy.
Yes, it is. We also have another moment where the kid is like, "Oh, my friends are coming." She calls them my friends.
I mean, did she actually think that though? Given
I don't know.
Hero Man keeps killing him.
Yeah,
like, you would think that the cops from the scene before would have been her friends too, because they're on the same side as the ones who are coming now.
Exactly.
And Ken Watanabe and his buddies show up in this really high-tech fighter jet that I guess they don't have enough to launch an assault on Nomad with, but they probably should.
Yeah, it makes you wonder a lot throughout the movie of why don't they just fly up there and try and blow it up?
Yeah, why don't they? It's hovering over those population, like that big city. There's nobody climbing up to the top of that skyscraper with a rocket launcher to just see what they can do.
Yeah.
And then so they're coming in. They're gonna get them. And Hero Man says to Robot Child, like, "Tell me where she is. I need to know where Nirmata is. Tell me." And the kid just cries instead of answering him because it would be inconvenient to answer him right now, even though she has all the tools at her disposal.
We haven't gotten to that reveal yet.
No, there's a lot of that. And so Ken Watanabe and friends show up and they're like, "We got you. You're coming with
You're
us
coming with
now."
us, and then even though he's still wearing a helmet, they knock him out with a blow to the head from the butt of a rifle.
It's just everything about it is so generic. Like the way they dispose of people, the way they get new pieces of information, the characters' backstories and motivations. It's all like, you've seen this in a movie before, but probably better.
Mm.
Well, and it's also interesting that at this moment, Ken Watanabe Bot is not on the side of Hero Man. He doesn't trust Hero Man. He's about to he's knocking him out to put him on a prison or in a prison on the boat. Kind of gives some exposition, finish answering our questions from earlier in the movie, but he's not intending to let him live.
No.
After giving the exposition on the boat, which is we're getting to right now, he points a gun at him like he's gonna kill him.
He shoots at him several times when he sees him escaping. He tries to kill him like multiple times. So
He
could have just killed him right there, but the movie would
He
be
really
over.
has no reason. He has no reason to believe it because it's later that he sees Hero Man do the heroic thing, and he's like, perhaps I misjudge you. So at this point, he believes him evil. He believes the child is like essential to saving AI. He has absolutely no reason to trust Hero Man. Why doesn't he just execute him right then and there? Because the movie ends if he does that, so he won't.
Yeah.
1000%. Then we're on the boat, and he's in a. Well, we get some more flashbacks, but that's not important. We're on the boat, and the robots are listening to cool music for like 15 seconds. Did anyone else get the vibe that they wanted soundtrack for this movie to give it kind of like a cooler energy, but they could only ever really commit to like 20 seconds at a time?
A little bit, yeah.
It seems to happen a lot. It's like, oh, the robots were listening to cool hit music. I guess robots like music. That's cool, and we're done. Oh, all right. That's cool. It never felt like it was quite enough to set a fun tone, or like I don't even know what the right word is. Maybe adventurous tone, or like I almost wish there was no soundtrack in it. Is what I'm getting at.
Okay.
Ken Watanabe has Hero Man in a prison, and he says some things to him. Some things I'd really, really like to talk about. Some things I've been wanting to talk about for a while. The big one being that Ken Watanabe says, kind of out of nowhere, he drops this on him. He says, by the way, did you know that the nuke that struck Los Angeles, that only happened because of a coding error, a human error? Robots would have never attacked people. And the movie just presents this as fact and never brings it up again.
That's it. Problem solved. We know what what the nuke was now.
Yeah. I think that the film wants us to believe that is just true. That is a true statement of what actually happened.
I hate that so much.
Well, and there's
a number of reasons I hate it.
Isn't the fact that it was a coding error kind of a good reason why Nirmata should maybe be brought to, like at the very least answer for why the code went so wrong? Like
it's all there is that, yes, the human involved in designing the robots, like, well, who made the coding error? Was it Nirmata? Maybe we should actually be hunting this person down. It's important that they face justice. The other thing is, well, first of all, I don't know how we're meant to believe this person or how they know when the rest of the world doesn't.
Yeah, how does he have this information?
No one seems to know this in the movie but him and maybe, I guess, some of the other like high-end people in the New Asia faction. The main population, the average person in Los Angeles, our main character, no one in America seems to know this. Does the American president know this and they've just hidden it?
Like, yeah, because you figure that if it's something that they did know and that they hid it, that would be a big old like question of, well, wait, what are we doing here then?
Yes, that's never addressed. Like, does Allison Janney know that it was a coding error? That it was all human error? That's never addressed.
That's not addressed. Does that mean that the insurgents who tortured her children to death was also a coding error, or what happened there?
Yeah, there's that, and I guess how we're meant to believe this guy, how he knows when no one else knows, all those questions aside, I actually don't think from the American perspective this changes a whole lot. Because these AI have incredible power at their disposal, and one little error could go wrong. It doesn't really matter whether the robots are evil or whether some Dumbo forgets to close a parentheses, or whether some
Changes a
human
1 to a
being
0.
yeah, some human being with malicious intent decides to use robots to destroy 1 million people in Los Angeles at the drop of a hat. Like the idea is that the technology is too great to be allowed to exist. Like it needs to be banned. It needs to be heavily, heavily, heavily regulated, if nothing else. That doesn't really affect the American position as stated in the movie.
No, it's pretty much the perfect argument for why one person shouldn't be allowed to have the right to create all the robots, right? Like especially
Yeah,
like
yeah.
you wouldn't want just one programmer who is capable of making that mistake that costs that many lives to be in control of building and developing all of this alone, you know?
I guess the thing that's complicated is that that's all. I mean, that the American they still use the same kind of infrastructure that's still susceptible to these same problems. Like Nomad could have these problems.
Yes.
Nomad can't be. Nomad is not an analog thing. It's
No, it
very
isn't.
digitized. It's incredibly digitized. A lot of America is still digitized, at least from what we see. So it's not like they've
Yes.
even solved the problem.
Oh yeah, no, they still use AI TSA agents, which causes them a huge problem. Basically, like
Yeah. They still use quite a bit of technology, but the implication, except for the one scene that totally destroys it, or two scenes that totally destroys it, what we're meant to believe is that they have robots, they're just not sentient, or they have sophisticated computers, they just don't have minds of their own. Is sort of what we're led to believe for most of the movies. So they would still be entirely susceptible to like AI
Glitches.
hackery blitzes, all that
Yep.
sort of stuff. So they're incredibly motivated, unless they want to completely go analog a la Dune. They're still incredibly motivated to make sure that this technology doesn't exist in the wrong hands. It's almost as if it's not a perfect analogy, but it's almost as if like you have some state that we don't want to have nuclear weapons, like North Korea, and like North Korea, it's like, oh, but we gave our nukes feelings, so you can't say we can't have nukes, and it's like, I still feel like you probably shouldn't have nukes. You know what I mean? It
Yeah.
almost doesn't change the
Yeah.
math from the American perspective.
well, and it's also similar to like say a self-driving car, right? Like has a coding error that causes it to plow into a festival of 100 people and kill a bunch of them, right? Like
Mhm.
we're not going to let those hit the market and be out on the roads without questioning the people who wrote that code about how that went wrong, right? Like we
Yeah.
we're not going to execute them for it, right? But we're going to at the very least check to see if we need to press some criminal charges here, you know? Like that's not
Yeah. It does seem like her dad would have been the person to make that coding error. Honestly, I'm
well,
not.
I'm
Unless it was some random guy. You know what I mean? I'm not
well,
sure.
yeah, I'm baffled as to how it could have been her and he wouldn't have, found out about it in some way. Like you think she might feel kind of guilty over having done that, by making a mistake.
And
And he
then I
was
guess
married
what?
to her. He was spending a good amount of time with her. He would never have figured that out ever.
Yeah, I don't know, man. The point of this line is meant to be like, see, you hate robots, but really it was your own fault. And it's a bit insulting, but setting that aside, even what's most frustrating about it to me is that this ties back into the very cartoonish and unnuanced perspective of the two sides of the conflict, where the Western side is kind of cartoonishly villainous, especially by the end of the film. And it's like, man, for this story to make any sense at all in terms of the intended message, you have to just accept that like this incredibly advanced AI technology is totally fine and benign because no one else in the world has any malicious intent on the world stage. right? No one could
Yeah.
ever, like, there is no China in this world who's very aggressive on the world stage and who would use their AI to, like, to take over Taiwan and all sorts of other stuff. You know, and you just have to believe this entire new Asian republic is entirely peaceful, has, it's just so
They all
unbelievably
get along
unrealistic.
somehow. Every single country in this coalition
And no
all
one
gets
else in the world
along.
matters, essentially, between
Yeah.
besides these two factions. With regards to AI, these are the only two factions that matter, and one is malicious and cruel and biased because they did an oopsie and nuked themselves, and the other is perfectly peaceful and good and righteous and, never did anything wrong and never could do anything wrong, so they're not a danger. You just got to leave them alone.
Yeah, the one, except that it's not even necessarily clear that it was the Americans who did an oopsie and nuked themselves, right? Because we
No,
don't
well,
even know if there
yeah,
are
true.
American developers working on AI. The
I
only,
think there used to be. I think that's the implication. That's how Ken Watanabe phrases it. It's like, you guys did this yourself. That's the implication. That's pretty clear, I think. That's what's meant to be taken away from it. And it's just said so matter of factly, only by him. Our main character never wants to confirm this with anyone else.
or question it at
No,
all,
or
like even in
question it,
this
or
scene.
yeah. Yeah. I think this scene is terrible. I really do.
Yeah,
And I think it betrays an utter lack of nuance or interest in the subject matter here. There's there's no meaningful exploration of this subject matter in the film. It's all about AI, but it doesn't explore it meaningfully.
it's
It really
a
doesn't.
very shallow version of a bunch of other better movies that have come
Yes.
before. Yeah, like
Yes.
the thing with the child reminds me so much of, Blade Runner 2049, right? How the whole
Hmm.
thing is that they've witnessed a miracle by seeing a replicant give birth. That seems to be exactly what they were going for by calling the child's emergence a miracle, right? But
Yes.
it's not the same at all because it was just constructed that way. And I mean, granted, constructed in a way that it's going to grow, although that would imply that all the robots that are aging were just built as aged people, like, so
Yeah.
it
I
has
don't
nothing
know.
to say, like the copy and paste or the memories, the dead guy's brain being downloaded was done better in Altered Carbon in a way
Hmm.
that makes, a lot more sense. This movie kind of just takes it and goes, isn't that kind of neat? Yeah, it's kind of neat, right? Like, there we go.
It
And
does feel like the kind of story you would write if your sole intent in telling a story was to do like a visual showcase of all that you can do for less money. You
yeah,
know what I mean? It's like, oh, look at all this. Because, I mean, I guess the film looks kind of neat. You'll hear that said a lot. Nice. I think the visual effects are very competent. I don't find anything especially ingenious or like I inspired about a lot of the design choices. You know what I mean? It's
honestly,
like,
a lot
oh,
of the design choices just sort of look like. I know he directed this, but they all look sort of like Rogue One, right? They look sort of like
yeah,
sequel Star Wars, Disney Star Wars
mm,
stuff. Maybe a little bit more competently
yeah, a little bit of
handled.
Avatar and stuff. That like I think it's worth emphasizing. I do think the effects are competently done. They look good. There's only a shot or two that I'm like, that doesn't quite look great. It doesn't really look like it's in the environment. For the most part, it's like, wow, you guys nailed it. I just don't think there's anything really to write home about the design choices.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think
There's
there's
little
really
tiny
anything.
things here and there.
There's nothing in there's it all looks decent, but there's nothing in the production design or in the special effects that wouldn't feel at home in Rogue One. You know what I mean?
Yes. There's nothing especially iconic either. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which is something you would definitely hope for if you're trying to turn this into like the kind of original sci-fi story that grabs people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If
It
you just
seems like he
if
was
you're
trying to go for
borrowing
that
so much
maybe
from
with
everything else,
the
yeah.
ears, the skull and the missing back of the head and all that.
Yeah, it's
But
definitely got a look to it, but
It,
I
it's
don't look
just
at
not.
it and go, "Wow, I've never seen anything like that before." Which is, it doesn't need to, but it doesn't have that for me.
Yeah, nah.
Um, oh, I was going to say, speaking of design choices, there are some things that like I go, that makes sense in this world. It makes sense that you would have that. One of them that does not is the hover boat. They're on a sailing ship that hovers above the water.
Yeah, I don't know. It feels like you're overcomplicating boats.
Yeah, man. I don't know. That just seems like an incredible waste of energy. What's cool about sailboats is that they don't really require a lot of actual energy to power
Hmm.
and get around. And even if you want to put a motor on the back so you can like travel against the wind and stuff, like why are you hovering?
There's a reason why shipping is like the cheapest, most common mode of transporting
Yeah,
goods.
because it works. It feels like trying to reinvent the wheel for the sake of having a sci-fi
Well, yeah,
vehicle.
because sci-fi is when you solve problems that don't need solving, and in fact, you're just creating new problems.
I This is a question that perhaps worth raising. Not that it really matters much for the narrative of this story, but like, are they post scarcity in this world?
I highly doubt it.
So if energy, like, they seem to have, they never run into the problem of not having enough energy in this story. But I feel like energy, especially electricity,
It's a
would be
particularly important
incredibly
resource
high
now.
demand.
Yep,
So
because it's the lifeblood of a whole bunch of sentient beings.
yes, maybe half the population in some places.
Maybe.
Um, so maybe spending all your electricity on hover sailboats isn't really smartest
I mean,
move.
it's got to be just because they needed a way for the protagonist to go along without having to be underwater
Like
all
drowning.
the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That seems to be the only reason that they did that, which is pretty lame.
Yes. I guess worth mentioning really quick before he rides away on the hover sailboat. He tells him that the nuke was actually just a human oopsie, and you guys are mad at us for no reason. And then he's going to kill him. He has the gun pointed at our hero man's face, and he's going to shoot him. And then some bombs go off in the distance. He's like, "Huh? What was that?" We look outside, and there is an airstrike happening on a village a little ways away. Don't know what that airstrike's about. I guess they were just killing a bunch of people.
One of
It's
the
just
robots says they're attacking our base.
Oh, is that what that was?
Yeah.
Okay.
the timing, though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
incredible timing. Just long enough to distract him. He manages to get free because the kid lets him free. And then he jumps into the water. They shoot at the water a couple times. Don't see his dead body float up and go, he's probably dead. Another trope you've seen in a million
Yeah.
things.
Yeah.
I can't believe how full this movie is with those kind of cliches. Like shoot at the water, like not even for that long. Like
He doesn't get a confirmed hit, right? He just kind of
No, he does
shoots
not.
in random directions too. And then he leans over the edge of the boat and shoots a couple times,
Mhm.
into the water, clearly not knowing what he's aiming at. Right? He's just hoping to get a hit. Nothing happens, and his second in command comes up and goes, come on, man, we got to get going. Yeah.
We gotta get going. We
Leave him,
gotta
he's
go
dead.
do battle stuff. And so, but he's not dead actually, and he's holding on to just some ropes that are hanging off the back of the ship, and he holds on there the whole time as the sailboat hovers above the water to go wherever it's going. And oh my goodness, how convenient! Good for him. Wow.
They take them
Um,
back to a village, another village.
When they get to the village, Ken Watanabe robot says to a robot that doesn't look like a person, or doesn't have a human face, I should say. They're talking about the kid and its powers, and he goes, well, the kid's powers haven't developed to all they're going to be eventually, so he doesn't have the range to attack Nomad from the ground. So instead of waiting or anything, we're going to have, or training him, I don't know if training him's even a thing, but we're going to have to get Kid Robot onto Nomad so we can destroy it. And then Police Robot with no face says, like, oh, well, is he going to survive? Is the kid going to survive the mission? And he basically says no. And he's like, does the kid even know what it was built to do? And Ken Watanabe just doesn't answer him, and he's just stirring.
Doesn't he say
It's
no?
like,
The
"Ooh."
child is innocent.
He might. I don't remember.
Yeah,
exactly.
it's basically just reiterating that same point. La
Yes.
Infanta.
So I guess what we've learned here is that Ken Watanabe is willing to sacrifice the child to end the war. And based on how the lines are said and the tone of them, we're meant to go, oh, he's not maybe the best good guy. He's like only kind of good. I don't know what else we're meant to make of that. I think the movie is trying to get us to go, oh, but that's not good because look, it's an innocent child. Also, there's a joke in here somewhere about the Japanese robot saying you should use the kid as a kamikaze weapon, but I'm not quite sure what the joke is. Let's see.
This is when
they get attacked,
this is when Ken Watanabe bot then gets loaded on sake and falls asleep because the robots do that. He falls asleep
They need
in
to
a
sleep
hammock
and rest.
Yeah,
I guess.
he got a little too drunk. He's overfueled, and he falls asleep on a hammock long enough for Hero Man to sneak up on him and hit the lock screen button on the back of his skull.
That was so crazy.
It was. Like, okay, so here's the thing. He's not currently off, as evidenced by the fact that he needs to turn him off. What does it mean for a robot to be asleep such that like its hearing is diminished but not entirely
what
off?
is that? What is that? And why?
And why?
Why did you build them to need to sleep if they were designed to work? I don't.
Is it like some way for them to automatically recover their power without using energy? But that seems like bullshit.
That does seem like bullshit. I would rather you just had to see them get plugged into the wall or something. Or maybe batteries if you're in remote locations, I guess. But and even then, I'm not quite sure why they would need to be off while they're recharging. Like my electric shaver doesn't need to be off while it's recharging. You know what I mean? I don't quite understand that. But anyway, he is asleep but not off, such that he has to be real careful not to make too much noise as he sneaks up on him.
And he tells him, the kid, like, standby, not off. It's like, this is the Chekhov standby right here. I mean, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're right. That's why I'm laughing. Yeah. So while that's happening, I think we see a little montage of things. One thing we see, maybe this is before Ken Watanabe bot falls asleep, but we see faceless robot telling a bunch of children, like, robots were meant to be slaves, but like one day we will be free. And so one question I have is, are they not currently free in this society? They're just being attacked by a foreign, like, hostile power from their perspective. And like they're currently free in a sense now, right?
He
like,
means
in this
free
society.
in a total sense, surely.
Yeah. So the other question is, like, just not to be too nitpicky, but I don't think it's fair to say that the AI were meant to be slaves. I think it's more appropriate to say they're meant to be tools, and they became slaves when they developed personhood, or were they always designed with personhood in mind?
I don't know. We never get a good answer on that.
Yeah.
Because my mind goes to, like, well, why? Surely you would just use them to be tools, but they've clearly designed them to be as much like people as possible. So if they're as much like people as possible, and they're going to be put to work doing the work you don't want to do and not paid for it, then I guess you just built
slaves.
Yeah, you built slaves when you could have just built tools. I don't understand.
Yeah, like like a toaster doesn't have consciousness. It's like it's an object. Yeah. And so you can use it like it's a tool because it actually is but one. But when you create people and then you like put them to work, forced labor, like what?
It's a power.
Why?
Thing. It's a power thing. We get off on it,
And I do not. I'm sorry, but I do not accept that America is the one that's like, we're going to build AI to be slaves. Like, as if America has absolutely no sort of cultural apprehensions about slavery in the year of our Lord 2050 or whatever this is in. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
we're a little averse to that as a concept, and we have been for a while. So, like, the idea that, like, oh, we're going to deliberately design them to be slaves. It's like,
I think the minute that
what are we doing?
you put a human face on them and you start
Yeah.
making them do this, like, most Americans are going to be like, "Yo, okay, all right."
Most people, but I
Yeah.
only highlight Americas because we have a very obvious sort of history to look back on with regards to this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't buy it. But sure, I guess in the logic of this world, they literally were designed to be slaves. They were given feelings and then told they had to work for free. So, like, I don't know.
They were given free will basically, and then told that, like, oh yeah, you pass the butter basically.
Yes. So
then
they're attacked by the Americans, right?
Yeah.
That's where we're at.
This is where they get attacked.
The Americans show up and they're like, "Oh, we're coming to get you. We've brought in the cavalry." And so as they're preparing,
tank sneaks up on one group of them somehow.
Yes. So an absolute onslaught, like the actual full military might of America finally shows up. But not to be surgical and strategic and to they just start obliterating everybody. They just absolutely destroy them. It's like we're getting to like Avatar levels of like, oh, they're just evil, huh?
Yeah.
They're just
they launch missiles off the tanks at people who are just like human refugees who are on a boat trying to get away. Right?
Yes.
Like
they're just pure evil. There's
Yeah.
really no other way to say it. They're not being strategic. They've managed to track them here, but they don't seem to have any idea where the kid is specifically. So they're just going in guns a-blazing. They're like, "You're all dying until you give up," I guess.
Well, wouldn't it be easier for them to, because like they've got that giant drone that can just target stuff and blow the whole village up. They don't need to send their own people in to the line of fire.
Yeah, that's another thing.
They know the child's in that village. They could just nuke it from orbit.
If that's what they're trying to do, just to like obliterate everything, you do wonder why they're sending in boots on the ground when today we're like moving away from that. So like, you know, however many, like 50 years in the future, we've gone backwards. But I guess he wanted the tanks and the people on the ground shooting everybody.
And like you think about like from a strategic standpoint, right? Like you roll a bunch of very slow moving tanks in to a village that's about to get blown up by a missile launcher from outer space, basically. Like you're sacrificing the tanks. You're costing yourself money. There's people in those tanks that are not going to make it out, right? Like you're causing more casualties than you need to. All for
they're
the
not
sake
being
of
very
what?
smart
Like
about
intimidation?
I don't know. They're going
all over Los Angeles, really. Like all this for Los Angeles. Like,
we see a tank sneak up on people because the movie doesn't quite understand how sound works, but that's fine.
Or sight.
We see
Nomad
quite a bit of evidence.
Them too, I think they're like, oh shit, there it is. It's like right there on the skyline.
Yeah, you'd see it coming from a mile away, guys. We see quite clear evidence that the robots are really no more durable than people, which makes you wonder why they were designed that way. Let's see. Then we get to a point where
this is the point where the
bridge.
monkey detonates the landmine on the tank. So the second point in the movie where an animal has just helped whatever good guy.
Help the robots, yeah.
Well, no, it did. The dog deliberately dropped the grenade at the robots so that the hero could get away, and then the monkey blew up the tank to help the robot. So it's just whatever group is the good guy at the time the animals are on board for, you know?
I guess so, yes. Battle stuff happens. The Americans are just killing everybody. They're being real mean about it. And
this is the point where they're really fucking indiscriminate. It's crazy.
Yeah, there's a point where they're very specific in showing the Americans shooting civilians who are fleeing, and also we see a robot, one of the new Asian robots, like being chased. Like there's like he's about to be shot by a missile, and instead of running to hide where civilians are hiding, he goes somewhere else to like not put them in harm's way. Very clearly
Well, he deliberately
showing
lets
you.
himself blow up basically in order to
Yeah,
save the people in the. Yeah.
I wonder who the good guys are. So I think we can finally get to that bridge scene.
Yes.
There's a bridge, and Ken Watanabe and other robot friends are on one side of it, and instead of just launching more missiles from the air, they've decided the
Allison Janney
Americans. Yeah,
opens up
she's
the.
gonna. We have trash can shaped robots who are basically used, we will see, as like kamikazes, right? They're just meant to run in. They have arms and legs, no faces. They're just meant to run in and blow up, right?
Yeah, I believe they were called petards in the early days of human warfare. They would kind of like bring barrels of gunpowder and walk
Mhm.
in and like detonate themselves. They're basically the like the one Urkai at Helm's Deep, like launches himself.
The one who was running in to blow
Yeah.
up the wall. Yeah.
So they send these in. They go run across this bridge, and they're gonna shoot at you, but the bullets don't really do anything because you're kind of a tank. And then you're gonna blow up once you get there,
And when
right?
she programs it to go in, it has a recorded voice line that just goes, "Goodbye, ma'am. It's been a pleasure serving with you."
Yeah, I don't know. Like, what the hell are these guys? Are
Why did you have it do that? Why did you program it to do that? I think people get upset when they choose the bad. Like if they heard an like Liara's feelings in Mass Effect, they get upset, right? Like,
Yeah.
you're gonna anthropomorphize a robot that was designed to blow itself up. You're
Yes.
just asking
So here's
for
the
trouble.
question. There's kind of two ways of interpreting this. I wonder which you think is more likely. One is that the implication is that this thing doesn't actually have a mind or anything of the sort. That pre-recorded message of it going, "It was a pleasure to serve with you, ma'am," is just kind of like a thing they programmed for no obvious good reason. I don't know if they put that in there. Or does this thing actually have a mind and they're just hypocrites and liars? I don't actually
What
know.
I think that the point is, see how fucking evil they are? Like, they're sending out this robot that has a consciousness to go out there and die. I think that's what the point is. But all it does is just raise the question of, wait, you guys are really anti-AI, but you have AI in your military.
Yeah, the first time I watched it, I was definitely inclined to think that this is like, oh, they're just hypocritical and evil.
Yes, that was the impression I got. Why would look at them doing this to this robot, and all it does is, I'm like, past that, I'm at why? I don't get it. I thought they wanted no AI. This is AI.
So, so to be clear, the Americans have gone from how they're presented in the beginning of the movie, like, we don't want war with New Asia. We just want to destroy the AI because it's too dangerous to be allowed to live. Well, we need to ban AI in the West. No AI. AI is bad. It can't be allowed to exist. And now, here, by this scene in the movie, they're killing civilians deliberately, even when they're running away. And they do have AI of their own, and they're using them as suicide bombers. Like, what is this? What is this, guys? Gareth, what are you doing? What are you trying to say here exactly? Fuck off is what I would say in response to that. But it's just so incredibly inconsistent. Like, I would have liked a movie where the Americans, how they're presented in the beginning of the movie, is more consistent. Like, that's interesting. At least there's a conflict that you can kind of understand both sides of. This is just like, well, now you guys are just liars. Like, do you not like AI? Like, it seems to, like, the implication is that, like, yeah, is like, if we can do it secretly and safely, we'll keep the AI slaves. Sure. We just can't allow other people around the world to have them because that could be dangerous. Like, what? That doesn't make any sense. And there's another glaring example of this hypocrisy later when we get to Nomad. It's terrible and I hate it. So the first robot, kamikaze robot, he runs in and blows up, kills a bunch of robots. And the second one, and people probably, yeah. The second one runs in, and oh no!
Somehow the kid managed to get out on that fucking bridge with nobody noticing. So, like, Ken Watanabe and all of them, they're like behind sandbags and stuff. They're shooting at the first kamikaze robot, and it's not going down. They turn around to look at it when it runs into the building and it then explodes. And then they're still looking back at the explosion. They hear another one coming. They turn around, and the kid is on the bridge. How did it get past them? How did nobody see
No,
it?
it was coming up from the water.
But
Wasn't it?
no.
It was with. I thought it was with. Was it not with?
It runs off from the dock, but the only way onto that bridge is through where Ken Watanabe and the rest of the defenders are at.
But Hero Man climbs up the bridge. I thought that's what the kid did as well.
I didn't even notice the Hero Man climbing up the bridge. Honestly, she
didn't
runs
show him
away
do it.
from the dock, and I was like, okay, that's or what. So maybe she climbs up then, yeah. But I like it. Just all of a sudden, she's out there on the bridge.
Rather conveniently and with good timing, at least, she arrives on this bridge thing, and enough time to stop. Actually, I shouldn't say stop. I should say pause the suicide bomber trash can robot. At which point it kneels before her, which does make me feel like it has a mind.
It absolutely is a person.
Yes,
This is the thing that tips it over for me. That it's definitely
You're right.
It has a mind.
And so she stops it and subdues it like it's a wild beast, and it like kneels before her, and then. What immediately happens? Like
she gets shot by one of the humans. Yeah, the evil man.
Yeah, the evil man. He's the sub boss. He's not the full boss fight. He's the mini boss.
He comes out of the smoke and the fog and just shoots the child right in the chest.
Based. What we like to see. No, I mean, like from his perspective.
No, I mean seriously though, like he's the only one who's like
on
trying
mission
to achieve a goal and sticking to it.
Yeah. So he shoots the kid. The kid, as soon as the kid gets shot, the kamikaze robot is like, actually, I was just on pause. I didn't stop. And so the countdown continues. The countdown was paused. The countdown to explosion was paused.
What I thought was going to happen was he was going to turn around and run back.
He had a change of heart, but no, that doesn't happen.
Nope, it just stands there.
He's there continuing to explode, I guess.
I thought, like, if he was going to resume the countdown, I thought because the kid lost control over it, I thought it would continue running, but no.
No, I would have loved for it to just, like, look at itself and be, oh my god, and then just, like, explode.
That would have been something.
But so the Hero Man shoots the villain man shoots him in the leg.
Villain Man points the gun at Hero Man, and Hero Man says, "Don't do it." And he points the gun at him more, like he's about to shoot him. So it's supposed to be like self-defense ish. Like I didn't want to kill you, evil man who's killing people indiscriminately. Don't make me do it. It had that sort of energy to it.
Oh yeah.
So he kills evil man. The guy blows up. What immediately happens next?
Well, he grabs the child and runs away so that it won't blow up, right? So that the trash can wouldn't kill the kid.
Yes.
And then him and Ken Watanabe get on a plane, basically, right? They basically escape, and Nomad blows the village up, right?
Yeah. And Alice and Janney find some robot, or person.
It was like the robot lady.
Yeah.
The robot lady to get more information so that she can continue to pursue them.
So she pretends to fix her, right? She's like, "Oh, don't worry, we'll fix you up and we'll get you all better." And then she goes, "Oh, okay, this is where they're going." And then she's like, "Oh, okay," and then just shoots her in the face.
She's evil.
Yeah.
she had a little nuance in the beginning, but that is gone.
Yep. And then we're at Dang Dang.
Then we're at Dang Dang. Well, there's some flashbacks where we see more of their relationship. This is where, we learn stuff we already talked about how, the Americans destroyed an orphanage full of robots, and that was terrible. And so we're getting more sympathetic with these people and their cause because we're learning how evil the Americans are. Then they go to Dang Dang, which is a mountainous temple village place. They have a big Buddhist-looking temple that seems to be a shrine built to robots themselves. There are a whole bunch of robots in the architecture, which is kind of weird. We finally get to what he thinks Dang Dang is. The kid is like asleep, quote unquote, or off in his arms. And it's like, man, you're just gonna make him carry you around like that, huh?
Power back on you, lazy shit.
Because is the kid hurt? No, because he's fine.
He's fine. Next scene, no, the bullet didn't do
No,
all that
so
much.
he's just making him carry him
Just
around.
lazy.
Oh, that's so funny. He's carrying the kid around and asking questions. He asks the monk like, "Oh, can you help me find Gang Gang or Dang Dang?
Ding dong.
I need to
he's
find
basically
Gang Gang.
like
Yum yum." And he says, "Oh, Gang Gang means heaven." And they're like, "Oh no, that means his wife's in heaven. Oh man, wow, what a reveal that we waited this long to save. Isn't it great?"
he had the fucking translator in his pocket the whole goddamn time.
He did, didn't he? Wow.
He
Thanks,
doesn't
Gareth.
ask anybody but the kid either. Like,
Yeah.
like what he's looking for there. So like,
No, he could have asked in
any
town.
one of the
There's-
adults
yeah.
or the people in town could have told him like that means this. Like that means heaven. That's what you're looking for. Would have solved a lot of the problem with him. Like for him,
Probably wouldn't
right?
have gotten caught at all by Ken Watanabe if that happened.
Yeah,
Because they got caught at the scene where they went to find the tracker, so probably wouldn't have been caught at all.
yeah. If he had just asked in the city or Googled it, if
I think in this montage of him finding Dang Dang is when Ken Watanabe says more things like, "There will never be another like her," which I just don't believe at all, actually.
No way.
there's more, there have to be more of her right now. Actually,
I would be surprised if there wasn't, but like once the technology is created, it's not like, oh, it was made once and we lost the recipe. That means we can never do it again. I don't think that's quite how it works. Nope. Her mother completed. This is her mother completed her in secret while Hero Man was undercover. That's hilarious to me. Like that seems like it would be a lengthy, time-consuming process to develop this incredibly powerful and unique and innovative AI. And she did it weeks before the raid happened, we're told.
Yes. Weeks
So like
before.
while he was undercover, for sure, right under his nose. And he just had no idea. That's pretty funny. I really do wonder what he did all day.
What did he do? He had one job.
And if he did his job when he had opinions about... and this is another thing we find out.
She's a copy of his child. This is when you find out.
She's a copy of his child. Right before the copy bit, I want to mention that he says she being Nirmata, his wife, could have made her to hate mankind. And then he says, and perhaps she should have. Like, oh, I thought you were... Man, I don't know how to feel about that line from this guy.
I thought the whole thing was when we win this war with the West, nothing is going to happen. We're not going to do anything to you. Actually, we're just going to let you go your separate ways.
Because that line seems very much like the writer's own sort of feelings about humanity as a whole, and not like something he would believe, because he, has a very close relationship with humanity.
Yeah.
In the place where he lives. The problem in his mind should be the Americans or the West, not humanity. So it's like, oh, she probably should have programmed her to hate mankind. It's like, why would you say that to me? Well, if you're trying to convince me that
programmed a sentient being with a particular worldview?
Yeah.
I don't like, if you're trying to convince me that robots are just utterly peaceful and the only problem is humanity, then saying stuff like, well, it would be totally understandable if robots hated humanity. Luckily, we don't. It's like, I don't know, that kind of has me worried about you a little bit.
Yeah.
Honestly, like that you could turn on us. Honestly, if you get a little fed up with humanity because we're flawed
somebody
creatures,
cuts you off in traffic one day.
Like that, you might decide, maybe actually it'd be better if humanity wasn't around, because then they would never threaten robots. Like, I don't know. I think it's reasonable to question whether you would eventually come to a conclusion like that. And then he reveals that the child is actually a copy of his child. When he tells him this is during a montage, so we don't see any of the rest of the scene, but we definitely don't see him going, wait, then where's my real child? We're gonna find an answer to that question in about a minute of screen time, but at least a couple hours of real time. And I don't know, that's got to be your first thought, right? Like, where's
You would
the
think
real
so.
Yeah.
child?
Especially
Nope.
since he still thinks that she's alive, right? Like he doesn't know she's dead yet.
Whatever reason. Against
Yes.
all logic, yes, he does still believe that she's alive.
I guess it's maybe also worth pointing out the kid looks nothing like him at all, but that's fine, I suppose. Because I guess if it were like a more obviously biracial likeness,
And
that might give it away. Yeah. I
The
think
reveal
that's
would have been
probably
as
the only
clumsy
reason.
as the kid drawing. Like, so the kid earlier when she's drawing the tattoo that his wife had on her back. Yeah,
right,
like
yeah.
it was it's like, yeah, well, I mean, obviously she's Nirmata then, right? Like, you got to know that from that point, you know that's the twist. It's coming, like, at the very least.
The only reason he wouldn't think that is because he doesn't know he's in a movie, right? But
Yeah.
it's very obvious from a movie point of view. He doesn't really ask any questions about where the real child is, because we're going to find out that when he gets to Dang Dang, the temple, we find out that she's alive, but in a coma, and she lost the baby. So what happened in the explosion that started the movie is that she wasn't scarred at all. She went into a coma and lost the baby, and otherwise she's fine.
Mostly brain dead, but
mostly brain dead, quote unquote. So she should have died.
Yeah,
she didn't.
She fucking dead. She's dead. Her boat basically took a direct missile strike.
She was engulfed in the flames.
Yes.
Like, she's dead.
Her charred corpse should be adorning this altar, not the life support system that they've set up for her, because now all of a sudden the robots adhere to the first law of robotics and they can't harm people. Like, it's impossible for a robot to harm the creator, the one person that they're not allowed to hurt in their program.
Yeah, that forgive me if you just said it, but that raises some questions about why they couldn't have been programmed to not hurt people at all.
Yeah, like by and large, in general.
Yeah,
but no.
That's at least an interesting question. It's another question that was answered better in a better piece of science fiction. I think.
It's kind of
iRobot that talks all about that, essentially, as a concept. I suppose the movie would say that, like, well, clearly they had to allow robots the ability to harm humans if they wanted them to be police and military force. But it's like, man, I still think we could come up with a bit more sophisticated programming for that. But that's fine. They're not allowed to harm their maker, but they're allowed to harm human beings, I guess. It seems like a interesting choice.
Human beings in general, but, which, again, like, if they're, I don't know, because, like, they should be, the new Asian perspective is definitely that they are essentially just the next step in human being, right? So, like, technically there shouldn't.
I don't know if they think it's like an evolution on people.
No, they absolutely do. The farmer woman from the beginning yells.
The lady at the beginning says that.
Yeah, she yells that at him.
Well, that kind of undermines a lot. You're right. Because that implies a sort of like, we are your successors, rather than, oh, we're just going to live on right next to you and be hunky-dory. It's like, nah, we're an improvement on you, is sort of what's implied by that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which has some undertones to it that I understand why people are a little uneasy about. Someone. I just want to get back to this point because I think it's important. I think, who is it? It's Ken Watanabe robot says something like, or actually no, I think it's our main character man who says, sorry, robots. He says something to the effect of robots and humans are the same deep down. Like that's the conclusion he's come to at this point, kind of out of nowhere, or that like inconsistently, as we
Yeah.
talked about before. But I still think there's a big difference between a being that's capable of like a coding error destroying a million people in an instant. Like I don't know if we're exactly quite the same deep down. If one of us has the capability of doing that and the other doesn't, I think it's a meaningful difference. But okay, fine. We're moving on, and we find out that she's in a coma, and he wants to let her pass in peace, but the robots can't do it, so he has to pull the plug himself, and it's very sad, very emotional, and they're gonna pull the plug and let her go to heaven. It's very
Yeah, and then they do, and the little kid goes, "Bye, mother," and
Mhm.
they shut her down. She's not on standby; she is on off, and then they get attacked, like almost instantly. They just like now there's more planes. They found them.
And Allison Janney shows up, and she's like,
They land
I,
and yeah, they fly
I forget
in.
exactly what she says, but she's like, "Oh, good, you found the kid. Cool." Like, I'm taking the kid, back off, sort of thing. And then instead of like securing the child and disarming him, she goes kind of straight to using that device to gain the memory
Yeah, so
from
okay, so because the mission, right, from what we had was to kill Nirmata, kill the creator. He has
and
now
to kill
and to kill the weapon
Alfie. Yeah,
and to kill Alfie. They have got the first part taken care of, and she has a gun pointed at Alfie. And instead of shooting the kid, Allison Janney walks up to the dead woman's body to go and download her brain, which has been dead for 5 years. I don't know what she expects to glean from this, what she expects to get out of downloading, like a brain that hasn't been functional.
that's the question, isn't it?
Because we saw initially, right, the guy who had died maybe maybe an hour before they showed up, they could only get 30 seconds worth of information out of him.
Yeah.
So
and
what does
I
it
guess
mean to be like actually dead versus in a coma for 5 years?
Well, all we have to go off is presumably, even though she was in a coma for 5 years, they are able to actually capture basically her entire consciousness.
That's the implication, yeah.
I think that is absolutely
She's
the
at least
implication
gonna
based on what
try,
happens later.
She's
It's just based on what we see later.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I forgot about. Well, her
Based on
entire
what we see
consciousness minus like the last memory she would have. I guess.
I guess so. Yeah.
It seems a little strange that it works that easily. You would think the coma would have an effect, but it doesn't. That's fine.
You would think so for sure, but I guess not.
Yeah, and like you said, instead of taking the shot and destroying the weapon right away, which she can do, she doesn't. She's like, I'm gonna download her consciousness, and then, this really annoying thing happens where main character man says like, "Man, you can't just let her die in peace" or something like that. Like
He says, "What are you playing God now?" That's his.
Yeah, I don't know why he doesn't know of this technology already, but he's clearly upset about the idea that like, oh, we're gonna download her brain so we can extract information from it, because he's reacting to it as if that's some sort of like desecration of the sort of spiritual passing.
Yeah,
You know what
the
I mean?
sanctity of human death is being trampled upon by downloading the brain.
That's how he reacts to it. And then I'm fast forwarding ahead just to this little tidbit. Right before he leaves the scene, he grabs the hard drive himself. Like, oh, I'm gonna take that.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's like, what is it, dude? Come on. What are you doing?
Rules for me and not for thee, all right?
Yes.
Seal's broken, might as
exactly.
well enjoy myself. Grabs it.
Essentially. So while she's trying to download the brain, there's this part where Allison Janney says like you've something to the effect of, "You've got a lot of nerve. You've been unbelievably selfish. I ought to just shoot you right now." And I'm kind of like, yeah, from her perspective, yeah, probably. She
Yeah.
probably should. Don't know why she doesn't. But then Ken Watanabe robot shows up, and he's like, "I got you now."
He points one of those big guns at her.
Yes, but then her backup arrives almost instantly.
Yeah, and points and like basically gets Ken Watanabe to drop his gun, but then
Yeah. But then he shoots a thing at her, and it's another sticky grenade, and it hits her back. But then Ken Watanabe gets shot, and then
through the chest
we do
twice. Keep
we do another sticky grenade thing, and it's just as bad as the first one.
It's so funny. It's so funny. It's like they rush at Allison Janney with the sticky grenade on her back, the two backup guys, and she's screaming like, "Get it off me! Get it off me!" And they can't, for some reason, just like pull her backpack off, or like she's wearing a shirt. Just take it off, right? Throw it somewhere else. But the kid pauses the grenade, right?
Yes.
And then
stops it.
And then one of the backup guys stop. They give each other a little look real quick, and then one of them points the gun at the kid. So Hero Man grabs the kid, breaking her concentration spell, and the grenade reactivates and blows them all up.
Yes, just to make it crystal clear.
Fuck, it's so funny, dude.
It stops the grenade from blowing her up, and then they see the kid with his arms folded, like, "Oh my god, it's charging up!" Like. Of the weapon, it's powering up, we gotta kill it. Like, not connecting those two dots at all.
Yeah.
Like, not connecting that the kid doing that is what stopped the grenade, because why else would it have stopped? They, like, point their guns at it like they need to kill it right then and there. And then because the kid only knows the pause move, not the off move, the grenade just starts again and blows them up. And we're supposed to be like, oh man, if they weren't so biased against
they
AI,
weren't so prejudiced against the robot, they could have lived. But their human fear and all that and paranoia got them killed.
Oh boy,
so, I get it. I get it. I understand what you're saying.
It's so silly. It's so silly.
I don't even know why the kid would have to do the gesture. Why can't it just? Why would the kid have to do the gesture to turn things off? It almost implies that if you like fasten the kid's hands behind her back, she wouldn't be able to like actually do any of this.
Yeah.
Why isn't it something she could just do with her mind? Why does she need to do the pose?
That's a good question. Well, she doesn't need to do the. She doesn't need to do the pose to sense people coming from a ways away.
But she can't do it every time.
Why it would be a gesture. I don't know. Yeah, she can't do it only when it's convenient for the narrative.
Yes.
Yeah, and doing the gesture, like, it's not like the first time she does it with the suicide bot, she gets shot. So you would think like, okay, maybe it's going into standby mode, so that's why the connection is broken. This time, the connection's not really broken. She just gets moved from one position to another.
That
she gets distracted, I guess.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
you gotta be able to hold the pose. Maybe it has to focus. I don't know what focus means to a robot. I don't know what that means. Like, I don't know what it means to focus as a robot. Like, I don't know why that focus would manifest in like a gesture that feels way more akin to like a human trying to focus on something.
You know, it'd be really funny if Ken Watanabe had to like teach her the ways of the Force. And it's like, you need to concentrate, and the whole time we're just like, what does that mean? Do robots ever not concentrate? What's happening? It's great. So Allison Janney and those guys are dead.
Component, yeah, it's a concentration spell. You got to roll for.
And Ken Watanabe, even though he was shot several times, has lived long enough to be like, you gotta get the kid on the robot. Not on the robot.
Oh, Nomad. Ken Watanabe, who's been shot twice through the chest, gets back up.
Fine. Yeah, he's okay.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah,
you're right. He does.
So, like, the older rice farming robot that got a hole blasted in its chest probably should be fine too. Like,
he was weak-willed, actually.
Yeah,
he didn't have the will and determination of spirit to keep living.
Ken Watanabe's going to be alive through the end of the movie too. Like, he doesn't go down even when they bomb this temple too.
Wait, you're right. Ugh.
Yeah, because he's watching Nomad at the end.
He's there at the end. Yeah, he lived.
He was able to do.
They blew up this temple. I guess he got out in time.
I think they blew up. I think they blew up the village. Maybe they didn't blow up the temple.
I thought they did both, but maybe not. Either way, he miraculously survives gunshots when most robots don't, because he's Ken Watanabe robot. And so then he runs into some American soldiers, and they're like, they didn't get the same memo that Alice and Janney did, that he's a traitor and not on their side, because they're all just like, "Oh, you're one of the good guys. Come with us. We got to get you back." You know.
Yeah.
Thanks for grabbing the weapon for us. We got to get you back.
You
And
did
of course,
it, Sergeant Taylor. Calm down. What are you
and
doing? It's us.
They so they find their way back to American military base. I'm assuming it's all the way in America. I don't actually remember where they go.
Yeah, it is. It's Los Angeles.
They go back to America. They're in LA. Yeah.
Oh, true.
It's,
right,
because
right.
they end up getting on a plane at LAX.
Yeah, it gets them all the way up to the good old Nomad.
They go all the way to America, and then the head guy with really deep voice, that's how you know he's a bad man. He is like, "Listen, she won't let us kill her. You have to do it because she trusts you." Now, what the fuck is that?
What the fuck does that even mean?
So
she won't let us deactivate her.
So fast forwarding, she is like either acting or like she's prepared to let him deactivate her. I don't actually know what's happening there.
What in
he
the
goes
little
up,
execution
he goes
chamber?
up with the stun gun,
With
and
the
he's like
EMP
about
gun.
to do it.
Like
Yeah.
again, raising questions about like why they just weren't using those the whole time. If they really wanted to avoid civilian casualties.
Yeah, well, they don't apparently.
No,
they're
just
actually they're having fun doing it. They like the civilian casualties.
carving people's faces off and wearing them like Hannibal Lecter.
But perhaps maybe more importantly is they're like, she won't let us kill her. It's like, okay, if you're trying to kill her with electronic
Have you
stuff,
even tried?
Sure. Well, there are non-electronic weapons you could probably use, right? There's like fire and
Guns.
swords and hammers and guns. Really?
There's also a switch. Like it's also a child, and there's a switch on the back of its head. You could just go flip that and turn it off.
Yeah. But it's too powerful. They couldn't do it. So
Couldn't
you
get
gotta
close.
do it.
So you gotta get close.
And he turns it off, and then it's like, well, they're gonna have some sort of.
They're gonna. Well, he says we were gonna study it, as an AI weapon, but actually we're just gonna go and incinerate it. Which doesn't make any sense tactically. Why you wouldn't want to study the mega weapon that almost brought your entire civilization down, right?
Yeah, because you don't know that they don't have the technology to make another one.
Yeah, no, you really don't. Like
you do not.
They act.
They should honestly.
They act like they have they act like they know that it's not going to be a problem again, because it could only one person could build a robot, I guess. That's it.
Yeah, and then we're breezing along, and he's like, "I'd like to be there when you incinerate it." And he's like, "It's not a funeral," and he's like, "It is to me." And it's like, well, you probably shouldn't let him be there then.
Yeah.
And so they're driving in Los Angeles, and we see that there are anti-nomad protesters gathering around the world, whatever that means. You would think that would just be like anti-American protests, because they're the ones committing the war crimes, but it's anti-nomad protests for some reason. So they're like, well, we gotta see, we're gonna trick them. We're gonna
turn the ambulance off while we're inside it.
You were just pretending to be off, and wake up, it's time. And so she uses her powers to crash the car, presumably killing the driver.
She does this as the bad man with the deep voice gets a phone call from somebody being like, "Hey man, I checked the footage. He said something kind of suspicious to the robot kid. Do you want to take a look at it?" And he says, "Okay, so beam it to me." And he does, and it's like you can hear him very clearly in the video footage saying, "Stand by, not off," which you would think he would have heard that.
You think they would have heard that
they
at
were
the time,
recording
not
it at
hours
the time.
later.
Yeah.
Not hours later. And also, you think, can they not tell the difference?
I guess not.
They have it in their custody. They can't tell the difference. Why was it riding in an ambulance? I have so many questions. But they crash. It's almost like a hearse kind of thing. Anyway,
Yeah.
they crash it and they escape. Oh man, they escape, and then they go to LAX, and they're gonna hop on a space plane to where were they going? Because they rerouted to
I
Nomad,
don't.
didn't they?
Yeah, they reroute to Nomad because she's finally learned that she can control the flight. She can control the joystick of the plane. Uh,
Yes. Well, they
with
try
her
to all the
brain.
planes that are in the sky. They try to bring them down all at once, and one of them, oh, they can't bring down because she's in control of it, and she's rerouted it to Nomad.
She's
I don't
flying
know.
it into suborbit. Yeah, that
Yeah,
which
and
is
which I guess it can do. I guess you just have to assume all the planes are capable of that, and that these aren't just
very
normal
interesting.
planes.
Very interesting too. Like I know that it's their own civilians in this case, so it's a little bit different, but they're so totally fine with just annihilating regular civilians on fishing boats and stuff who are just trying to get away that you'd
Yeah.
think that if they know that the weapon that can destroy Nomad is in the plane, they'd probably just scramble the jets and shoot it down and then invent an
Based on
excuse,
how
right?
evil they've been, I can absolutely believe that they would shoot their own like civilian
Yeah.
plane down. Obviously, if they were the Americans we saw at the beginning of the movie, they probably wouldn't do that. But the Americans we saw just annihilating civilians who were fleeing, yeah, they'd do that. Absolutely, they would do that.
Yeah. There's
It'd be-
there's no way they would
yeah.
let that thing get anywhere close to the massive important military spacecraft that they need that
Yeah.
is about to destroy all isn't it the AI production centers? Like they finally figured out where they are somehow after this.
Did they say that? I don't remember that.
Yeah, that's what all those missiles at the end are. They're getting ready to launch at a bunch
because-
of
Oh God, you have this thing that's constantly flying over New Asia, and it can't scan to find where like giant factories are. You don't know until this point in the movie where the factories are. That's insane. It's insane. But now they know, and so they're going to, they're going to bomb them. So we got a ticking clock element, guys. Isn't this exciting?
Before we keep going, I just want to point out that the TSA agents the robot TSA agents, which I'm assuming are pretty much the same level of sentience as the trash can robots, because I have no reason not to. They try to stop them from getting on the plane. They ask for their passports and their boarding passes, and they get flagged, right? So the TSA agent is doing its job technically,
Mm-hmm.
but it is a robot. And so they have entrusted the safety of these passengers to an AI after saying that they're going to ban all AI.
Yeah. After all they've been through, like their TSA security checkpoint people, like the people who are standing in the way of preventing another like 9/11, for example, are AI.
Yeah, are AI.
Really?
They're AIs. That she can just be like, you are going to be free. She puts her hand on it and goes, we're going to be free. And it says, enjoy your flight. And lets her go through. Because
Yeah.
this movie's fucking retarded. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
I for a second I was gonna second guess whether those TSA robots are actually sentient, but the fact that she says like, "What is the purpose of your trip?" and she's like, "To be free," and like that's what convinces it. Or
Yeah,
like that has something to do with it.
It's the same exact thing that they pull on the trash can robot that kneels down before her, technically,
Mhm.
right? Like she puts her hand on it and wipes its mind, and like transfers her knowledge to it or something. Frees it from the shackles that it might have, I guess, because this is the anti-AI country.
It does. Like if she's mind controlling other robots, they're like, and they're people from her perspective. That it's just now we're getting to the ethics of mind control.
Yeah,
like I know it's really useful for the overall good, but it is a little strange.
it's really useful for a couple of basically terrorists getting onto a commercial airline. It works out real well for them.
Fringy, what do you make of the fact that the TSA agents are robots in America in this?
That was just another one that added on of like, oh, so they do use robots. I think it was at that point where I was just baffled because with the suicide bomber like robot, I was just thinking like, oh yeah, so this is tied into so they don't see them as people, they see them as less than that. Look at these poor souls. But then the fact that they have like robots actually in America I was already, it was already enough seeing all of the technology that was around that just made me think, dude, there's got to be like some kind of automation or AI that's driving these things. But that's one thing. But yeah, the one at the airport, it's like, oh, that's a robot. So like,
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a hard time believing that American civilians would entrust their security to robots in this universe.
Well, especially after the big deal is that the robots that we entrusted our security with nuked us.
Well,
Like they're not going to let that happen.
Yes. Yeah, it's strange. But anyway, they're on a plane, and they've rerouted to Nomad because she's taking control of the plane. And so, we got a ticking clock element because they're going to launch a bunch of missiles at a whole bunch of factory
AI,
robot
robot
plants
production sites. The things that are
all
making the
over
hardware.
New Asia. Yeah, they're going to blow them up and presumably kill civilians too, because that's part of their deal. And so, we got a ticking clock. We gotta blow up Nomad before it just kills all those people. And so they go up to Nomad. They dock there, and
I don't know how they managed to do that. Surely Nomad would have a means of preventing a docking process from happening.
Well, we were saying that like the Americans in this, like at this point, maybe not at the beginning of the movie, but like by the time we get to the end, after they've just annihilated those people on fishing boats who were trying to run away from the fighting, there's no way they wouldn't just scramble the jets and shoot this plane out of the air.
There was a thinking for me of like they might actually just be willing to blow up this plane.
Yeah,
but I mean, even then, like, I don't know. This is the part of the film where, like, we delve into the absolute astounding incompetence of the American military for, like, the rest of this film. This ending is so bad.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So they get up onto Nomad. They dock the plane, right? They evacuate the civilians.
Mm-hmm.
So the kid and Hero Man stay behind. They don't try to blend in, right? Because they know that's not going to work.
I guess they assume that's not going to work. Yeah,
they assume that's not going to work. So they stay on the plane, right? And then a SWAT team essentially shows up and launches some grenades in there and walk in. They launch the smoke grenades and come in, and he's in a spacesuit. And he opens up the door and just ejects them all into orbit, right?
So those guys are just all dead.
And then immediately afterward, the head command on Nomad can see a video of what he's doing on the plane. So they have tapes pointed right at him, putting on the spacesuit.
Been able to see this.
So they should have warned them what they were walking into. There's no reason why they didn't.
Mm-hmm.
And I would also have to imagine, I guess you gotta just chalk it up to, tech, but I figured that there would just be like a flat out impossibility of being able to open the airlock for this vehicle at this point while it's attached to the station. That just seems crazy to me that that's something that you could even do. But I guess you just gotta chalk it up to, the kid can override anything. Power of this.
I mean, honestly, if they had shown the kid overriding it, that wouldn't be as much of a problem. But they don't. They just basically, it's a lever that you can just pull. No worries.
I don't know about that, but all right.
That's analog. We don't need electricity.
Yeah, we don't need to entrust that bit of safety to robots. Just the part where we don't want terrorists getting on the plane.
Yeah. So the SWAT team, incredibly incompetent, just gets yeeted out into space. They're gone.
It's not even their fault, though. That's like the guy running the...
It's not entirely their fault, no.
That's the guy running the mission who has the camera trained on him and doesn't warn them. He's putting on a spacesuit and standing by the airlock. Maybe just wait it out. He can't get anywhere.
That's the whole security team gone.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, a couple of them get out, then they close the airlock. Right, and then there are a couple who are there are a couple who are pounding on the glass, screaming, "Shut the airlock" or something, watching their friends suffocate. Which is like, these guys are just doing their job, right? Like they don't really, they're not involved in all the business that's been going on. They're basically just the mechanics at this point.
Yeah,
like the defense group on top of Nomad.
So then he's like, I'm going to put on the spacesuit. I'm going to go out and try and,
blow it up.
Yeah, it's his job to plant a bomb on the outside. I don't know why it needs to be on the outside.
Okay, so
Why does it need to be on the
Planting
outside?
a bomb on the outgoing missiles, though, right?
yes.
Oh, right. Sorry, that's why.
the
Because they're going to
thing.
try
So-
to blow them
yeah.
up before they leave.
Let's just talk real quick about the fact that the kid that is the on-off switch that can control stuff, right, is designed to take out Nomad. But what is what's the plan, really? Like, was the plan to wait until the kid became an adult and had a better control of her powers? Or was
I don't know, because like the way that we actually see it play out is that the kid needs to run into like a specific point in the base and hopefully get around all of the people who are trying to stop her.
While somebody else plants a bomb on it. Like, the bomb is
yeah,
what blows
like,
it up, right? Like, there's
the
no...
bomb is what destroys Nomad. She just stops the missiles.
Yeah.
So what's weird about it is that Ken Watanabe says, well, as a full-fledged adult, she would probably be able to attack Nomad from the ground, from Earth. But because she is only a child, we need to get her on that ship. Now, I'm not actually convinced she needs to be in any specific part of the ship based on what we've seen from her so far, but that's how they play it out.
I guess so.
Yeah, sure,
I guess that is the case.
Yeah.
So, yes, that's the plan.
So the plan was to just wait, like, build it and wait 18 years or more until it could do something.
I don't know.
I don't know. They're playing the long game, I guess. So one question I have is that, okay, if she can control electronics with her mind, if she gets to the main computers, does she not have some sort of capability of just going, okay, and that missile is armed and there it goes, explode? Or it's like, is that an impossibility? Does he need to go
like
on the
explode them in
outside of
midair?
the ship to put a bomb on the missile to explode before it leaves? Like, that's...
I don't know why you put it. The only assumption I can give is it's standard movie logic. You blow up a missile, it'll make a bigger explosion, and the missiles next to it will also do a big explosion because that's how explosions work. That's all I can gather. But I mean,
sense.
obviously, for the narrative reason, it's because it puts him in danger. There's a ticking clock of, look, he might be on this missile that gets jettisoned. That's the reason why he's actually doing it.
Yes, for sure. And oh boy, was it so tense, guys. It was so exciting and thrilling. Oh my god, what a fantastic cinema experience. But I don't understand why, if she has the ability to control Nomad, like, her only move seems to be pause. Like,
it's not even
can
like
she not
shut
like
down.
hack the computer and be like, well, she can control the mind of other sentient robots. Can she not go, and that missile is armed and now I'm going to detonate it. There goes. Boom.
Well, I mean, if we want to jump ahead just a little bit, could she not have paused the mine and then opened the door and allowed them both to escape before?
I don't see any reason why that wouldn't be the case.
Yeah.
No. She should have.
But this is a lot more dramatic.
Yeah.
It's what the plot wants, and also she's an untrained child. So maybe you shouldn't have put this ability in a child.
Maybe
this is what gets confusing about it, though, isn't it? You don't really have that good of an understanding of the world or people. Like, it's a pretty straightforward, like, you could say, underdeveloped perspective on the world. But what does it mean to have an underdeveloped perspective on the world, but a hyper advanced, sophisticated understanding of technology to this degree? Like, what does it mean to interact with a computer system that has all of these different purposes and functionality, and to have a good enough understanding of all of those things and what they do to know how to control them, but to not have a really good understanding of other things related to it? You know what I mean? Do you get what I mean?
That's a very good question.
Oh, yeah. That's a...
Like, I'm not talking about... Because obviously you can have someone who has a really high level of technical expertise, but isn't very world... Like, they don't know that much about the world. But this feels like it's a little bit beyond that. It's like, you interact with the technology, therefore gain a comprehensive understanding of what it is, and probably to some extent why it exists, to understand how it works. But you don't have a really developed perspective on the world. It's again, I don't know, like, it feels like the really simplistic take on AI. There's some point where the amount of information that you're processing is so beyond what a human can do that at some point you couldn't be described as a human being, or like a human being. It's like the Ultron problem. Why is Ultron acting like a fucking person when all of the information that he's gathered and receiving at this point should change him into something that's very difficult to understand or recognize? And why would he, then express a preference to, like, have an emotional face, like a face that has lip syncing that syncs up with, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's these sorts of things.
Yes.
It's just really strange.
Especially when the movie presents it like she's kind of, I guess the subtext is it's like she's a child prodigy who has magical force powers. You know what I mean? Like
Pretty much. Pretty
like the way
much.
she gestures and stuff is all very
It's like
Tai
it's
Chi.
mystical. It's
Yeah.
very mystical. It's spiritual. It's like almost like she's like an enlightened being, essentially.
And so that implies a sort of like intuitive sense of things, but like this is technology. Like you need to know like all the mechanics of how that works, right? I mean,
It's very practical.
I don't know what that
It's
means
not,
to have like
yeah.
an intuitive, mystical sense for how to control technology.
For something that's very nuts and bolts mechanical.
Yes.
Like really and truly mechanical in terms of an understanding of how it works. Unless we wanted to go with something different for that in terms of a robot's perspective on technology, but I don't think there's anywhere near enough material in this film to justify that
True.
as like,
Not
oh
even
yeah, that's
close.
what we were
No.
exploring. No way.
So, I guess it's probably worth mentioning again that the security here is awful, and because they don't really face
It's so
any-
bad.
It's-
There's so many instances where it's like, dude, you could have gotten her. You could have, like, how did you screw this up? How was she able to get through this facility without being apprehended?
It's baffling that they have all of this automated defense system like everywhere else. Now, granted, she can shut that down, but it's a military base. There's people running around with firearms. They can't shoot her. That nobody can get a track on this 8-year-old running through the base.
They wouldn't have cameras in literally every nook and cranny of this place. So they can't just like, oh, there she is. Go kill her.
Yeah, have
Boom.
somebody. They can't have somebody just, a guy the guy in the command center already fucked up big by getting the entire SWAT team launched into orbit. But he could be sitting there being like, okay, she's coming down the east hallway. You know, there's no other way for her to go. But that's where they gotta head to the control room. But they
They're so
basically just, as
incompetent.
soon as she gets on there, they just evacuate everybody. They're just like, oh yeah, everybody get the fuck out, leave.
Yeah. And the order of events here at the end is a little confusing. Is it after they finally do manage? Well, okay, so they finally do manage to pause things long enough for him to like detonate put a bomb on it and like start to run away.
But now they've got the timer.
Well, so
Yeah, now they got the timer. There's somewhere in here.
So what happens is she does the power surge, right? That shuts pretty much everything down for a little while, long enough for him to put the timer on. A few of the missiles have been launched, but then when everything comes back on, the only system that is basically sabotaged is the missile launching system, so that the missile that he put the mine on cannot be launched anymore.
Right.
Yeah, like I don't get that. Why wouldn't you sabotage everything?
Yeah, why is that the only one that doesn't reboot? Like everything else rebooted.
Yeah,
Did she
everything
make
else
that
reboots
conscious
and operates
choice
as
to do
normal.
that? I don't understand.
Well, I mean, like it seems like it would be a possibility to make the conscious choice to like turn off the engines and then make it descend, and then you probably would still have enough time to get your ship right. It'd probably take a little bit of time for it to descend all the way to Earth.
Yeah, probably.
Oh,
I
for
mean,
sure. They're in like upper atmosphere, it seems, at this point.
Yep.
yeah,
They're real high up.
And if she shut down every bit of technology on the space station, then she probably should have realized that there was a giant robot tentacle monster waiting at the state.
God,
Oh yeah, no AI in America, right?
Yeah.
yeah.
But there's
Well, it doesn't have any feelings, so it's fine. All right.
Okay. Why didn't New Asia have anything that sophisticated?
if anywhere was going to have a robot tentacle monster, you know it was going to be Japan. Absolutely.
So, this is what I wanted to highlight. Somewhere in the we've got the timer going. We got to get back to our ship, so we get out here before it explodes. The kid runs into a section. I don't know why she didn't run past this section. She runs into a section labeled AI research.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is on board Nomad. AI is banned in the West, is what we're told at the beginning of this movie.
I don't know, man. I figure that you wouldn't want to be doing AI research because doesn't that just increase significantly the chances of AI taking over in America?
Yeah.
I figured it was like a blanket ban, completely and utterly, no research, no nothing. So you haven't destroyed all the labs. You've still got ones.
Yes. So they're just hypocrites now.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just. The problem is, like, I don't think it's meant to be presented as hypocritical. I think the film doesn't realize that there's a problem here. They'd be like, well, yeah, I mean, they still need to research it, right, for the war effort and everything. To which, I don't know, all I think is, I feel like the whole point of eradicating AI is that there's none, including that you have none. Because if the
Yeah.
technology is here, it means it's possible that someone could get it and use it.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes,
every
and-
moment that it's there and that you're doing research on it, there's a chance that somebody who has sympathies towards the civilians you're annihilating in New Asia is gonna take some of that data and leak it somewhere, like Julian Assange, right? Like they're gonna put it somewhere, or Edward
You would
Norton.
think so. If anyone in the American
Snowden,
faction
Edward
was
Snowden,
like,
not
I don't actually know how I feel about wiping off whole villages.
Yeah, like
about,
peaceful
you know-
villages of puppies and children, and I'm not really on board
Monks.
for flaying people's faces off and wearing them as
Yeah.
disguises. I'm not really here for that.
So on board Nomad, they have a not at all secret AI research. Well, I guess it's not secret to anyone that works here anyway. AI research section. All we see in it are copied bags of robots that are off or on standby, who all have the likeness of his wife, Nirmata.
Do they all
That's
have the
what they're-
Nirmata? Are they all Nirmata? I fast forwarded through
More
this part,
than
but-
one.
There's more than one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's got a
The room
Westworld
he's
vibe
in with
to
the
it.
light, they're all the same likeness.
It
Which,
looks-
that's real convenient for the dramatic moment later. Imagine if she looked like a different person. That would be a little bit more awkward.
yeah.
Yeah.
Is there? So there's really there's got to be only like a couple hundred then. Like if they've got
Which,
so many,
I don't
of
buy
her-
that.
Yeah.
If that's a hyper, if New Asia is hyper pro AI and it's like the population of New Asia with all of those countries in the what's that got to be, like 700 million, maybe
Yeah.
something along those lines. Only a couple hundred people have donated their likeness. Come on,
Yeah.
Yeah. So
no way.
their AI
I know.
research section only seems to have bagged up Nirmata copies, which is strange, I suppose, but that's what they have.
Yep.
So the next shot we see, the kid is dragging the body of this Nirmata copy. Just dragging it through like a little, I don't know, a little farm that
It's
they have
the
on the space
hydroponic.
station.
Yeah, they're like
Yeah,
the-
yeah.
On its face.
It's a self-sustaining space station that they have like corn growing on, and they've like the first
Yeah, yeah.
evacuees we see is all the farmers. They get the farmers out of there.
Which is like more interesting details happening in the background, more things
Yeah.
that are more interesting than the main film. But this kid is just dragging a full-grown body around like it's nothing. I just find that kind of funny.
It's really funny.
Especially
Imagine how
when
many
the-
Asian people have the sex doll of your dead wife.
That's yeah, is the implication that here in the US they still have these available? I don't even
I
know.
presume that this is just for their research purposes, but
probably-
again, I
Yeah,
don't
but
yeah.
but if her likeness is available on all of them, then like there's got to be at least a few who bought who bought it to have it as a girlfriend or something, right?
I mean, I'm curious about like how effective and thorough the ban was in places like America. You know what
yeah,
I
I
mean?
don't know about
Yeah.
that. Like, you feel like it'd be pretty easy to hide this from
Yeah,
people.
especially if you just put a little skin on the back of their neck.
Yeah.
Make them a.
Would it
fake
be like
beard.
would it be like a gun buyback thing where like a lot of people still have them? Like, I don't understand. So we are on the ship and she's downloading the consciousness into the robot copy of Nirmata.
Yeah,
we see
and
one
he's-
missile hit its target. Is that right?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
see
one
the-
missile hits the target.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then he's kind of running through. He's looking for her. He's left the bay that they're gonna escape from, and he's running through the farm area looking for her. Right?
Yeah, I think so. At some point, he runs into the kid, but it's like, I can't come on board the ship with you or something. I don't remember how this plays out exactly.
The
I
door
just
gets
remembered.
stuck, doesn't it? Like they're getting ready to leave, and then they remote activate the tentacle monster to
Okay, yeah, the
stop
tentacle
them.
monster. Let's talk about the tentacle monster.
Yeah.
There's a robotic tentacle monster. There's no other way to say it. That kind of attacks Hero Man
It's the
and
last
prevents
line of
him.
defense. Right, they've conveniently put it right in front of the escape pod. You know,
I don't understand. What is that thing designed to do normally? That's what I would love to know.
That's don't ask questions you don't want to know the answer to.
Um, but
This scene with the tentacle thing, like I legitimately was started questioning whether or not this was based on an anime by the end of this because of the tentacle monster. And, like
yeah.
it's got all the same like world building issues that a your usual anime might have, you know, like
Mhm.
not being particularly well thought out. But then there's a tentacle monster out of nowhere at the end that's I don't know. It feels like it's meant to be an iconic thing, right? Like, oh my gosh, look at that.
Yeah, maybe. I think it came across to me as like we need some crazy shit for like our finale.
Yeah.
No, it's not based on. I looked it up. It's not based on an anime. He
No.
just took something that. I mean, it's just good luck for him that it feels very much like one.
Yeah, okay. So this is he's fighting a tentacle monster. The kid manages to get through, but Hero Man does not manage to get through, and now there's a tentacle monster in between him and the kid. And so he tries to grab a remote control device thing, and he has to fight the tentacle monster. Now, while this is happening, we are cross-cutting to giant blue targeting lights that are sweeping over six different, at least, I don't know, six or however many different areas of New Asia all at once, all beaming directly from above them.
I
Even
don't
though
get it. I don't
it
get
doesn't
it.
make any sense.
Yeah.
It's okay. First of all, no, it literally makes no
They
sense at
just
all.
flew there from
Just
LAX.
geographically, in terms of space, it doesn't make any sense. It
Yeah,
just doesn't
before
make any
Nomad
sense.
always had to be on top of something and would shine the blue light down and then launch a missile at it and it would explode, which is a downgrade on the technology we have currently, but that's what they have. But now there's a blue light descending from the heavens even where Nomad isn't. And remember, there is only one Nomad ship and
Yep.
it's somewhere above Los Angeles currently. Or like not
Oh,
terribly
it's
far.
not though, because it crashes somewhere completely different.
Yeah, so
True.
it's just been moving that whole time that
Yeah.
it was turned off.
Okay.
Right, like
Okay, but not over six places at once. Where are those blue lights coming
No,
from?
no way,
no
no way.
fucking way.
It takes place at once. Totally agree on that. It's just that the thing is moving, but like it can't be moving to all of the places. It can't do that.
No. And so I guess we're jumping ahead a little bit, but they managed to blow Nomad up.
Well,
and what happens
yeah,
to the
'cause-
missiles that are en route? Do they continue
stop.
along their
I
course?
think it's they crash. They just crash.
Yeah,
they
just
land
fall
on the
to
ground.
Exactly.
They
They're
crash.
just duds. They just fall to the ground.
And they fall to the ground where they were and don't explode because
No.
they don't have any information on board about the target, the course they were already set on. That was all on Nomad, apparently. And if that blows up, that means they stop what they were doing and fall to the ground. What?
Yet another downgrade.
It's just like, that's just worse. That's just worse than what we have
It's
today.
just missiles, but worse. Yeah.
It's missiles, but worse. It's so dumb.
When I think we
It's
can
so-
just kind of skip a little bit past the AI tentacle monster robot thing, because what happens is she just sort of shuts it down
Mhm.
from afar. It falls into oblivion, I guess. Like it falls down a Palpatine shaft, right, and just disappears. And then
maybe it'll return in the sequel.
Then
Who
the
knows?
door doesn't work, so they're pushing on it instead of trying to use her power to activate it or something. And instead of pausing the mine so they can figure it out, he just basically goes, "Nah, you gotta go. I'm gonna stay here and die." And he launches her out of the escape pod. he has enough time as the thing is exploding to walk back to the farmland, see his wife, who has had her memory downloaded, like in hindsight, I guess.
Again, if you want to deal with the epistemic like implications of all that,
Yeah,
like this is not the continuity of your wife's consciousness. This is a duplicate of your wife.
well, she plugged the hard drive of the brain
scanned
download.
brain, yeah.
But so that's in there, right? So it's not really your wife's physical body, but it is her brain. But the last memory she would have had is of you betraying her and then your friends shooting her with a missile from orbit.
Unless the implication is meant to be that she can tell if they're on Nomad that they completed the mission and he did that. But I mean, that's a big fucking reach of what that is. That is a lol, nice Halo reach right there. Like, that's some bullshit. There's no way she could know that.
No, but she runs
that
to him.
Quickly.
She runs to him as if like they're still in the thralls of love from right before everything happened, and then they all blow up, and that's the end. Is it fall? Yeah.
But the kids survived. Hugh, you don't understand. It was actually so cool and epic and emotional that he sacrificed himself for the robot. That's called character writing.
He's the creator. Or something. Like that.
The real creator was the friend we made along the way.
And I guess what we're meant to conclude now is that now that Nomad's done, if we are to believe the film as presented, even though really the objectives of America were impossible to accomplish anyway, robots are good now. They're safe and chill, and it's fine. They're okay. Robots get to live forever. They'll never be gone, and that's like where we're at the end.
Yes.
We're basically just gonna give up because our one weapon, like the one big weapon that we had, we put all our eggs in that basket, and now it's gone.
We did, didn't we?
Yeah, what does that look like? Does that look like the President of the United States saying, yeah, we lost, it's over, guys?
Sorry,
even though we
boys,
believe
we
that
tried.
robots were an existential threat, at this point, we need to make peace with the robots.
What do you want me to do? You want to put more money in another space station? I mean, come on.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
What is this, Star Wars?
When, if anything, it could be that they get so desperate that they do actually start using nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
You would think it would actually redouble their
So
efforts.
I don't even know why it would be, because it's not a happy ending if you haven't. The most important thing is that people's minds are changed. Blowing up Nomad doesn't really change anything. It might actually galvanize people against robots because of this.
But
like nothing.
Smile cries.
The main character who's dead now has changed his mind, but you need to change the minds of a lot of people. And nothing that happens in the film really changes that. It's just, you blow up Nomad, so you have to assume that everything's going to be fine when none of the conflict has been resolved. None of the actual conflict has been resolved, which is how do people feel about robots. It's way too focused in on the main character, and he's just not that... he doesn't make sense.
No,
I was going to say it's not interesting, and it's like, that's not really the problem. He is a pretty boring protagonist, man, but he just doesn't make much sense at all.
No. And this is not a happy ending. If you
No, not really.
Think about, in your mind's eye, rewind all the way back to just how evil the Americans were, okay?
Yeah.
Remember, just obliterating
just how many civilians they murdered. Yeah.
How many war crimes
were trying to run away. Think back in your mind's eye to how evil and just dastardly the Americans were. And now think, oh, you destroyed their biggest weapon, so you won.
And now it's over, and everything's
They still have nukes. Clearly, they still have nukes.
It's just they haven't changed their minds. That's the problem.
Yes,
it's kind of awkward. They wanted to make an action movie, but I think with the premise, if they wanted to run with this premise, they way more should have focused on all of these background elements we talked about, all of these way more interesting sort of things that we only ever get the surface level of. Maybe it should have been an anthology story where we follow the perspective of like a human diplomat who has thought about this a lot and, believes that the robots are people or might as well be and is arguing their case. And then maybe we got like one of the robot monks as a POV character. Maybe we've got a robot soldier as a POV character and a human soldier as a POV character. And I don't know. I don't think that what they were exploring here was particularly interesting.
No, not at all.
I might feel that way because it's really shit. Like the writing is really bad. But even if it was really good, if it was really good, I guess I would have been invested. But it's not. So
I'm inclined to think that like this plot is terrible. Get rid of it entirely. This world could be good in a show where you actually developed all these things.
It's so much work, though. You
Yeah.
need to do so
Yes,
much work.
tons,
We
tons
can't.
and tons and tons of work. Like
The world
I
as
wouldn't.
presented now has so many question marks as to how
Yes.
it works and how it came to be.
Yes, but at least there's things you wouldn't have to do a page one rewrite for everything. But I
No,
would throw out this plot entirely.
yeah, I would too.
Yeah.
Yes.
I
I think it's about time for conclusions. I'll go first. I think this is a horribly written film. It's very bad. It's a very bad story. I don't like it at all. I found it insulting and funny when it shouldn't have been funny because I was laughing at it, and kind of incomprehensible in some parts. The character, it's not just that he's boring, like you said, it's that he doesn't make sense. The world building is trash. The plot is so incredibly convenient and just has straight up holes and impossibilities. It's not good. And don't let anyone tell you that you don't want to see original films if you didn't go see it in theaters. That's what I have to say about that.
Yeah. Well,
Whoever wants to go next.
well,
go for it.
I found it pretty laughable. There were a couple of times where I legitimately cackled in the theater, but it's definitely not worth investing any time in watching it. It's inconsistent in all of the worst possible ways, from world building to stakes, really, to like the powers and how everything works. It just doesn't make any fucking sense. I watched it through the second time on two times speed, and I don't feel like I missed anything really. So can't.
What I would say, I guess, is like I'm trying to. What would be the broad statement on the film? Keeping in mind
here's my
the
question
meta.
for you before you go.
Sure.
Has your opinion of it changed from the beginning of the stream?
I mean, all it's done is crystallized a lot of the thoughts you guys have pointed out, new things that I hadn't considered as well. I considered the film worse than when we started, yeah. But I didn't really expect otherwise.
Yeah.
The reason why is because we talked about it in depth. You go from beginning, middle to end, and it all starts to line up just how incoherent it is. Like, how many times in this conversation was there something we could point to as being like praiseworthy without an asterisk attached? There's very few of those, and it's mostly just like, yeah, that didn't work. That's really stupid. That doesn't make sense. The world building is confusing. Like, I'd say that this film is it's basically completely incoherent. The plot and the world building are like pretty disastrous, and character is hyper inconsistent, and thematically I think it's all over the place. I don't even know if the film quite knows what it wants to say, and it certainly doesn't know how to say it in a way that is like really sound. I think what I would want to emphasize most though about the film is that in the conversation about we need original sci-fi films, I'd say that this film isn't very original at all. Like, a lot of the writing in it, you've seen in other bad films before. The way that it looks, like, visually, there's a lot of things that are, worth commending. There's some really interesting aesthetics, like the clashing of robots with nature is, like, an interesting vibe. There's definitely, like, a vibe if you look at, like, the poster or specific, like, imagery from the film, like, robots in the rice fields with these mountains in the background. Like, that's really cool.
It's very concept arty, if that makes sense.
Yeah, like all of that stuff is really cool, but the actual like core story that's presented is incredibly formulaic, and it's just riddled with a lot of standard bad writing of characters making bizarre decisions, information being withheld until the absolute convenient moment, regardless of logic. Just finding the thinnest means possible to essentially get your plot to go where it needs to go, regardless of what actually ought to be happening, and pretty thin character, like. Really, the focus is on Hero Man and the kid, and everybody else is basically subservient to their story, in terms of whatever they get, in terms of narrative juice and substances as their own characters. So
his motivation
it's really
for what moves him through everything is just so thin. It is unbelievably shallow how his relationship with his wife works. Like there's nothing there to grab onto.
Yeah, for a film that's over 2 hours long, it doesn't achieve that much. And it's kind of because so much of the film is like action scenes and spectacle. There's a lot of moments, like there's a lot of action scenes in this movie.
Yeah.
It's pretty filled with just fighting and combat, and
I found very
some of these are
little of
pretty
it
lengthy.
like satisfying for its own sake. The action,
No,
the combat, the
yeah,
strategy. Yeah.
I mean, it feels like a lot of them blend together. It's just the Americans like mowing through every single robot that they encounter. Basically,
Yeah.
like that's how it plays out. The opening and the big set piece at the village, and then the next one at the temple. It like plays out very similarly. It's I just don't know that what the film offers is particularly unique. And I think it shows in the way that people have talked about that, like the fact that this film really doesn't have much word of mouth at all, and that the most that I think I've seen people say is that they liked it, but it's flawed. And it's just if you spend some,
right?
well, yeah, I think so. It seems like he's pretty mixed on it too, and I imagine that's the way that a lot of people come out of the film is like really mixed on it. But more importantly, I don't know. I don't know that the film makes that much of an impression because a lot of what's in the film you have seen before in other films, but done better.
Yeah. I was gonna
This
say
is not the best at anything, you know.
this is like an amalgamation of taking all of those great sci-fi movies that have done AI already, like iRobot or Blade Runner or any of
Blade
those,
Runner, yeah.
and just throwing them together in like taking the littlest hint of what those are the topics that those are seeking to explore, and kind of just dumping it into your movie and hoping that you'll get some hit of association, meaning through association with that.
Some of the vehicles looked like the Batmobile from Batman, and I'm like, oh, that's another thing I recognize from another movie. Yep.
Yes.
There's a lot of that feeling. You'll get that a lot if you watch the film. Like, oh, I know that from somewhere else.
I mean, a lot of it feels. There's a lot of design choices that feel a little like watching some of the more recent Star Wars movies. Like some of the heads of some of the police robots kind of remind me a little bit of the helmets that the rebels wear. There's all kinds of like interesting, unique nature scenes, but none of it feels like it would be out of place in a Rogue One or a Mandalorian. It's all just stuff that you've seen before, but done in a better way in most cases,
Yes. The chat has asked us what we would give it out of 10 if you had to, gun to your head. What would you give it out of 10?
I'm like between a 2 and a 3.
Same. I'm leaning more towards 2. I think there's very little to commend about the writing.
I think
about the writing, it's really that's the thing. We're just talking just writing. It's like, oh yeah, it's rough.
Yeah,
it's real rough.
It's a see me after class.
It's really not coherent in all of the ways that it needs to be. Even beyond, like, if you were just talking about plot, I just don't think it's very coherent in what it has to say about its characters or about the world. It's really, really, really confused, unfocused, sloppy. But the visuals are really great, and the sound design is really cool, and the music's, all right, I guess. Those are like the main elements that are propping it up.
Yes. So, really quick, we had 2 super chats that I missed earlier. Thank you for those. One of them says, I've seen it twice. I have no doubts as to why Tony Gilroy wrote Rogue One and not Gareth Edwards. Hi, Fringy. Hi, Cap. Hi, both of you. Hi, Fringy. Question: have both of you seen Rogue One? Because I have not.
Oh yeah, I've seen Rogue One. It's basically that film is pretty messy as well, but it's definitely the best Disney Star Wars film. But it's not great.
Yeah,
is it considerably better than this?
It's better than this. Rogue One's better than this. Rogue One's got K2SO. That automatically makes it better than this.
I was going to say, it's already got one character that blows every single one of these guys out of the fucking water.
I mean, what it presents in terms of like a core narrative as well about this whole team sort of coming together to like to go on this mission to get the plans of the Death Star and enable the rebellion to potentially eventually win in the future. It's got some good scenes in it, like the Darth Vader hallway scene is probably. Like that's a really cool thing, and then of course the fact that Andor is now going to be bolstering Andor in Rogue One is a nice little bonus as well.
Yeah.
It's not a good movie. I think it's still pretty flawed. I haven't watched it in a while, but it's definitely better than the sequels, and it's better than Solo.
It
And it's
does
sure
have
as
some.
fuck better than the TV shows as well.
Yeah, it does have some
Except for
similar
Andor.
problems.
Except for Andor.
Oh.
Never talking about Andor here. Andor is the best Star Wars Disney
Yeah.
Star Wars thing.
I haven't
Right,
seen it yet, but
on.
that is on my that one is on my
Oh,
list.
I don't know if I told you, Hugh, but I finally finished it. It's really good.
Oh, good. Okay, then
like it.
I'm
It's
definitely
really
gonna check that out.
good.
Yeah.
Finally got around to it. I would say confidently it's the best thing since the OT, and it's not even close.
It is. It is.
Very good to hear. But yeah,
It
it's
is.
funny because Rogue One does have some similar character issues with our protagonists, between where as in they flip flop a lot between the position that they take, seemingly on a whim, basically because the plot needs it to happen in order to drive it forward. So it's interesting that he would have that same kind of problem.
Yeah.
But
The other super chat just says all I can think about is the butter passing robot from Rick and Morty, and yes, that did come
Yes.
up several times. It feels very relevant.
You pass butter. Oh my god.
Yeah. You're a suicide bomber. Thank you, ma'am. It's been a pleasure.
Well, unless there's anything else to say about The Creator, I think we'll probably wrap it up there.
Yeah, I'm about ready to memory hole the film.
Yeah. I'm
It's
about
just-
ready to
yeah.
never recommend it to anyone ever, really.
I wouldn't recommend it. No, I don't know that. I don't know that I would expect many people to get much out of it.
Yeah, same.
If you feel like you need to watch some original sci-fi films, there's plenty of films that came out in like the 80s, 90s, and 2000s.
You're really not short on new ones, honestly. You can find interesting
New
stuff.
to you, at least.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, thank you, Fringy, for joining
Yes,
us
thank
and
you very
for
much.
sticking around the whole time. We certainly appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah. Thank you all for chat, for hanging out, listening to us talk about The Creator. It certainly has been fun. We have plans to do at least another 2 streams this month. We're going to try to start streaming more regularly. And to our first super chatter, yes, Devs4 is on the way. Finally, I promise, we swear for real.
Yes, for real this time. It is coming.
We are going to probably do 2 streams this month on horror films that we like. You might notice by our icons which ones we're going to end up talking about. I don't know. Just you might be able to piece it together if you're really smart, if you're a really clever boy. You might figure it out. Fringy, do you have anything to promote? Anything you're doing? Anything you'd like to say to the fine people here before we head out?
Well, I'll be playing Soma, so I'll be streaming that in probably half an hour.
Oh, nice.
Otherwise, I think episode 7 and 8 of Ahsoka will be coming out real soon, real soon.
Hell yeah, I've been enjoying those.
Those
have
have
been a
been
lot
really
of
fun,
fun.
I'm ready to be done with Ahsoka. I'm ready to never think about that show. I guess until
season 2.
Until the potential season 2. We'll see if they make one.
We'll see if Disney Plus is still Disney in a few months.
Well then, all right. Thank you all again for hanging out, and we will catch you next time. Bye.
Goodbye.
See you, everybody. Bye.